Welcome.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming the rising Overlspet OFC.
This was ours.
This video is brought to you by Storyblocks.
I'm not exactly sure what the hell I am. Hello, my name is Adam Sandler. Can I get a hell yeah?
1999. With his stand-up, SNL, and iconic movie roles under his belt, the 1990s were truly Adam Sandler's.
And the winner of the Best Comedic Performance is Adam Sandler.
God bless you all!
Starring in a brand new motion picture called Big Daddy.
All right, here we go. And we're both losing weight.
Keen on writing and starring in comedic roles, Sandler was in his element. With the wind at his back, in 1999, Adam started Happy Madison Productions.
Adam Sandler, we're all real happy for you.
The world saw a wacky, unserious comedian. But with Adam, there was more than meets the eye, and only one person knew it.
Some of us thought you were actually completely out of your mind when you cast Adam Sandler in this movie.
He just makes me laugh.
Go fuck yourself!
He's funny to me.
Our first movie is Punch Drunk Love, starring Adam Sandler in a radical departure from his usual brain-dead comedies. And the headline is, Sandler Can Really Act.
In 2002, director Paul Thomas Anderson took what most saw as a risk and cast Adam Sandler as the lead in a dramatic role. It started with a hunch, but when Paul met Adam on the set of Little Nicky...
He said he wanted to work together and do a movie together, and I was just excited, and he went to work.
And despite it being new territory, Adam didn't take much convincing.
Were you instantly ready to do this?
Yeah, I was instantly in. Paul wrote that movie for me, and I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I think I could do that. I was nervous, but I was in. There's no way I was going to say, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Every 10 products you bought and mailed into them, they'd send you a certificate for 500 miles.
Which is a true story. A guy went and bought thousands and thousands of dollars worth of pudding that equaled 1 million frequent flyer miles.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
How much did this cost you?
Cost me a little over $3,000.
Welcome to my channel.
$3,000. That would get you 1 million frequent flyer miles. You would never have to pay for a ticket the rest of your life. So that helped. But the main impetus was wanting to write something for Adam.
That's insane.
I have to go to the bathroom.
This is for Adam. You see this as a critical time for you, and are you anxious about the way you'll be received?
You didn't wonder why me? I mean, I may love this guy's movies, but what the hell am I going to do in his world?
It's a new, I guess, a new chapter. And I'm happy I met this guy.
I was excited to try to accomplish something that I haven't really done before.
What are you doing in here, cutie?
Watching football.
Who do you want to win?
The goddamn Jets.
For his 1999 comedy Big Daddy, Adam casts actress Jackie Tatone.
Too bad you don't like girls. I think you could have had her.
And Adam took his shot.
I was just getting ready to do Big Daddy, and she was getting into acting.
How's the social life going? Big changes, I hear, yeah?
You have a new girlfriend?
I got a girlfriend now. Yeah, I read in the paper I had a fiance, but I don't. I have a girlfriend. Yeah, I got a girl.
And I fell in love with her pretty quick.
Jackie appears again the following year in Little Nicky, and in 2002, she acts alongside Adam's family in 8 Crazy Nights.
It could be so nice growing old with you.
And by June 2003, the two of them had tied the knot.
I snaked on a ring.
Now, the wedding is very interesting. Was your dog the best man?
Yes, yeah. He wasn't the best man. He brought the rings out.
Got a girlfriend, got a house, got a girl in the house. Yeah. Do you find you're becoming like your dad?
My dad's like a real guy. He's a real man.
A big man with a big personality.
Me and my dad were amazingly tight, yes. My father in real life was highly respected in my household, and we kind of lived by his rules. I love my dad more than anything, and anything he told me to do, I would do. I used to love any comedian my father and
Shanu
mother
Allah.
liked.
Welcome to my
Like,
channel.
oh God, I want to be like that
Draps
guy.
Nat.
It's making my dad
Welcome to
happy.
my channel.
Only 3 months after his marriage, in September, Adam said goodbye to his father, Stanley Sandler.
I was very tight with my dad, and when he was sick, I was with him as much as I could.
That's why you're here right now, to protect me, to be scared for me, to be a good father.
I always would tell friends who didn't lose their dad, you better spend time with them. I'm telling you, it'll rock you.
I love you, son.
I love you too, Dad. Goodbye.
Let's face it, you've got big ideas, but they're just that, aren't they? Ideas. No more. With Storyblocks, turn your dreams into scenes with their curated library of over 1 million templates, footage, music, and more. I use Storyblocks in my videos to sprinkle in some extra production quality. Like this. I can move locations with a beautiful establishing shot, tell you where we are with unique titles, then flesh out the scene with sound effects. With one set price for unlimited downloads and clear-cut licensing, Storyblocks lets you create at a high standard without any extra faff. Follow the link in the description or head to storyblocks.com/Dodford to get started.
I was your college roommate, for Christ's sake. You don't remember me?
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Good to see you, Burroughs.
It's Johnson.
By 2007, Adam's experience with grief had changed him artistically.
I get that you're in pain, but you got each other.
In Reign Over Me, Adam's character deals with the trauma of losing his wife and daughters in a plane crash. Alongside Don Cheadle, Sandler's suffering is heart-wrenching.
You had a family, and you suffered a great loss.
Why are you asking me? Are you trying to focus me?
And until you can discuss that,
Friends talk to each other about what's going on in their lives.
You're an asshole.
and we can really talk about that. This is all just an exercise.
As an actor, are you trying to find some sense of balance between doing comedy and drama?
I had 3 daughters.
How do you feel that this movie is going to take you in a direction of being more serious?
This was not something I thought about ever doing. This just happened. They adored me, Johnson. This script was so, it was written really well and moving, and it broke my heart. I saw it and I felt it at the same time. And then I just decided when I committed to it to try to do it the best I could.
Because Adam, typically one to call the shots, was finding that he found comfort in relinquishing control to talented directors.
Ultimately, it was just Paul Thomas Anderson writing me something. When I'm with these great guys, it's kind of relaxing in a way, knowing that they're not going to move on until they're happy. You know, I've only done a few heavy parts, and this by far was the heaviest.
Oh, follow Mo.
It is not
Welcome to my channel.
For an actor who does that, and I am more
Welcome
than happy
to my
run
channel.
right back to comedy. Just enjoy my life a little more.
Welcome to my channel.
Maybe Adam had grown up a little, but growing up, does it have to be so serious? 2010, Adam cements his return to family comedies. Burroughs is the culmination of a nearly 20-year-long friendship group.
I always want to do stuff with these guys forever, you know? I'd rather be with people I know and I trust.
Who's ready to get their funeral on?
We kind of do it all together. We do it as a team.
It's summertime when we shoot it. You see a rope in a lake, and that doesn't make you want to go nuts? We kind of live in one place together. Our houses are all near each other.
Ass is in session. Who wants to see a double flip?
We all got kids. They all hang out together.
I can't let go. I'm too scared.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
On the set of his movies, Adam is worshipped, but offset. He's never been widely accepted.
The critics have said, I'm going to read you my favorite ones.
Critics haven't necessarily always loved your work.
This movie is the last nail in Adam Sandler's coffin. Another said he's no longer a movie star. And another one called you a man-child.
First off, let me say thanks for dressing for the show. I appreciate.
Adam doesn't have really a great wardrobe.
What a great outfit that is. You got.
Adam Sandler and his movie Jack and Jill won a record-setting 10 Razzies Sunday night.
What does this mean again?
It means I can't stand you being here.
And the Razzie for Worst Picture of the Year goes to... What do you think?
When it comes to Adam Sandler, there is one thing we can agree on, that no one can agree whether or not Adam Sandler is funny.
Does it matter what the critics say? Do you care about that?
You know, it doesn't matter that much to me. I know what they're gonna say every movie. They're gonna say they don't like it.
Is that something you paid attention to? Is that something that's bothered you?
I have a love in my life. It makes me stronger than anything you can imagine.
You're a very family-oriented man in general.
Well, let me start by saying congratulations, I hear a baby's on the way, and even better, I hear it's yours.
Absolutely. I'm addicted to him. I love being with him, and when I'm not with him, I'm very, very depressed. I believe in hard work and what I'm trying to accomplish, but I just mostly want to be able to have time with my family and give him a good childhood.
Keen on simply providing for his family, Adam is able to shut off the noise, as well as the buzz.
You know, when people talk about your career, they talk about these ups and then the downs, ups and the downs.
Man, I don't know what the downs have been. I got into acting and comedy to try to do the best I could. I loved every movie I've made. I've never in my entire career phoned one thing in.
I also see a couple of grads here today following my path and becoming a fellow 5-time Razzie Award winner.
That stuff doesn't hurt me anymore. I think it hurt me 20 years ago. Try to make funny movies and try to make kids laugh. That was my goal.
Which, if it does happen, don't be upset. Call me. And I'll teach you the proper way to laugh all the way to the bank.
Never been on a plane before.
You know, we were just talking about that movie, Punch Drunk Love, and this is a very nice thing for you. It's actually Oscar buzz.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, the Oscar thing?
The Oscar, you know, that's not very Sandlerian.
Right.
Now, you're doing so well that you actually start your own production company, Happy Madison Productions.
Yes. The whole goal of the company was to keep my friends employed. First of all, they don't, I can't go to the awards. They don't make a tuxedo out of sweatpant material. And number two, if I, by some weird freak accident, won the thing, you know, I couldn't take that trophy home because I know my friends would cut his head off and make a bong out of him.
Shit, this asshole's on my tail.
Always be good at math. Always be good at name and star.
I was with Ben. He got a Walk of Fame star, and I went and visited him, and I said, we got to do a movie together, right?
Son of a bitch! Dad, stop yelling in the car. He cannot hear you, okay?
Mommy and Daddy and genius girl make
And I said, we could play brothers. He said, yeah, I was thinking that too.
You got my hands, you got my toes. But luckily, I got mommy's nose.
Isebe. Welcome to my channel.
And then we talked to Noah, and he was thinking a similar thought.
Adam connected to something very deeply in this guy.
And we lucked out. Got to do this together.
And it was deep, and that was, you know, it was very moving to me.
Just get it together! Ow.
Shut the fuck up!
In 2017, Adam made his biggest step back into dramatic acting with the Meyerowitz stories.
Was this something that you took on because it was a challenge, or did you feel it was a natural progression at this stage of your life and career?
It was just luck that this guy wrote an amazing movie and handed it to me. It's the most I ever studied before a project. I read it and knew it was a great movie, and it was we didn't start shooting for like maybe 5 months after, and I would study my lines every night. Just didn't want to let Noah down because I didn't want to let the guy down.
Aww.
It's our career, it's our life, it's movie to movie. You can't exactly say, I'm doing this next, and then that's it. You don't know what's coming next. Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Your new film, Uncut Gems, your performance is
crazy. Arno, what is happening? Don't Arno me.
So I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime.
I wanted to talk to you for a minute.
Well, the guys who wrote it, the Safdie brothers.
How amazing their stuff is, and the fact that they wanted to work with me, that was exciting.
I heard you resurface your fucking swimming pool. You know how that makes me feel? Never you think your life is more important?
Is it too late? Should we maybe...
Are you serious right now?
I don't know. I just know.
Well, I'll tell you what I know. That's the dumbest fucking bet I ever heard of.
Someone like Sandler, he can, first of all, he's unbelievable. From all, you know, we grew up on his comedy records.
They wrote it for me like 10 years ago. I disagree.
Look in my eyes, and they'll tell you what I'm feeling.
Take his clothes off.
Man, this is just something I have to do.
Fucking weak, give me my glass!
I think you are the most annoying person I have ever met.
Get him out of the car! Get the fuck out the fucking car!
I hate being with you. I hate looking at you.
No, I want the underwear.
Give me the underwear, you cocksucker.
And if I had my way, I would never.
Plank, copper, course thread.
It's okay. Thank you. I'll meet you right back inside. It's all good now.
When I get to do something like this, like Uncut Gems, it's a different excitement for me, because I'm not sure of myself.
I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do. Everything I do is not going right.
And the Spirit Award for Best Male Lead goes to...
This is my fucking way. This is how I win.
Adam Sandler.
Thanks. I love you guys. Thank you.
I'd like to also give a shout out to my fellow nominees, who will now and forever be known as the guys who lost to fucking Adam Sandler.
If I don't try to accomplish something, I feel like I might be screwing up a little. I think that's what drives me, is that I'm kind of obsessed with it. Shit comes your way, you connect with it, and you go, I ain't fucking this one up.
It seems like you're drawn to these characters who are unlucky, you could say losers.
I enjoy playing these guys who are struggling. I'm a nice man. I mind my own business. Admire somebody who doesn't give up. So you tell me that's that before I beat the hell from you.
He doesn't play underdogs. He plays champions that are overlooked.
Ooh!
We are delighted to honor one of Hollywood's most loved comedic actors today.
Hello, my name is Adam Sandler.
As he is honored with the 2,431st star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
And I am the 2023 Mark Twain Humor Prize Award recipient.
Today we honor Adam Sandler.
Can I get a hell yeah?
This man standing here is not just a wonderful son, an incredible husband, a loving father, a
Ty
producer, a writer, an
kurec.
actor, and a loyal friend.
I'm soft. I'm a soft man.
You are, and you're a big kid. I think that's why everyone likes you.
Yeah.
He is also dedicated to the people that helped him get here, his fans.
I've walked down the street with movie stars, and I've never seen anything like it when Adam walks down the street. He's there. He's present. He's not somewhere else.
My friends who are here today, I want to thank them so much.
I love you, Adam.
Love you, buddy.
You see him and you love him. You want to be his friend. That's the truth.
Nobody makes me laugh like you, and nobody has taken better care of me in this business than you.
So they always back me up 100% and make sure I accomplish whatever I set out to do. It's been a nice, just a great ride.
I come from a great family.
I had an amazing mom. I had an amazing dad who's watching down, I'm sure. He'd be very excited about this. All they ever did was make me feel like I'm good at things.
They just always made me feel like I was the star of the family.
So many people come out here with the same dreams I had, and somehow I'm getting to do them, and I really appreciate it. And then along came two of the true best things. Baby showing up, Sadie and Sonny. I love you. You want to say something? Every hang we have, I'm only wishing time will stand still, because being with
Peggy 18.
And Mommy, that's the best life can get.
I love my daddy. I love my daddy.
I love you too. You guys are my buddies. I love you more than anything in the world.
Free Kai Bob Ed. Welcome to my channel.
Wait a minute. That's a lot of iron. That's a lot of iron.
Welcome. Why Diablo 2 players hate Diablo 4? Well, apparently this person speaks for all Diablo 2 players. Here we go. Let's see what he has to say.
Diablo 4 is now a spin-off version of Diablo 3, Path of Exile, and World of Warcraft. The RNG random number generator game mechanics that made Diablo 2 the greatest game of all time through randomized loot, dungeons, monster spawns, and even skill damage ability, gave you a new experience every time you logged on to the game and has given the player base infinite replay value for years. Diablo 4 has now evolved into a repetitive gameplay style that gives you the same experience over and over. That is less rewarding and is for the casual player base and MMO.
I mean, I would assume that with Diablo 2, most people probably fall off on the game really fast too. Like, they probably do the campaign, they probably farm whatever the highest difficulty is for a while, and then they stop playing. Same as
Welcome
Diablo
to my
3.
channel.
That's the way these games are designed. Not back in the day? Well, I mean, back in the day, you can't really compare what it was like back in the day. Because back in the day, you didn't have 50,000 other fucking games.
This, yeah.
Evo došao sad već. Je nešto dozovara da mi snimaju. Ovo nešto.
Cool. Cool story, bro. Igram V-Rising. Dosta... Pa znam, interesantna igra. Mada, ja sam više AFK nego što stvarno igram s njima. Zato što... Šta je ovo? Fishing. Jebi ga, oni su iz US Easta, uglavnom iz Centralne Amerike i oni igraju kad sam ja offline.
Ne.
Ali igramo, znaš, co-op. Evo recimo ja sad igram, nema nikog na serveru. Ovo je brut, odi sine brut.
Brut. I am Groot. Bio jebač.
Nice.
Vedo? Ajde pođi za Andrej, kod tu da peruješ, nema ali. Ajde, čestno pođi sve.
Da odem po hleb. Dobro.
Ajde.
Evo sad ću otići.
Ti doručkao sam, ne?
Jesam dvije one, kako se zovu... šta god, one zemičke.
Pisce, a?
Jest. Sad ću da neći.
Jedan sam. Majka će donijeti.
Znam.
Nemam se doručka. Ajde, čuj.
Evo odmah kreći. Nebitno. Very good. Oh my darling, oh my darling. Sorry. Moram po namirnici, da kažemo tako.
Lagano.
Oh my darling Clementine, na 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 na. Na na na. Na 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 na. Relax, take it easy. Parirararararara. Sister, brother, grandmother. Wait a minute.
Draculazrb. Welcome to my channel.
Stomo gromo. Ide da mi gromo, ajde sedi gromo. Onda sada jedna krati. Moram brzo da te zaboravim.
Otišao je biciklom, gdje? A imaš i... A? Ido! Otišao je biciklom, gdje?
Kreteno. Majke zvao.
Another viewer. Welcome to my channel.
Ne znam ko je jučer pržio starog, ali ja...
Zašto? Za ono...
Da.
Samo drugačije mišljenje i to je to.
Ma... Neće se svazim oko Hunt Shodana, razumeš? Igre koju sam igrao 5000 sati, isto ko Killing Floor 2. Vidim da developeri ne menjaju ništa suštinski bitno. Se ne menja. Sve je jebeno isto. Sve ja svađam se sa Borisom oko jebene zbagovane igre. Buzdovan. To je mi 9 dasaka. I treba mi 9 dasaka. Svinja jedna, sram te vila.
Jebat ću ti majku, svinju.
I onda incident sa gaćama.
Da, zamisli. A ja sam svinja.
A ti si gajio velike nade u njega. Došao si ga visoko. Kažem, čudi me da nema uobičajenih, osumnjičenih. Usual suspects. Milan, Nenad, Boris.
Jebam. Jebem li ga? Milana sam zvao, nije se javljao.
Stone, Copper. Brate, ovo je spora. dobar range.
Games. You had one game. So of course you were only going to play Diablo 2 because you only had Diablo 2. The only other game you might have is Diablo 1. So yeah, of course it was totally different back then, but like I'm talking about nowadays. Like I'm sure you can look at Twitch tracker, Diablo 2. Categories, Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yeah, I mean, you have the same thing happen, right? Where it's like the first day of a season, a lot of people watch, and then people fall off. Now, I would argue that interest in watching a game is roughly correlated in interest playing a game. I mean, this is not a hot take, right? Seasons are done to refresh that interest. And this is also not a bad thing. That's the way seasonal games are made. Everybody plays at the beginning, it's the same as Path of Exile, it's the same as every other seasonal game. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Now, I've been considered one of the most controversial Diablo 2 content creators for my critical opinions, and somewhat of an outcast because of that.
Okay.
98% of Diablo-specific content creators are partnered with Blizzard. This is probably why you have never seen me use the hashtag DiabloPartner. I've always expressed myself to the fullest and never tried to gain the approval of everybody, which is an impossible task when fully being yourself. The game is my love and passion, though. I will be as old as Decker King going on a rant about game.
I kind of don't like this language, and the reason why I don't like it is like what he's implying is that everybody else on this list is like fake and saying things that aren't true and that are illegitimate. And I think that's kind of unfair. Like, it's very weird because, like, how do you know that they don't think this? How do you know that, you know, they're just not, like, because there are people that like the game, right? Like, you can expect that there are people that like Diablo 4 in the same way that, like, I am not a big fan of FIFA. But I think it would be stupid for me to say that everybody who likes FIFA is getting paid or is artificially pretending to like FIFA. No. It's just that other people like the game, and I don't like the game. That doesn't mean that they're paid or this is some kind of conspiracy. People just have different interests. I feel like we've watched many videos of Riker and Mr. Llama being critical of the game. This is not unreasonable. Anyone on that the biggest Diablo 4 meme is because of the guy that runs it. What are you talking about? It's the rack 17 damage meme. This is not even true.
The game is my love and passion, though. I will be as old as Decker King going on a rant about game mechanics and just my overall love for the game. All of my opinions come from a place of love, and I want Diablo to be in the spotlight like it should have been for the past 20 years. So let's talk about how the Diablo 4 game mechanics work. I will explain to you how Diablo 4 has now evolved into a repetitive experience from a Diablo 2 player perspective.
Okay.
Explaining the core game mechanics that are important to understand for the long-term success of Diablo 4 or any Diablo game. Diablo's unique gameplay style and replay value is possible through the term RNG, the random number generator.
Well, they have that in Diablo 4.
A bestia nemci, šta se radi?
I would have all the legendaries. I don't.
This was the main core revolutionary game mechanic of Diablo 2.
There's nothing revolutionary about RNG. The people that invented RNG in fantasy gaming is Dungeons and Dragons. They were the ones that introduced dice rolls, because before that, different types of like fantasy-based games were not.
Zubarac ima zakazano u nosi. A? Idi povori gol na napolje i došli. Da. Evo ja bio napuhat gume od bicikla i bum se vozil.
Šta si bio?
Napuhat gume od bicikla i bum se vozil za jedno sat vremena. Idem topit stalo.
Opa. To ti je pamet.
Ako me ne udari srčko negdje na putu, što bi rekao naš drug. Streamer najveći među streamerima. Sa najbržim internetom u Vojvodini.
To bi bio Milan, to postavljam.
I najboljom matičnom pločom svih vremena i najboljim delidovanim procesorom koji je ikada napravljen. I najboljom verzijom 3040 Ti koje je jednostavno nije ni objavljeno da postoji.
Da sereš se za jednu skill.
Jebi ga kad je sve najbolje kod njega. Potpuno veliko. Razumemo da ga potpuno razumemo. Da se razumemo, potpuno ga razumemo. Kiri! Desi sa Kiri. Kiri i Kiri.
Što ne gori?
Gori vatra.
Gori ljubav puno.
Malo palio deadmatch.
Ali mnogo deadmatch.
Šta je stalo, ne? Čuješ se koji čmar? Ajde, zovi Milana pa da igram.
Zovem Milmana. Nema Milman da ti kaže. Daj negdje sad neka neku konobaricu u kafiću. Ne to sorta. Čudna je to sorta. A orta. Ovo je Milky igra.
Ajde.
Milky why?
Hladnije nego na...
I can't keep fighting.
Radi na pauzi, ne da.
Od te bele luk.
Joj. Krstani.
For the ever-living!
Ja. Važi. Koliki range ovo ima?
Kažem da će li...
Ma kažem na pauzi je, ne, sam da idem u pauzi.
Dobro, nema jes. To će ići.
Dajde pola. Da ti lopo. Da ti lopo. Jeli. Da ti lopina.
Wow. Lag me razvoj. Handshot stil. Ne, nego sam pokušao da na space se ono pomerim 2 metra levo. Kad sam pritisnuo space, moj karakter se pomerio, ali zbog latencije ovaj me zveknuo i samo sam se teleportao nazad.
Dva zadnja meča, ja Milki i Franja. Ja 140, Franja ping 300, kad je s Nemačkim. Nema šanse da igra.
Ima ako hoćeš Lagfest.
Učiberovi likovi 7 kec ostave podelili, ne znam šta nas je snašlo tim pingom. Krenuli Pauka da ubijamo, ne znam gde je Pauk, čas je tu, čas je vamo. I ono... Sam smo izašli iz igre po svi te rekao, edi teo, evo. Ne znam da li to može da napravi neko ko uđe na server.
Može. Može, zato što on pravi delay svima. Može. Na primjer, ukoliko ti imaš, koliko je dozvoljeno maksimalno, 150 ili 200 latencije. Ako uđeš tako na server i tu si na ivici i kreneš da vučeš AI za sobom kroz compounde, recimo da dižeš AI, a da ga ne ubijaš, onda AI pokušava da se sinhronizuje sa tobom kao klijentom i pošto ti ne ubijaš ništa od toga, konstantno praviš lag. Na taj način može.
Jasno, ja. Prilazimo godar doktoru, tako prilazimo godar doktoru, tako nam ping raste na 8. Kako se udaljavamo, tako se vraćamo normalno.
Streamer, welcome to my channel.
Da. To pravi problem. Ćevap. Što da ne?
Dobro poznaješ oba.
Slabo. Crnogorsko primorje. Slabo. A šta znam?
Uća Radović, Reževići.
Einfeishului. Welcome to my channel.
Gluposti. Bože. Ako si spomenuo Radovića slučajno, učinilo mi se da mi je to zapelo za ovo.
Kaže kuća Radović.
Iz Nikšića možda, ali iz Primorja ne znam ih.
Možda razdvojam laboratoriju da pitke naše teme.
Wow.
Aerovera. Welcome to my channel. Tormento Crow. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje si Tormento, što ima? Kako život kod vas? Si video trailer za novog bossa? A dobro, nije trailer. Tease. Dobro. Ovo nije loš.
Samo htio se malo to poneti.
Pušteno.
Fun to play because they were completely on rails. And my mom, like, she actually played games that were fantasy games before Dungeons and Dragons. I did not even know this, but I found the ancient texts. And this is back whenever she was still around. So I asked her, I was like, what the fuck is this? And she had spreadsheets and lists and everything for, like, these games that were made for a computer that can fucking, you know, this is like one of the computers that have like a screen this small. So the Jedi text, I found them. And she's like, yeah, this is like this old game I used to play on the computer, and like it was an Osborne PC. Let me show you the PC that she played this game on, okay? This is the PC right here. I'd have to find the specific one, but I could literally take, I don't want to get in my fucking closet, there's a bunch of stuff in my closet, I'm not getting it, but I have one of these. And it is, let me just see, it's basically like one of these here. And it's got a little screen in the middle. And this is what she used to play games on. And Dungeons and Dragons was the thing that introduced RNG into fantasy gaming. It was not Diablo 2. Like, this like predates Diablo 2 by like 20 or 30 years.
core value has been exiled from the Diablo franchise since the release of Diablo.
Item RNG is what he's talking about? Item RNG was made by Dungeons and Dragons.
And now abandoned by Diablo 4. Now, you may
RNG has been abandoned by Diablo 4? I didn't know that. Well, I guess next time I kill a boss, I'm just going to get the legendary I want.
Well,
thank God.
What is it about Diablo 2 that made that game the greatest game of all time?
Okay.
Why did I spend 20 years playing this game and not others? With my studies of quantum physics and my spiritual journey, I realized 95% of the quantum physics of my spiritual journey, I realized 95% of our brain's thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, perceptions, and more
We're only 2 minutes into this video and we're already getting into the fucking metaphysical shit? Oh my god. We're 2 minutes in and he's already revealing his power level? Oh no! Let him cook? Alright.
Like an automatic, unconscious computer program. The perceptions of the real world and the gaming world are a set of unconscious programs. This theory, along with the misunderstanding of Diablo's core game mechanics, were the real reason why you had these beliefs about Diablo 2 being the greatest game of all time, which I will explain in further detail later on. Chris Wilson, the creator of Path of Exile, studied these theories as well about Diablo 2.
Light, guide my arrows! Illuminate! Bless this shot! Light, guide my arrows! Bless this shot! Light, guide my arrows! Bless this shot! Light! Why is it so dark?
I feel stronger. I feel stronger.
Madre.
Diablo 2 is the greatest game of all time, and he studied the game to its core. Every time you log on to Diablo 2, you have a new experience because of the RNG mechanic. Every moment is different. It is impossible to have the same experience you had before every time you log on to the game. When you enter the world, the dungeons are randomized.
I mean, I don't really think that's entirely true in a unique way with Diablo 2. Like, maybe I'm wrong because I haven't played the game a lot, but I've watched the game a pretty good amount. And my understanding with Diablo 2 is that most of the level layouts, like, it's like in Path of Exile, most of the different locations whenever you're doing the campaign are pseudo-randomized. So, for example, if you want to go to the, into like the cave in Act 2 where the bear is, okay? You're going to go into the crossroads or whatever it is on top of the Act 2 area, and it's going to be to the right. And it will be somewhere in that area. And it's not going to be exactly in the same place every time, but there's a general area that it will be in, the den, yeah. And my understanding is that that's lifted from Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 has randomized locations, but fixed location, like a fixed location apparatus, where it can be in like one of 5 different areas, and it will be down to the left. That's the way it works, right? Yes, exactly. Yeah, okay, I thought so. I mean, again, I'm only guessing here, but yes. It's a tile. No, I understand tile sets. No, bro, like, I played a lot of Diablo 3. I get it. But I put thousands of hours into Diablo 3. I put thousands of hours into Path of Exile. I did not really play Diablo 2. I wish I did. My mom didn't let me. Bro, it had Diablo on the fucking cover. I was raised Roman Catholic. I'm not getting a game that has the devil on the cover, okay? It's just not going to happen. It was like, no, but you killed the devil. It's like, aha, yeah, nice try. Nice try, Satan. Not today. So, yeah. Anyway, I feel like if you played Diablo 2, you would pretty much have the same experience, roughly the same experience every time. And it's not going to be a one-for-one experience, but it will be extremely similar to the other experiences that you had. And how, not entirely, yes, but like we're talking about like 95%. And it's not entirely in the same way that Diablo 3 was not entirely in the same way that Path of Exile maps are not entirely. Now, PoE maps are a little bit different because, like, there are fixed maps, but in general, I think this is the case. Let's get back to the quantum physics. You're right. Anyway, yeah, I disagree on the idea that Diablo 2 is uniquely unique. I think that many games have dungeon randomized tile sets. Diablo 2 is not the only game that has this.
Along with the types of monsters that spawn, the loot that drops.
I will, however, say that Diablo 2 is the reason why all of the other games have it.
The map layouts, and even your skill damage ability. Now, when you play Diablo 2, as I said, 95% of your perceptions of the world are unconscious. You unconsciously never knew exactly why Diablo 2 was the greatest game of all time. And these core game mechanics pass away by your awareness. This concept of the Diablo world has you constantly addicted to the rush of wanting new experiences. You just never realized it this whole time. The loop.
I think this video would be a lot better if he replaced you and he replaced it with I. Because what he's really talking about is his personal experience with the game. And like a lot of people didn't get that vibe from Diablo 2.
Being randomized gave you a sense of overwhelming accomplishment when you found something like such as a high rune. This extreme rarity combined with the reward of extreme power left the player feeling like they were truly rewarded for their effort. The reason why Diablo 2 players won't like Diablo 4 is because it doesn't have these core game mechanics of the RNG. In Diablo 4, the world is almost always the same with no RNG. The dungeons are the same repetitive experience over and over again. Fetch a key, run to the left, run to the right, and open a door. The monsters...
I mean, whenever I watch people doing farming runs for like Diablo 2, all it is like usually it's like a sorcerer teleporting frames and then AoEing down a group of mobs and then resetting it and doing it again. Like that's the gameplay that I see a lot. And I'm not saying that's the whole game, but that's certainly what I see. I see that a lot. And the reason, straight up, like, that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to play the game. Is that's obviously the best farming method, right? Like, there's no way anybody can beat that. So, like, that's, in my opinion, I think that's a shit meta. It is. It's a shit meta. And if they were still developing the game, it wouldn't be like that.
Spawns are somewhat randomized, however, mostly the same. So now let's talk about Soulbound.
Well, it's somewhat randomized, but mostly the same. I think that's, again, what Diablo 2 has as well. And also, like, whenever he's talking about, like, this thing, I don't think you can really compare, like, endgame Diablo 2 to Act 1 Diablo 4 dungeons. Because the end game dungeons are going to be different. They're not going to be the exact same because they're going to be like modified by affixes and different types of different things that the Nightmare dungeons will apply to them.
No trading and itemization. So 98% of the item drops are for your class and gives you no accomplishment. This term is item drop and items, no trade. However, mostly the same. So now let's talk about soulbound items, no trading, and itemization. So 98% of the item drops are for your class and gives you no sense of accomplishment. This term
98% of the item drops are for your class and gives you no sense of accomplishment. I think he's right about the first thing, he's wrong about the second one. I think that yes, and I've always been a very big advocate that I think that they should have more drops for other classes that happen whenever you get to max level. Because, like, for example, somebody might kind of want to make a wizard, but if they have, like, a really good wizard item drop, they might think, oh, yeah, you know what, maybe I'll try it out now since I got, like, the best in slot weapon for wizard to drop. Or something like that. I think that'd be fine.
Called personal loot. The same repetitive experience. This is a spin-off concept from World of Warcraft instance loot, where the loot drops are mostly the same from bosses and become soulbound. This has removed the idea of item drops being unique, special, and rewarding. This is to appeal to the casual players.
I don't think that having personal loot makes item drops and things like that not rewarding. Because it's still hard to get the items. It's not like you can't get, it's not like you're just gonna get everything you want.
Also the World of Warcraft player base because it has a massive following. And they like the concept of instance loot. They don't like RNG-based item drops. This gets them interested in the game and makes Blizzard more money from a wider audience. This concept of instance loot. They don't like RNG-based item drops.
The items are RNG though. Like, I don't. Where is this person going about how the items aren't RNG? Because they literally drop with random stats. Now they don't like. For example, like a legendary item will always drop with, like, you know, I don't know, Andariel's Visage would always drop with, what was it, like crit chance and like crit damage or attack speed or something like that. Yeah, but all the other stats were random. He doesn't know how RNG is applied. He's saying RNG in the sense for any of your class? Oh, okay, yeah.
This gets them interested in the game and makes Blizzard more money from a wider audience. Also, the loot drops were increased for the beta. However, I still think Blizzard is going to have legendaries dropping like RAW runes, just to benefit the casual player base.
Well, I think that's probably smart to have legendaries drop a lot, because legendaries allow people to build their character the way they want. Like, you don't want to have people farming for, like, fucking... Like, for example, this is a problem that Path of Exile has, is that in PoE, there are a lot of builds that take a long time to get going, and I think that you have to invest so much into it that unless you're a very serious player, you might just lose interest in the game in the process. Like, I think this is definitely a problem. So, like, you do want to have legendaries drop kind of regularly. Now, it doesn't mean you get all the legendaries all the time. No. But it means you want to give people at least something to work towards. Absolutely.
Also, for casual players who don't play the game,
yeah, it's a seasonal game.
End game level. So, soulbound items and no trading. Have you ever heard any player say, I don't like trading? I don't want...
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that they don't like it. That's why you have solo self-found. That's why PoE has solo self-found. It's a huge thing. That's why, like, classic WoW hardcore has solo self-found. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that think that. Now, personally, I am a trading enjoyer. I really like the idea of trading, and I think that if you took trading out of a game like Path of Exile, my interest for the game would diminish greatly. I love trading, and trading is what made me like Diablo 3 Vanilla more than Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls. Because I like the idea of being able to farm out items and sell those items and then work towards the real big item that I want incrementally over time. Like, I have farmed out, like, for example, like my Ward Loop character in PoE. That was like a almost 100-hour journey that I took because I could trade. And I worked towards that goal one map at a time. And that felt really good for me to do. I really enjoyed that. So I am a huge trading advocate. I am a massive trading enjoyer. I think that they should have trading. And it seems like they are.
Trading in Diablo 4. Never. Let's say you find a Zod rune, the rarest rune in the entire game of Diablo 2 that is for a build like a barbarian, and you found it on a sorceress. So now it has no use to you. If this was Diablo 4, you couldn't trade it. One of the rarest items in the game, and you now have to just salvage it. Even though
and this is something that PoE does right. Like, I think that I got, what was that fucking, I got a jewel, and it was worth like 8 or 9 divine orbs, which are like, it was like a huge, it was a big ticket item, right? Divine orbs are like fucking $100 bills or $1,000 bills, $1,000 bills. Shared stash. Well, what he means is you can't sell it.
Item drops are class based. What if it's not for your build? Will this happen in Diablo 4? Most likely. This theory isn't absolute because we haven't experienced end game. So
of course it'll happen. Of course you'll get items that aren't perfect for you.
Why does Blizzard want no trading when 98% of the Diablo community wants trading?
I mean, where did you get that number? I would argue that I think that most people do want trading because most players will advocate for the path of least resistance, and trading is the path of least resistance. Like, I think that it's the majority. Is it 98%? I don't know. I think that it's very high. Like, if you were to say, like, should we take trading out of the game and put it up to a vote, I don't think that vote would pass.
There are...
It's a cut down on RMT for sure. No, I don't want to be handicapped by Blizzard because they refuse to moderate their game. No, I don't want to be handicapped. Nope. This is a $70 fucking box price game. If you can't moderate your game, I don't want to be punished for that. That's your fault.
Many theories to this. One is Blizzard thinks this will fix real money trading.
It won't.
However, there will always be real money.
Because you can always trade other things. You can trade tons of other things that are not... Like, you can trade gold, for example. You just can't trade high-end, unique items.
Trading when trading is available in any kind of form. There's no fix to RMT unless the game is completely solo self-found. Blizzard wants
you're right.
you to actually find the items yourself.
He's right about this, and I think that so for example, the way that the game is structured right now, my understanding is that a lot of rare items will end up being best in slot, and rare items are tradable. Because rare items can have up to 5 affixes, and legendary items can only have 4. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it's going to be at the highest level. Am I right about that or not? Isn't it the opposite? No, no, it's not. See, the reason why you think it's the opposite is because you played the lower tier of the game. Because at the higher tier of the game, Blizzard explained that the rares at that level are going to have 5 affixes. At like World Tier 4, they'll have 5 affixes, and that's one of the bonuses of playing in World Tier 4. He's not right. They changed it. Really? Rares have 5 affixes, so you can turn them into legendaries later. Yeah, they did. So you can get a God Roll rare. Yeah. You want to get a rare item with like I mean, if this is Diablo 3, right? Like crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, main stat, main and like health, right? Like that's it. They didn't change it. I don't know, but like as it stands right now, my understanding is that a lot of the best in slot items, or the items that have the potential to be the best in slot items, will be tradable.
Complete your character. In other words, they just want you to be solo self-found. This restricts the player from having the freedom to make their own choices.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they should just have a solo self-found mode. If you don't want to play with that, you should just have solo self-found mode, and that's it. Are you not ashamed of your actions to promote third-party site and RMT? Absolutely not. I think the only person who should be ashamed is Blizzard, because Blizzard is the one that's responsible for maintaining the integrity of their game. I should not advocate to have the game be a worse experience because Blizzard refuses to spend money on customer service. No, I'm not going to take responsibility for them being a multi-billion-dollar company unable to pay a few customer service representatives to make obvious decisions on bans. That's outrageous. Path of Exile does it, and the game is free.
They should just have a self-found league like Path of Exile. They're literally forcing the player base to be solo self-found. Another theory is they are trying to appeal to a wider audience of players.
Yeah, again, this is predicated on something that's like it's not functionally true, unless my information is outdated. Oh, another fact is that some legendaries are tradable, other legendaries are not tradable. Because you guys remember whenever I played with Silverveil, and I was able to trade her some of my legendaries, and she was able to trade me some of hers, but not other ones. So not only are some legendaries tradable, but the highest potential items, that are the rare items that have 5 affixes, are going to be tradable because rare items are by default tradable. They confirmed that was a bug? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you. I was not aware of that. Okay, well, you can still trade the rare items.
Which is probably World of Warcraft, where soulbound items are the pathway to endgame gear completion.
Yeah.
The next theory is...
Which, by the way, I am an advocate of all gear in World of Warcraft should be account bound. Completely. With no restrictions at all.
Personally think this is the best for the game and its future, regardless of community feedback. And the last theory is they think Diablo 3 was a success based on sales of 30 million copies without trading. However, when
Diablo 3 was a success in every metric. It was a massive success. The only people who think that it wasn't a success are people that had probably 500 plus hours into the game, which is like the top 10 or 1% of the player base. Like, a lot of people played Diablo 3. Do PoE has RMT? It's really hard to stop because people do it in different countries. No trade is the best answer. I don't care. I don't feel like my experience in Path of Exile is being diminished by traders, RMT. I would rather have some level of RMT and be able to trade than have no RMT and no trading. That's what I want. I would rather have some RMT and trading instead. Like, because that is the choice. You're right, that we will have some RMT no matter what. But as a Path of Exile player, I played the game many fucking leagues. I played this league as well. And as a PoE player for 10 years, over 10 years, I do not feel like my experience in the game has ever been diminished by other people RMTing. So I don't have a problem. We have the money to interact with that system and we don't, so hey, fuck us. Wait, I have the money to interact with, wait, what money do I have? I have the money to interact with RMT? I've never RMT'd in, if I ever RMT'd in any game. I will be honest, guys. I was down bad in one PoE league, and I looked up how much Exalted Orbs were. I did. I looked it up, and then I decided it wasn't worth it, and I didn't buy them. But yeah, I looked it up. I was so upset, man.
Diablo 3 was released, everyone hated the game, and it died. The game had 200 Twitch viewers for years. The game was completely lifeless, while Diablo 2 had 40,000 players online in 2016. And for some reason, Blizzard still seems to...
Did it have 40,000 players online all the time, or was this a peak? Because I don't think that they have... I don't think they have 40,000 people online right now. There's no way. That was whenever it came out in 2016. I'm pretty sure it didn't come out in 2016.
Think that the game was a success. Diablo in the franchise is like the Beatles. It doesn't matter if the album or if the music or if the game is even good at all. It's going to sell millions of copies just because of the hype around the name.
He's right about this.
So let's talk about the constant restrictions of gameplay. Diablo 4 is advertised as an open world game. The world makes you feel restricted on the places you can go because there are barriers everywhere. The dungeons are usually one pathway and it literally makes you feel trapped in the world. Diablo 2 is 10 times more open world than this, and I'm not sure why Blizzard has designed the world this way.
It's hard to say how open world Diablo 4 is really going to be because we haven't seen anything more than Act 1. Like, I don't know. I mean, I think that being open world really just means that you can see other players. I think that that's what they kind of mean. It's an open zone. Yeah, I don't know.
When it was supposed to be open world. There are many aspects of the game that restrict you from where you really want to go and things you want to do. You can't go wherever you want because of the barriers in the open world, and you can't trade all of the items.
Well, I mean, you couldn't in the beta because you could only go to Act 1, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that's the... I mean, yeah, it's the beta, like, they didn't have everything unlocked. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? I mean...
Either. And aspects can only be applied to certain items. You constantly have to salvage, enchant items, extract legendaries, etc. There's always something restricting you from progressing, when instead you should just be out in the world killing stuff, not crafting constantly in the main city like World of Warcraft.
I don't... Bro, like, what?
To salvage, enchant items, extract legendaries, etc. There's always something restricting you from progressing, when instead you should just be out in the world killing stuff, not crafting constantly in the main city like World of Warcraft.
That's not even true. So, like, okay, let's talk about this. Number one, most people aren't crafting all day in the main city in World of Warcraft. However, now in Dragonflight, there's more of an economy for it, so maybe you have more people that do it now. In general, that's not the case. Also with Diablo 2, there isn't a lot of crafting. Like, let's think about what crafting things you can do. You can replace one stat on a piece of gear. You can apply gem sockets to pieces of gear. You can enchant and also extract legendary affixes. And you can upgrade gear at the blacksmith. And you can apply gems into the gear. I mean, I feel like that's not a lot in Diablo 4.
These features should be choices, not requirements. And this is where Diablo 2 got something almost perfect.
Okay.
Because there was crafting and there were ways to enchant your items. and do other different types of crafting and enchanting abilities. It's just you didn't absolutely have to do it to be able to progress your character in the game. When you're completing the Diablo 4 story and questing, you can skip the cutscenes. However, you still spend hours of time hitting your escape key to skip the cutscenes. Every side quest has the same boring scene. Also, every quest is a lot of walking and a lot of talking to NPCs. I don't know how many times I had to walk all the way across the map for so many quests.
It is kind of annoying to have to walk all the way over to like where that lady is at the top area next to like where Anarius is. It is annoying, but like that's because we don't have the mount in Act 1, and like usually you'll have the mount in Act 2. It's not that big of a deal.
I could just be out there killing stuff. It feels like they are trying to make the game an open world type atmosphere similar to World of Warcraft with
It's more like Lost Ark, really. I think that Lost Ark is probably the foundation that they're making a lot of decisions based off of.
An RPG spin-off that has a ton of restrictions. Runewords are not completed for the release of the game. They were a feature Blizzard announced to try to get Diablo 2 players into Diablo 4. This is basically the same thing as socketing an item with a jewel or a perfect gem. They are not runewords. You just get different effects based on the rune. The feature isn't completed, and I'm sure Blizzard will use this in an upcoming patch to gain hype. I don't think they understand the complex game mechanics for runewords because this requires a lot of testing and knowledge to be balanced properly. And most of the devs at Blizzard that work on Diablo games, I don't think they know anything about Diablo 2. And
I don't know about that, man. It's like whenever I look at the guys that are making Diablo 4, especially that Rod guy and that Joseph guy, they have the same energy as like the oldest guy in the comic book shop that knows more about Spider-Man than you do. I think they know how the rune words work. I'm pretty sure they do.
never see them ever playing the game. It just seems like they have a job and working at Blizzard is really cool, so they just like to be at Blizzard for the clout and the hype. I never seen one ever playing the game. It just know anything about Diablo 2. And I also never see them ever playing the game. It just seems like they have a job and working at Blizzard.
I mean, I could say like Adam Fletcher, who's the, I mean, he's community manager, right? So it's like kind of hard to one-to-one this. But like, he posts about Diablo 2 kind of regularly. So I don't know about like, I can't say like, oh, this guy posted about it on this day. That's just the first one I can think of. I've seen Rod in game on all 3 betas.
It is really cool, so they just like to be at Blizzard for the clout and the hype. I never seen one Blizzard employee actually play the game, so I assume they don't have much knowledge or passion Diablo game mechanics that come from the other games, such as Diablo 2.
I could see why this guy didn't get invited to the events.
This is probably why they copy and paste Diablo 3, because they don't actually understand Diablo at all. This is why the skill tree is like Path of Exile, and the rest of the game is just like World of Warcraft with a spin-off. It doesn't seem like PvP...
The skill tree is not really like PoE. The skill tree is like the World of Warcraft skill tree, and the Paragon board is kind of like Path of Exile.
Is going to be completed for the release. This is impossible to balance with the current version of the game, because my Chain Lightning does more damage than my actual health. If Blizzard wanted, they could balance PvP.
Wait, what?
This is impossible to... It doesn't seem like PvP is going to be completed for the release. This is impossible to balance with the current version.
Well, I mean, I don't think that it's supposed to be. I mean, Diablo is a PvE game. Nobody cares. Like, bro, if you care about PvP in Diablo, like, what the fuck? Just go play Valorant.
Of the game, because my Chain Lightning does more damage than my actual health. If Blizzard wanted, they could balance PvP and get the game on an esports level of popularity.
Yeah, that's what I thought about Overwatch too. And also Overwatch as well. And also World of Warcraft. And StarCraft. And did they make another game? Because if they did, probably about that game too. Heroes of the Storm, yeah.
I just don't think they care enough for the game as much as they do World of Warcraft. I fear we won't see many...
As a World of Warcraft player, I feel like the WoW team has actually delivered a lot of really good content. And I think that this is not only true with retail WoW, I think it's also true with classic WoW. I think that basically every single decision that Blizzard has made regarding classic Wrath of the Lich King has been a good decision. And it's been impressive to me that they've made so many very good decisions with classic WoW. Now, I'm sure there's probably a couple of L's in there, but overall, as a WoW player, I do feel like the devs have a... Like, there are things wrong with WoW. Don't get me wrong. But I think that the game is not awful right now. Like, that's it.
Major content patches, because after 2 years, they will make the majority of the money that there is to make from Diablo 4. I don't see Blizzard making enough money off cosmetics and battle passes for them to actually care for the game as much as they...
I think that they will. I think they absolutely will. And the reason why is because Diablo 4, it's like what he said earlier in the video, is that Diablo 4 hits a mainstream audience. There are a lot of people that hear about Diablo 4 from a commercial on TV. And one thing that people are not taking into account is how many people are console Diablo 3 players that never watch streams or anything like that. And that's why console players are like this silent majority that you never think about. But Diablo 3 has like tons of people that play it on console, obviously. So that's why they release it on every fucking console. And guess what? All of those people are going to play the game and get the battle passes. Because that's what the battle passes are really for. They're not for the super hardcore, you know, grind every season for 900 hours
All
players.
arguing.
These are for the casual
Welcome to my
9
channel.
to 5 Dans that come back and they want to play Diablo on the weekends with their friends. You know, these are the couch co-op dad gamers. Dans? Yeah, yeah.
care for World of Warcraft. Maybe if the game was a subscription-based money off cosmetics, battle passes for them to actually care.
Yeah, I find that to be like, that's such a crazy opinion. Like, so I wonder why this person, like, if you were to ask them, like, why do you think every single game is shifting over towards this model then? If it's not a fundamentally good model, why is every game shifting towards this model? Very interesting question. Because it makes money? Well, he's saying it won't. And he's saying the reason why Blizzard won't care about it is because it won't make money.
Axe.
Discord interview him?
Welcome
Sure.
to my
If
channel.
he wants to talk about the game, that's fine with me. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
For the game, as much as they care for World of Warcraft. Maybe if the game was a subscription-based game, it's just over time they won't make enough money from the game anymore. So I don't really see them continuing to develop more features and more of the end game in the future. Also, there's...
I mean, PoE gets developed, right? I mean, I would say PoE has continuously gotten developed over time, and that hasn't really been a big deal. And that's fine. Diablo 3 didn't. Well, don't you understand that if you say that Diablo 3 didn't, that goes against your argument, because Diablo 3 didn't have the monetization structure that Diablo 4 has, that he is implying will prevent it from making money? So, like, if you say Diablo 3 didn't, you're agreeing with me.
Seems to be what I call a culture flip for a new age of Diablo players that actually like Diablo 3 and even Diablo 4 game mechanics. After the release of Diablo 3, everyone hated the game, even before it was released. Also, the game died.
I don't think people hated the game before it was released. That's actually not true. I don't know how old this guy is, but like, I'll tell you what it was like. So basically, everybody was like really, really hyped for Diablo 3. And the reason for that is because everybody, like, number one, Like, this had been an anticipated game. Like, when did Diablo 2 come out? Like, year 2000, 2002 or something like that? I don't know. It came out a long, long time ago. And Diablo 3 was, like, the main next installment, right? It was, like, a huge fucking big deal. And they announced Diablo 3 in 2008, I believe. So this had been hyped up for 4 years. So, number one, like, the game had hype riding on it, and, like, it was in development hell. They redid the game a couple of times. It was, like, a big thing. And so, then, whenever Diablo 3, the beta came out, you were able to play up to Leoric, the Skeleton King. And that experience of the beginning of the game up to Leoric was actually S tier. And everything, I would argue, in Act 1 in Diablo 3 was, like, one of the best gaming experiences of an ARPG ever. It was absolutely fucking S tier. And that was the only thing that people had a viewpoint of inside of Diablo 3. All they saw was Act 1 being really good. But the moment that you stepped foot into that desert, you had mobs off-screening you, enemies not attacking you and not being able to be seen. Zoltan Kulle was a shit fight. Belial was a shit fight. Like, everything in Act 2 was shit. It was so garbage. That stupid butterfly bitch that would run over and she'd put, like, the butterflies on you, and then she'd summon the berserkers and she'd run away, and oh my god, it was awful, right? So the point is that Diablo 3, excuse me, was extremely anticipated on release. And everybody was hoping and expecting it to be good because everything they saw in the closed beta was massively fucking popular. Do you know what? Dylan, show us your dick, Dylan. Let me play on his Battle.net account because he had the beta and I didn't. This was literally fucking like 12 years ago or something like that. Yeah, no, it's a friend of mine. It's a long story why he's called that. It's a very, very long story. And anyway, so he had me play on it, and I played all the way through it, and I had so much fucking fun. And anyway, what I'm saying is that Diablo 3 was massively and eagerly anticipated by the entire internet. And I remember that fateful day, and it was like May in 2012 whenever it came out. And I played with a couple of friends of mine, and I remember I got like a massive drink from 7-Eleven. And I played all night long, and error 37, which was the error code that you got whenever you couldn't log into the server, was the top trending thing on all of Twitter worldwide. Because the servers were so bad. But to say that the game was disliked before it came out is just factually untrue. Like, I was there. Maybe there were some people that disliked it, sure. But to say that it was disliked is absolutely untrue.
Don't you dare lay a finger
Diablo
on
2,
my
as I
people.
said, had 40,000 players online. I will say I love Diablo. Everyone hated the game, even before it was released. Also, the game died while Diablo 2, as I said, had 40,000 players online. I will say I love Diablo 4, and so far it is a wonderful game.
Well, that's a... what? Okay. Great.
However, everything that made the franchise unique compared to other games has been dismissed for years. And this is why there's an outrage from Diablo 2 players. All we wanted was a new game that was similar to Diablo 2 and its core game mechanics, such as rune words and endgame. It's surprising.
I didn't want that. I'll tell you that. I watched Diablo 2. I thought it looked like shit. I thought the end game sucked. Yeah, I didn't want that. Oh, no way. I didn't want Diablo 3 either. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted.
To me that this new age of Diablo players tell us to go play Diablo 2 if we like it so much, and tell us we're on some kind of nostalgia trip, when everyone hated Diablo 3 to begin with. So I guess it's just a new age for Diablo.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the way that every game is, right? I mean, each game is going to grow and get more popular, and the way it's going to be designed is going to change. I mean, that's just how it is. I think that, like, I think the problem that I have with this video is that a lot of what he did was I mean, I think you can have a read on the community, but I think that the only, like, real evidence that he used is, like, really not super good. Like, for example, having 40,000 active players on. Like, that's probably during a seasonal update or some kind of, like, a big event. You know, this isn't, like, Tuesday, right? And usually games are going to have a big boost whenever a new season comes out or anything like that. And that's the way it goes. He's speaking for everyone. Yeah, I think that also a lot of times whenever he says that Diablo 2 players or, you know, what everybody thinks or something like that, I don't think that he was really speaking for anybody else except for himself. Now, obviously, I'm sure there are people that agree with him, but to say that this is some sort of generalized opinion is, I don't really think, very true. I think also it's kind of cheesy to, like, call out a lot of these, like, other content creators and say, like, well, you know, these people, like, insinuate basically that they are disingenuous or malicious in misrepresenting how they feel about the game in order to get access to Blizzard. I think that's kind of unfair, calling them shills, basically. Especially, as I said, I mean, and this is the problem with people like this that speak in generalities, is that anytime that they're actually, like, required to put a fact down, they're trying to put, like, information down. They're really paid to shill. They're literally paid to shill, though. Well, what I'm saying is that, what are they saying? So here, let me give you logic here, okay? So they're paid by Blizzard to shill. Who's to say that this guy isn't also being paid by YouTube metrics and YouTube videos to just make a controversial video for the sake of it? That he doesn't really believe. How is he not just a shill for YouTube views? So you see how the video has no views. It has 18,000 views. I think that's a lot. If you look at, and also it could have popped off more. Let's look. It's about average, maybe above average with a lot of his videos. We'll just have to wait and see, you know, how many more people watch it, especially 10 days ago. I think it'll probably go up a lot whenever the game comes out. So yeah. So according to that view, nothing is genuine. Yeah, so according to the view, nothing is genuine. Exactly. And so it's like, it's easy to say that everybody else is like a shill and something like that. But I think that whenever you're making, like, baseless accusations, like nobody on the Diablo team plays Diablo 2 or knows anything about Diablo 2 and, like, they're just working at Blizzard for the clout, like, I think that's ridiculous. Shows where people say go to the site and win money. Well, the thing is that if you want to say that somebody is being a shill and what they're saying isn't accurate, you should be able to disprove it. So, like, if somebody is saying something that is not true, if you're not a shill, you should be able to come out and be like, this is not true because of this. But that didn't happen because it's a baseless accusation. Assumes that developers are actual decision makers. Fuck off with that. Well, it also, like, assumes that he knows what they're doing. I'm not so full of it. All he does is Sugma Boss. Is that it? I don't know. I mean, as I said, I think that I think that what he's done a lot of times in this video is he's basically taken his own opinion and then just, instead of saying I, said us or everybody in the community. Dude, I'm a Diablo 2 player and I agree with most of what he says. Cook my shit and roast me, but I'll talk about it. Let's see what you have to say. Yeah, sure. Let's read some messages here. He's speaking for Diablo 2 players. He's fully correct. Well, how do you know that? I mean, like, I don't think that, like, I mean, for example, like, I don't speak for the World of Warcraft community. I don't speak for anybody. I speak for myself, and there are people who agree with me. Right? You can't say that a person speaks for the community because they weren't elected by the community. This is just a person who is appointing themselves a speaker of the community. I'm a Diablo 2 player and he doesn't speak for me? Yeah, and so it's like, what is this? Like, clearly never played Diablo 2. Diablo 2 PvP is the sole reason people play it too. Diablo 2 PvP is the sole reason why people play it. Well, then logically it would make sense that most of the people that are streaming it would be streaming PvP, right? Well, let's take a look at that. Do we see any PvP streams here? It sure seems like a lot of people are just farming items. Control F PvP. Okay, that's a good idea. Find on page PvP. Okay, one of two matches here. Yeah, one person has 5 viewers and the other one has 3. So that's a factually untrue statement, at least if you go off of Twitch metrics, which I do think are a rough estimate, although it's not accurate completely. The guy said Diablo 2 Legend knows the game more fully than anyone. I don't think anybody's debating whether he knows Diablo 2. I'm a Zismith Stan. This guy knows his Diablo 2 shit. Maybe he's wrong about Diablo 4, but he knows Diablo 2 better than anyone. Okay. Diablo 3 is fully trash. He's trying to prevent it. Diablo 2 is legendary.
Fully repaired.
But, like,
Okay.
why was Diablo 3 trash? Like, I think that's really the question that people don't understand. Like, why was it trash? Yeah, I think that it was, like, Diablo 3 is one of the only games that I have never really even thought about playing again since I quit it. Because, trust me, because it is. Yeah, true. People are stupid as fuck. Zitmus is older than you. He was there, too. Okay. Diablo 2 is far superior. It's not even funny. I mean, yeah, maybe Diablo 2 is better than Diablo 3. I mean, I don't know. PvP is referred to as PK in Diablo. Okay, I'll search PK instead. Phrase not found. Okay. Next. Diablo 3 was trash due to scaling stats and goofy itemization. Yeah, I don't really think that Diablo 3 was trash because of that. I think Diablo 3 was trash because it played like trash. That's what my opinion is. I think that it played incredibly badly. The game was horribly balanced. They had this weird real money trading where people could buy gold with real money. The bosses were bad. And not only were they bad, but they were bugged. Like, the story, I think the story wasn't even, I think the story was fine. I think the crazy scaling was only after the expansion. Yeah, well, that is actually true. And then they added, like, I remember they had monster power levels, and then, like, I got Paragon 100 in Diablo 3. Like, vanilla Diablo 3. I got Paragon 100. I played that game a lot, man. Greater Rifts were repetitive, and boss abilities were awful. Well, that was Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls. Let's see here. We can agree to disagree, that's fine, but Zitmus does speak for the vast majority of Diablo 2 players. I confer that a lot of his takes were bad, but he's right about a lot of his baseline takes. So then you also love Diablo 4 and you're excited for it? Because that's what he said at the end of the video. I'm not, but that's one of the takes I disagree with. Okay. Well, there you go. Isn't Diablo 3 Season 28 great from what people are saying? Yeah, people are very positive about that, but you know, like, having one good season after, like, 10 bad ones isn't really that exciting to me. I remember at the time I was excited about being able to sell items on the auction house. Probably realized auction house would control the game, made me less excited. I'm an old-ass Diablo 2 player, and the random Exitmus does not speak for me. Diablo 4 beta was fun. Yeah, I think so, too. I just don't think that, like, you can really compare a game that came out in 2002 to, like, a new game nowadays. Like, you can on a fundamental level, but, like, I think also the numbers speak for themselves. There aren't a lot of people that are watching or consuming Diablo 2 content. And I would argue that interest in a game reflects interest in a game. And I would say that for PC games, if you have a lot of people that are not consuming content about the game, then they probably just don't give a shit about it. And it's not that there's nothing wrong about Diablo 2, it's just that it's a 20-year-old game. People aren't playing it constantly. And guess what? In 20 years, people aren't going to be playing Diablo 4 either. And that's okay. Still good about insane drop rates on runes and uniques is being able to use normal quality gear. Every Diablo 2 dick rider's opinion boils down to this. I don't want to see items that have, like, these, like, astronomically low drop rates. Like, and if you have those items, I'm fine with that, but you have to have trading. Like, actually, you know what? Let me rephrase that statement. I am completely fine with it if you have trading. I absolutely hate it if you don't have trading. If you do not have trading, then I would fucking hate it. And if you do have trading, I would fucking love it. Certain items only drop from weekly bosses. It's probably going to be stupid. Let me back on my boy Zimus, regardless. No, I mean, I'm not mad. Like, I don't, like, hate this guy or anything. I just... I think he's just, like... Especially with, like, the trading thing... Like, as far as I know, maybe something's changed, but, like, he's factually wrong on that. Just straight up factually wrong that you're going to be able to... Like, the rare items are going to be the best items because you're going to have five affixes in World Tier 4. Like, it's just not true. Now, it could be different. And they also do have trading. They just don't, they have limited trading. Chase items like Headhunter and Mageblood are cool, though. I hope we have trade, though. Without that in the RPG, it's a lot less fun for me. Do you know why Headhunter and Mageblood are more okay in PoE? 2 reasons. Doctors and apothecaries. Because even if you can't buy the item, you can work towards it very slowly. Divination cards are PoE's, like, actual genius fucking way to deal with offsetting RNG from super low drop rate items. I just hope they don't abandon Diablo 4 like they did with Diablo 3. I don't think that they will abandon Diablo 4, but after the Overwatch stuff, I'm a little bit hesitant to start, like, going and defending Blizzard about everything. But, I mean, it seems like they're not going to abandon the game because they're financially invested in keeping people engaged in it. And, like, their entire business model is having people continuously engaged in Diablo 4. So, if they don't have people continuously playing the game, they don't make any money. It's the same reason why, like, Honkai Star Rail was able to, you know, release anime episodes for every character that they're doing. It's because the game's making a lot of money and they want to keep people engaged with it. After Overwatch shit, you should be worried about monetization of Diablo 4. Personally, like, I don't really care about skins at all, and I don't have a problem with any monetization that's an upfront cost. So here's the monetization that I don't like. Spending money on something that you don't know what you're gonna get out of it. That's what I don't like. If you have a skin on a store, and the skin is $35, and you buy the skin and you get the skin, I have nothing wrong with that. But I don't like loot boxes or gambling mechanics. If it's not a gambling mechanic, so gacha is fine. Wait, you guys think... Loot boxes are okay if you can get them for free? Yes, spending money on loot boxes is what's bad. It's a slippery slope, but there's nothing you can do about it, to be honest. It's not a slippery slope. Introducing gambling mechanics into a video game made for kids is not... It's the same thing as, like... It's like saying that having sexual characters like Widowmaker in the game is like a slippery slope for Overwatch, like Rule 34 hentai being actual cinematics in the game. Which would be great, but that's not what's going to happen. It's not, no, that's just insane. There's an obvious difference between the two things. What's your point? My point is that I'm not worried about the monetization about Diablo 4. I mean, I don't... Like, Blizzard doesn't really have... Like, Diablo Immortal is, like, kind of its own thing, right? It's, like, just some pay-to-win trash game, and everybody kind of knows that. I think even Blizzard does. But, like, Overwatch isn't pay-to-win. Overwatch has never been pay-to-win. World of Warcraft is... I mean, you could say maybe it's pay-to-win because you can buy, like, BOEs and stuff, but, like, really it's not. Diablo 3 is not pay to win. It was in the original game, and it's not in Reaper of Souls. You can buy runs, yeah, but you can do that in a lot of games. Like, to the extent that, like, yeah, I guess you could say it's pay to win, but I don't really think it's pay to win in the same way. But sure, Quinn69 got top ranks in PvE just by buying BOEs in Shadowlands early Season 1. Quinn69 also got top ranks in PvP in Season 1 of BFA. You know why? Because he's good at the game. He also got it in Legion because he's good at the game. Obviously, the BOEs helped, but it's not like you could give those BOEs to any random person and just have them succeed. Well, anyway, we're talking in circles now. I think the point is that, you know, obviously, I think that we are going to have trading to an extent. I think that we should have trading completely. I agree with him on this. I think to say that all Diablo 4 players or Diablo 2 players don't like Diablo 4 is obviously not true. I do think there are a lot of people that do agree with this, but at the same time, I think that, you know, a lot of times whenever he's speaking for the majority, I think he's really just speaking for himself. And the points of data that he uses, I think, are pretty bad, especially with, like, insinuating that, like, other content creators are all shills, and that the game doesn't have RNG mechanics, and the loot drops aren't the same. The trading stuff is definitely true. Let's see here. The rune words, yeah, this is disappointing. Hopefully they add that in later. I'm sure they will. And there was something else. Oh yeah, the player base of Diablo 2 and the size of it. So yeah.
Illuminati is a video essay channel about scams and other hot button issues. And if you know who I am, then you probably know who she is. There's some obvious similarities between our content. We both produce fully scripted documentaries, for lack of a better word, about topics people find interesting. She's called out Autism Speaks, SeaWorld, PETA, Andrew Tate, and The Right.
It's time once again to stop pyramid schemes, scams, and other forms of corruption.
A noble pursuit, no doubt, but recently, a boatload of information has come out about Illuminati that has painted her as a manipulative, vindictive individual who in many ways is comparable to the people she criticizes. Leaking private information to discredit someone, lying to her audience, paying people to sift through her ex-collaborators' content to find dirt on them, and running an alt account to try and ruin their career behind the scenes. All of this and more has led to the destruction of her reputation amongst viewers. The most ironic part is that she started it all herself, by calling out another YouTuber for supposed plagiarism. This is the turbulent story of Illuminati. The first video on Illuminati's channel, uploaded at the beginning of 2019, is titled, "What is an MLM? The History of Multi-Level Marketing." It introduces viewers to MLMs, a controversial marketing strategy where salespeople earn income not only from direct product sales, but also from sales made by others they've recruited to the business, rather than receiving a fixed salary. While that may sound like a nebulous definition, an easier way to understand the concept is by thinking about it like a pyramid. At the highest level, you have the person who either created or sells a particular product. This person then recruits others underneath them to sell the product as well, and those individuals in turn recruit others below them to sell that same product. The people at the bottom of this structure contribute a portion of their earnings to those above them, as each salesman or woman receives a share of the money earned by their recruits. If you haven't already noticed, the triangle shape is what's caused many to label multi-level marketing as a pyramid scheme, with some going as far as to call them scams. Blair set out to expose these MLMs to her audience, with this video in particular being an introduction. Her channel art even reflects this theme, with the recognizable triangle-shaped head with the large eye in the middle, based on the Eye of Providence, which you're probably familiar with from seeing it in pop culture. Or if you grew up when I did, your obvious introduction to it was Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. However, even in her first video, it's obvious that this isn't Blair's debut on YouTube. She welcomes back her viewers.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. If this is your first time here, my name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today I'm super excited to talk about the subject that made me make this video. We're talking about—
That's because the channel creation date is actually May 9th, 2013, implying that a large catalog of content was at some point removed. What kickstarted Illuminati's initial rise to popularity wasn't video essays, but a much older trend that took YouTube by storm a few years ago: Reddit videos. As of March 21st, 2019, the Illuminati channel had accumulated nearly 100,000 subscribers from browsing subreddits and reacting to them, laughing at r/entitled parents, r/choosing beggars, r/nice guys and nice girls, respectively, and criticizing anti-vaxxers was the bread and butter of her channel. Over the years, Reddit has accumulated a considerable amount of cringe-worthy content. Shocking, I know. Prompting users to subscribe to specific subreddits dedicated to showcasing it. Popular YouTubers like Soothouse, Sorrow TV, Wild Spartans, and of course Blair took advantage of this readily available material and made content out of the best of it. They found that they could pump out content with ease by selecting 20 or so cringy posts from these conveniently organized subreddits and reading them aloud in their videos with minimal editing required. Surprisingly, this approach brought them significant success, surpassing what one might expect from such simple content. And honestly, who could even blame them for capitalizing on it? At the time, there was one playlist on Illuminati's channel that gave an inkling of what was to come, titled Anti-MLM. By early 2019, the Reddit trend had already begun to die. Soothouse and Sorrow TV, who had capitalized on it the most, stopped posting altogether shortly after it reached its peak. Others who hopped on the bandwagon, like Call Me Carson, quickly hopped right off. If Blair wanted her channel to keep growing, she needed a new type of content, or she risked fading into obscurity. Luckily, a life raft would come her way in the form of video essays. SunnyB2, Patrick CC, and others began to make videos documenting interesting subjects. From the ever-classic rise and fall of an internet personality, to videos about specific controversies or websites, and even lists and icebergs. You name a mildly entertaining topic, and there's bound to be a video essay about it. It's a genre composed of well-edited, easy-to-digest content that gives the audience new food for thought, whether relatively basic or highly philosophical, on a weekly basis. Blair rightly viewed this burgeoning market as a land of opportunity. As I previously mentioned, this type of content is the only one that even remains on Blair's channel. She quickly became dead set on exposing various companies, including Lyme Cosmetics, Chanel, Herbalife, the Salvation Army, and any MLMs she came across. She also ventured into broader topics like the education system, expanding beyond her specific focus on company exposés.
The education system is as outdated as it is broken. If it doesn't work for us and hinders students from feeling encouraged, creative, and free to explore the world around them, make no mistake, it's broken.
However, it's important to note that Blair's approach to exposing these companies comes short of proper investigative journalism. Instead, she gathers information from news articles and other documentaries and presents it in a condensed format for her audience. This doesn't mean her content lacks legitimacy, but it does indicate that her videos don't necessarily go above and beyond what typical YouTubers like myself do. By 2020, Blair had ditched Reddit altogether, and who could blame her? The video essays were vastly more successful. By the middle of that year, she had earned nearly 500,000 subscribers. Her videos were averaging more than 250,000 views, and she was uploading every few days. She was easily one of, if not the most prolific video essayist on YouTube. The output was unheard of. Each of these videos were fully researched, written, and edited in full without cutting any real corners. Videos on her channel were now broken up into categories such as psychology, history, shady businesses and charities, and of course, MLM deep dives, which were still a tried and true method of getting clicks. Faceless companies that profit off of recruiting others to sell a product many consider useless are easy to hate, and for every hateable MLM, you can be sure there was an Illuminati video to cover it. Now, you may be wondering how Blair managed to produce such an incredible amount of content on such a regular basis. There's no way she's doing everything on her own, right? Well, the simple answer is no. Even if she were taking 60 milligrams of Adderall every day with 3 Starbucks orders on the side, it would still be too much work for one person. Just like mainstream creators such as Mr. Beast, many video essay channels have started paying others to assist them in producing content more frequently without sabotaging quality. Creators like Patrick CC, Magnates Media, and myself have contracted additional help to keep a steady output of videos. So yes, you guys can rest easy and stop asking if I do meth in the comment section. If you guys check the description of Blair's videos starting from 2019, you'll find a list of researchers, writers, editors, and thumbnail designers who have contributed to her work. Collaboration plays a crucial role in the success of many creative endeavors, and YouTube is no exception.
Hello and welcome to The Corporate Casket, a bi-weekly series where bad businesses go to die. We will discuss any and everything from bad charities, terrible CEOs, and businesses that have a lot to hide. I'm the Illuminati, and today we're talking about an industry that has come up quite a few times before: supplements.
But those helping her with her content, for the most part, didn't have online followings of their own. Instead, they were seeking behind-the-scenes employment. At the same time, Blair was also collaborating with other creators who wanted to grow their brand. The Sad Milk channel was launched in December of 2019, is a collaborative project between YouTubers, featuring Flinders, Illuminati, One Topic at a Time, Oz Media, Salty Reddits, The Click, and Wonderstruck Guy. It was essentially a reaction channel that posted similar content to the Reading Reddit videos that made Blair blow up in the first place.
The food truck sign said, fries $5 and cheese $2, and I only realized the cheese was meant for hamburgers after they handed me this.
You want cheese fries? Here you go, sir.
Yeah, they're not wrong.
This channel would be a successful venture, boasting over 200,000 subscribers. It also helps to boost the careers of those who contributed to it, who could now cross-pollinate their audience to share viewers. The channel posted videos throughout 2020, despite a community post outlining that a few of its members, namely Salty, OT, and The Click, would no longer be appearing in its videos. At the time, the only explanation given for this was that they had some creative differences behind the scenes, and that those leaving wanted to focus more on their own streaming careers. The post Frost assured the viewers that the channel was not done for and would still be posting videos with the remaining cast, even teasing some IRL group content. But on December 24th, 2020, its final video was posted, starring Illuminati, Oz, Damian Lee, and Wonder. After this, the channel was dead in the water, with fans wondering why they left it behind. But at the end of the day, creative differences was as good an explanation as any for the initial breakup. Blair continued posting content, refining her editing, writing, and topics until her channel was running like a well-oiled machine, as did her peers. The Clicks channel grew to more than 1 million subscribers, and Oz Media similarly grew to more than 500,000. Blair's channel, meanwhile, peaked at 1.7, a level most creators can only dream of. 250 million channel views is sure to equate to a lot of AdSense money as well, and Blair continued to be one of the most successful creators in the video essay space, venturing more so into political content such as criticizing trends from
Well.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Wow. Fuck.
Conservatives that she saw as disingenuous. Nobody knew much about these creators outside of their videos, especially Blair, seeing as her content was relatively impersonal. Her opinion was certainly relevant to the content, but it wasn't like the viewpoints she expressed were anything out of the ordinary. For the most part, it was the research and presentation that made her videos worthwhile for the audience to come back to time and time again, to the tune of millions of new channel views every month. That should have been where the story ended, but thanks to Blair, it's not. The first domino in toppling Blair's empire was actually pushed by her. On April 20th, 2023, Blair tweets out, "Not at Legal Eagle broaching my editors to take my video style," and when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied, and by the way, I have the messages from my editors, and found an email from them too. Just change the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. This is an allegation of plagiarism. She claims that someone from another YouTuber's team tried to steal her editor's style, had been caught fishing for information about how to execute said style, and when the information wasn't given, they just figured it out themselves. She followed this up with an email from the editor in question who wrote, "I work as an editor for Legal Eagle, and I was wondering if there were some After Effects plugins you guys use for things like the intro to the first NFL video, where the lighter color appears to stick out in 3D. We could recreate it, but we figured there was probably a faster method you guys were using. Here's the video I'm talking about so you know what I mean. Thanks, Danny." Blair then states that he also went to my Discord to try and get more to copy the style. Here we have the editor, Danny, asking if he's allowed to post a video essay he made inspired by Blair's channel, since he wouldn't want to break a no self-promo rule. 8 minutes later, he asks if there's some way he can talk to one of the editors because he'd like to know how they did a specific effect. Another user tells him he has to be a higher rank in the server to post links, and then directs him to the proper channel. He follows up again by asking if he could speak to the editors, but this is where the screenshot ends. Blair then shows the two videos side by side, first hers and then Legal Eagle's, as evidence of this plagiarism. She follows us up with another example of a highlight effect being used on text to add to her narrative that Legal Eagle's editors were stealing her style. Blair concludes by saying, "To be honest, I wouldn't have believed any of this was trying to replicate my videos if not for the email and Discord stuff that was done preemptive to their video coming out. Like, talk about, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just make it a little different." She finishes with this meme about copying schoolwork to illustrate her point. Now, while Blair's initial tweet did get more than 700 likes, every follow-up tweet she made on the thread was increasingly less popular, as many realized how ridiculous this allegation was as they read on. Firstly, any points about editing is hard to justify in the first place because every video editor draws from inspiration when creating content. On top of that, people's editing style on YouTube usually just comes down to basic effects and presets, which the video editors don't even make. They come stock with software like Adobe Premiere, Sony Vegas, and DaVinci Resolve. But not only is the initial premise shaky on its own, the actual examples she shows, being the ripped paper and highlighting effects, are extremely common visuals for video essayists to use on YouTube. Thousands of independent creators have employed these two techniques. The highlighter effect in question is commonly referred to by many as the Vox highlighter effect because of the video publisher Vox using it in their videos often. There's plenty of tutorials too, both old and new, that inform aspiring editors how to create the look. The same goes for this ripped paper effect, with thousands of stock photos being available for commercial purchase that showcase the same thing, and plenty of YouTubers and documentaries have used that background for its simple, appealing look on thousands of other occasions as well. Tedious details aside, the intentions of Danny, Legal Eagle's editor, just don't come off as malicious. It's as simple as that. He even states he could recreate the effects himself, but thought it was more convenient to ask for assistance. For someone like Blair, whose channel contains almost nothing purely original and is, like many channels, a melting pot of various ideas and influences from all over the place, to complain about her editing style being copied, something she isn't even particularly known for, is strange. Many creators in the replies express their confusion. Your example is highlighting text? Vox would like a word, as would my videos from 2015, and just about a million other creators. You think you invented the highlighter animation and have a claim to it? We've been using that effect before your channel even existed. Just to clarify, one of Legal Eagle's editors asked one of your editors what plugin they used for a personal video they were working on for their own channel. I take plagiarism really seriously, so I'm interested in an explanation of what exactly is wrong here. Furthermore, some began questioning if this wild and baseless accusation was just a one-off incident or part of a larger pattern of behavior from Blair. Legal Eagle himself responded the same day in confusion, reiterating the points many had already made before he managed to address the controversy, stating, "YouTube is great because it's collaborative and the rising tide raises all ships. My team and I always try to provide original, high-quality, informative content. We try to help others when they ask for it. There aren't really any trade secrets around here." Blair quietly deleted the post and didn't make another public statement for the time being, seemingly backing off on her prior stance. However, the floodgates had been opened. H-Bomber Guy responded with his own accusations, saying that Blair had plagiarized the documentary on her own channel and in a much more egregious way.
Professor Hugh Fudenberg.
Professor Fudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Fudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Now, not only was the initial allegation discredited, but her credibility as a narrator was done for. She looked to be guilty of the same thing she had accused others of, and to a much greater degree. Plagiarism is one of the most serious accusations you can levy against a creator since it devalues their work entirely. And with this new accusation towards Blair, it was about her writing, not just some video editing trick. In hindsight, her tweet that started this all looked like projection. Her deleting her original tweet against Legal Eagle didn't stop those flooding her replies, demanding an explanation. For now, she stayed silent, apart from a statement the same day claiming someone had been trying to hack into her accounts. Meanwhile, the drama wouldn't be contained to Twitter. Creators knew the time to drop videos was now, while the topic was still hot.
First, Illuminati starts off with this email containing supposedly nefarious activity. This editor is trying to steal her editor's style But that's not really what's going on here, right? They're just asking about some plugin, a pre-existing asset that they may have used.
Content. Tom says, oof, I used to watch her stuff, but found it odd how she was able to churn out so many video essays at a regular pace. I had no proof that anything malicious was going on, but the vibes were just off, you know? Glad it wasn't all just in my imagination. And
The thing is, Legal Eagle I don't even think needed to defend himself. I don't think they had to come out and say anything at all. The community ate Illuminati alive for the claim because it was so outrageous.
The public was eating Illuminati alive, and yet it was still just the beginning of Blair's no good, very bad week. As it turns out, the former members of Sad Milk were watching the situation from a distance, and it was becoming increasingly apparent to them that they couldn't stay silent about their own experiences with Blair for much longer, in light of this new drama. As such, the Click and Wonderstruck posted their own extensive threads about Blair with a slew of claims, which at the time were unsubstantiated. Click began by clarifying that his departure from their collab channel was not an amicable one, but that he left because of Blair's behavior. He lists her typical behaviors as lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour screaming at me for an array of random things, calling me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me. There's no way you can have the resume you claim and be this fucking stupid, and so on. No one even raised their voice back at her. I left along with several other members, half the group at the time. She spent the next few months spreading lies and half-truths about us on the Sad Milk Reddit page and vague posting on Twitter. I still have all the screenshots. She would turn friends against you, or specifically team up with people she knew didn't like you so she had allies against you, rallying mainly banned problematic community members known to be liars and conflict seekers. When people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, there was a very convenient digging up of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Stuff I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager. And as you can probably guess, some of the jokes from that time aged like milk. I publicly owned up to my past mistakes and apologized, doing my best to be transparent and honest about my past. She would still harp on it, ignoring the fact that it had already been addressed, trying to direct as much attention to it as possible, publicly stating it was a bad apology along with vague posting about it in comments on the collaboration channel, maybe in an attempt to get people to assume I had been kicked out for poor behavior rather than leave because of her own behavior. She, assuming it was her as she had channel access, also liked to pull what I can only describe as very petty acts of revenge. For example, some people left comments on the collaboration channel saying good that Click left. They obviously got ratioed hard as people were there for creators. She would manually go in and delete the ratioing comments but leave the original hate comment. She tried to gain control of my Discord when it surpassed hers in size by tossing around accusations at staff and trying to get rid of my team and replacing it with hers, giving me the ultimatum to fire my entire senior team or be publicly fired from Sad Milk myself. This is just a brief summary of events. It's sad to see she hasn't changed. All of this painted Illuminati as vindictive, petty, and spiteful, digging through your 10-year-old videos to find dirt, spreading rumors behind your back, turning your friends against you. These are all hallmarks of, as any Twitter girl would put it, a toxic person. Wonder revealed that he had lived with Blair for a period of time, and that time was basically hell. After being threatened with a breach of contract for speaking out, I can confirm that the behavior Blair exhibits is entirely accurate here. Sad Milk at the time was the nearest thing to family I had, which sounds pathetic, but the content creator space is a very isolating one. The amount of hours I would spend online making drafts, editor tutorials for new hires, staying up trying to get some editing in if editors were shorthanded. I missed Christmas with my brother and father fixing the mistake of the editor she hired, and I didn't even get a thank you, and it took me more than half a month to even get paid. Meanwhile, she delays payments to editors so she can purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds on food in a day. While I do hold my beliefs towards certain matters, every month or so there's a new villain of the week. And they would one second be a normal person in our lives, and the next second suddenly a hidden monster through, you guessed it, Blair's mouth. To say Sad Milk split on creative differences is a joke. It's a flat-out lie. Again, I'm aware of the bridges burned, but I can confirm that call took place where she screamed, cursed, and had a meltdown towards the Click and one topic. It was a train wreck. I tried making us schedules. I motivated Blair during another mental breakdown of hers not to delete the channel or the Discord, since I actively read through the comments on both.
Yeah, just some... Gorim. A, ovo ti je nešto kao... Ne znam kako da te pišem.
Jedan u nizu.
Šta? Jedna, one of those. Bude ti dan da probaš s početka. Možda ti se svidi. Čekaj.
Ma ja, igra.
Ti si kao ono...
Vampir.
Ma da, ali u fazonu kao tvoj klan je ono... Ljudi su ih ono sredili, kao ti si ostao jedan od, znaš... Par njih što su se kao sakrili. I ono počinješ ono bez ono gira, bez išta. I onda ono treba da loviš okolo, imaš... Da ti pokažem, čekaj. Imaš te kao NPC-e koji imaju kao tu, kao retku krvnu grupu, recimo prvo uloviš vuk. I vuk ti recimo ti čas se pretvoriš kao vuč formu da brže putuješ. Onda imaš foremana, to ti kao šef ovih u drvari. Nadzornik, jel? Imaš ovoga u kamenolomu što radi. Da svaki njih priključa recimo kad ga ukokaš i popiješ mu krv dobiješ kao opciju recimo da kraftaš nešto. Onda ono loviš različite te NPC-e, svaki ti uključava nešto novo i ono. Pam, pam, pam.
And we had people who we mattered to. After months of behind-the-scenes insults towards Click and OT, it became so stale and negative. Yeah, we all took part, but after it going on so long, it just became day after day Blair would sit and check OT's social blade. She would make fake accounts to stalk them. Not just them, but a large portion of the commentary community. I've personally seen her try to get her lawyer to shut down anyone who says anything against her, and they ruined her day by saying, yeah, we can't really do anything. It's insane. Innocent people don't work so hard to try and silence others. We would get no work done. I can't count how many times I pleaded and set up meetings for us to do something and nobody cared. I thought I had a friend who was hurting. Then I saw I had moved to villain. Blair, you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later, you are going to push everyone who cared about you away, and you'd realize the world isn't out to get you. But you made your fears a reality all on your own. Oz Media posted a similar call-out thread reiterating much of the same sentiment about how she was a toxic, vindictive person. Given their prior public collabs with Blair and the photos of Blair's house that Wonder provided, there was some credibility to these accusations. If these claims, along with the accusations of plagiarism, were true, a more clear and sinister image of Blair's character was forming. But for the general public, none of it was easily verifiable, and without actual evidence showing that these events took place, who was to say what really happened? These threads were both posted on the 23rd of April, and 5 days later, Blair would apologize for what she described as jumping the gun on Legal Eagle. Despite everything that was said about her, this was the point where she could have just walked away. Neither the Click nor Wonder said they would be posting anything to their channels about it, meaning whatever allegations existed could have died then and there.
Prof Amizi. Welcome to my channel.
Hello Amizi, what's up? I actually get easily sidetracked, so I was hauling the wood and the bricks because I upgraded, I mean with your materials, I upgraded your castle to like level 4, I think, and I started building 3rd floor and I was like, oh, I don't have materials, so wait, aren't you supposed to, you know, sleep at this point? I'm not judging.
This place is not meant for you, creature.
Wow.
The other side is much.
Oh.
Taste of knowledge.
Oh, trippy mushrooms.
And this could have been a forgotten footnote in the plagiarism drama. Instead, Blair tempted fate with a new response video. A video by Blair titled Illuminati Exposed was framed as the conclusive video on the topic. Blair opened by reiterating her regret over the tweet about Legal Eagle.
Truthfully, I should have looked into this more instead of just putting the information out there the second I had a gut reaction about it. I should have asked him what the emails were about, but I didn't, and I made a mistake, and plain and simple, I was wrong. So to Legal Eagle and team, I just want to reiterate that I messed up, and I'm sorry for any stress this may have caused you and of course to your team.
She then sets out to debunk the accusation that she had plagiarized an older documentary by repurposing its script. She points out the part she read was a quote, not meant to be her own words, and that it was also credited in the description of the video.
In his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks. Additionally, you can even see the dual ellipses on either end of that quote, indicating that more of that source was being cited. When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
This is completely fair. The editing around that point of the video was a bit confusing and may lead some to believe the quote was being stolen rather than quoted, but given the appearance of a quote on screen during the part H Bomber guy showed, it seemed to be a valid response. However, this is mostly where the valid responses from Blair end, as the rest of the video devolves into unsubstantiated claims and a malicious revelation of personal information to try and discredit her former friend. Her segment on The Click opens by stating that she was aware of his use of slurs in 10 to 14-year-old videos, and that it had nothing to do with his departure from the group. However, she follows up by saying that the clique was still using horrifying language, her words not mine, when she met him, specifically using the R slur, which has been deemed unacceptable. By who, I'm not sure. Maybe her Discord friend group, maybe Twitter, or maybe Reddit's moderation team.
Unfortunately, when those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Oz Media and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R slur while we played games together. I thought, or I wanted to assume, that I had misheard, but Oz said that he was uncomfortable with it and said something, but the language continued.
The point is brushed aside as she moves on to a more serious allegation against the clique, that he was harboring a predator in his Discord server and did nothing about it. Apparently, in the clique's Discord server, there was a 19-year-old boy who bragged about dating a 12-year-old girl. Naturally, this raised some red flags, and after a server mod reached out to him for clarification, this individual reiterated that it wasn't a joke of any kind, and that him dating a 12-year-old was even supported by a therapist. Blair claimed that the clique's moderators did nothing to ban him from the server, forcing a mod to come to her for assistance. She then banned this predator from her personal community server, the Sad Milk server, and reported them to Discord. Blair then claims that this happened right after one of the clique's admins was caught sharing NSFW with known minors, and cites information from Rain.com to explain that this is a common tactic amongst groomers, desensitizing minors to lewd content over time.
So we used this individual's ID number and we banned them from the Sad Milk server and from my server, and we reported them to Discord's Trust and Safety team, who we hope did pursue this further.
In an effort to have action taken against this predator in the clique's Discord, she messaged one topic, another member of Sad Milk and clique's good friend, asking for him to do something about it. After seeing the degenerate material in question, he left the group chat and reported and removed the individual himself. She concludes this section of the video by saying that the clique cultivated an environment that was unsafe for minors on his server.
On your Discord server that had, and likely still has, minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down in your server or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way.
Now, in this video, Blair never states that this was the reason why she stopped working with the clique. In fact, she doesn't address the vast majority of the points he raised in his thread. Instead, she focuses on highlighting that he used the R slur and is supposedly indifferent towards files being on his Discord. She gives a 2-minute diatribe passionately discussing why grooming children is bad, as if anyone needed that explanation. She even states that this situation made her regret trying to get his channel reinstated when it was previously deleted for some old content that violated terms of service. She claims she spoke to YouTube directly and implies her efforts are the reason why the channel still exists today. But because of his mishandling of his community, she now regrets that. Many were quick to point out the ridiculousness of the allegation, especially with no screenshots to back up the notion that the clique hadn't tried to help. Given the server had 40,000 members, there were bound to be a few bad apples in the bunch. Nevertheless, the section paled in comparison to the issues present in her response to Wonder. It similarly avoided most of what was said in the thread, instead pivoting to attacking his character as a means to discredit his claims. Blair begins by claiming she never neglected to pay Wonder, which was one of his allegations, where he said that payments to editors were delayed while Blair visited BMW dealerships and ordered Uber Eats. He says that it took more than half a month for him to be paid, while Blair claims that this was just the way she and many companies pay their employees on a bi-weekly basis. She then says the reason Wonder lived with her was because she generously extended him a job offer for an easy editing gig and allowed him to live under her roof for a time. According to her, despite this generosity, he trashed the car she lent it to him.
Within 1 month of using the vehicle, the car was visibly soiled, trash was littered in the car, it contained dirty clothing which consisted of I think 2 pairs of dirty boxers and maybe 3 mismatched socks. There was also a huge crack that went across most of the windshield, and for some reason the glove box compartment in the front passenger seat was somehow broken. The state of the vehicle was shocking, to be honest, but at this point I was just happy to have my car back and know that it couldn't be damaged any further.
This segment mostly comes down to Blair publishing petty interpersonal drama that never needed to be made public in the first place. But in fairness, Wonder initially did the same by posting pictures of her house that made it look like it belonged on an episode of Hoarders. Nonetheless, Blair then delved into Wonder's mental health and addressed his intention of suicide, as well as a message where he stated that the emotional pressure from her is what pushed him over the edge. Blair didn't explain why this was at all relevant, but it appeared to be an attempt by her to make Wonder look unstable. Inexplicably, she spends a few minutes talking about how her dog and his dog didn't get along when they lived together.
The tension began with our dog.
Okay. Baš u pičku materinu. Oh. Whoa. Push.
There's no space in my inventory.
Indeed, indeed. Minor it is.
Taste of knowledge. My bags are filled. My bags are filled. There is no space in my inventory.
Okay, that was fun.
Dogs and his unwillingness to help ease the situation between our pets. I did everything I thought of at the time to introduce James and Casper in a way that facilitated a good relationship between the dogs. They met on neutral ground at a dog park and only had supervised play at the house.
While I appreciate her expert analysis on which dog was in the right or whatever, believe it or not, there actually is a reason for this. It was the reason she provided for why there was so much conflict while they lived together. Wonder claimed it was because of her behavior, but Blair suggested that it came down to the dog situation, her recommending her therapist to him, which created a conflict of interest, and the car being trashed. In response to the accusation of being a hoarder, Blair clarifies that this was just one messy room in her house due to the ongoing process of moving in. In isolation, her point actually holds some merit, as she highlights that Wonder posted an irrelevant photo with the intention of humiliating her.
I feel the need to point out these minor details since the out-of-context photos of the house being moved into are being used as a way to show that I'm a supposed monster and that, quote, my home is a mess, like hoarders bad. And just, what was the point of this, Wonder? Why would you even bother posting something like this except to humiliate me? This was a room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries. And Wonder, I am sorry that I was ever friends with you.
Towards the end of the video, Blair starts crying as she expresses how deeply the falling out between her and Oz Media affected her.
You were right. I am afraid of looking stupid and weak online, and yet I am those things right now. You've been with me through a lot of really intense and personal situations in my life. You were there throughout the entire process of my mom's cancer diagnosis, her various treatments and hospitalizations. And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was a crash cart in her room and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom.
The video concludes with
Community
Blair acknowledging
members,
that she wants to take responsibility
welcome
for
to
her
my
faults,
channel.
such as her impulsivity in the Legal Eagle situation. Her immediate fan base, with little knowledge of the situation, were supportive. However, some viewers found her remarks lacking substance. They noted that the segments on the click appeared to be thin on evidence, despite her initial promise of providing screenshots as evidence. No actual screenshots were shown to support her claims against the click. Furthermore, many took issue with her disclosing Wonder's mental health status. Posting Wonder's suicide note is disgusting. I don't care how you two fell out, he trusted you with a very sensitive situation, and you used that to get the focus off of yourself. That's disgusting. You have no shame. This is immensely disappointing. I was hoping the information and rumors I'd been hearing about you for years were untrue, but it looks as if I was sorely mistaken. The click hinted that a detailed response was to come, while the other former Sad Milk members posted their own rebuttals on Twitter. While the dislike bar on Blair's video climbed, people waited with bated breath to see if the click's response would be the final nail in the coffin of this saga.
The light is the greatest disinfectant.
On May 2nd, 2023, The Click released his video. It only addresses his portion of Illuminati's response, as well as verifying the claims he previously made about her. To debunk the claim about him not doing anything in regards to the Discord predator, The Click clarified that he was asleep while the situation was unfolding, and by the time he woke up, it was already resolved.
She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about Click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep.
In her video, Blair claims she reached out to The Click for his aid in resolving the issue. As he shows in his, he was the first one to reach out, while her responses back were fairly vague and didn't provide any of the relevant information at all. This recontextualized her messages with one topic. They weren't about resolving the predator problem, they were about making The Click look bad to his friend. Instead of directly messaging The Click to address her concerns, Blair messaged his friend and accused him of doing nothing. However, it's important to note that The Click wasn't around at the time, so reaching out to him directly wouldn't have been possible anyway. He was asleep. In his response, The Click addresses a point that Blair emphasized, but is seen by some as a non-issue. Blair claimed that she could never be friends with someone who used the R slur in video games. However, The Click points out that despite her messaging others about how problematic it was, she continued to hang out with him regardless.
She would never be friends with someone that used that language. Yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both.
He then says he stopped using the word in content as he didn't want to offend anyone. This pivots to her deleting comments, which, while it can't be proven, a before and after screenshot of the Sad Milk channel showed that anyone speaking positively about him or protesting his removal did in fact have their comment suspiciously deleted. Blair herself on her main account then began snidely spreading rumors in comment sections, saying, "I didn't say the N-word in old videos, just saying." The videos in question were between 10 and 14 years old, by the way. But all of this is relatively petty. Even the accusations regarding Click's Discord could be chalked up to miscommunication, but he then reveals she was spreading rumors about him not respecting his Discord mods, as if unwashed internet janitors deserve respect in the first place. No offense to you guys that moderate my Discord. Okay, actually, some offense intended. They spend hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least thing any content creator can and should do is give their teams the respect they deserve. Mods have always been the backbone of every YouTube and Twitch community. To disrespect them and try to just throw them away is insane. They are the ones who have a pulse on the community. Like, I'll never be able to properly thank my entire team, but God, I'll try. This Click one topic has me heated. These stupid f***s. How could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? Usually, YouTubers try to fight against cultivating parasocial relationships. I guess Blair didn't get the memo. She continued spreading the claim that The Click harbored a predator on his Discord server and threw a hissy fit about him making a harmless white van joke in an old video, as well as pulling other jokes out of context to imply he was a degenerate.
Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool.
Blair then began enlisting people to dig through 10-year-old Let's Plays to find dirt on him. Again, here's the video still up with the R slur at 340-ish. Keep in mind, this was 2010, when The Click was in high school and didn't have any kind of audience. She talked with glee about the day when the public would eventually become aware of his past slur usage and cancel him. Ever since we made the sad...
Šta treba da se... Šta da stavim na suncu? Čemu pričaš ti?
Na sunce ga stavim, nisam ga stavio na sunce, stavio sam ga na krov. Nastavit kuće ga staviti u garažu. Nema problem, nastavit kuće ga staviti u garažu. Ne, u garažu, da ga ne udari slučajno sunce. Nema problem.
No problem. No fucking problem.
Milk announcement, some fans have been putting it together, while I'm mostly the bad watch. Some are figuring it out. Listen, I have Click on video saying the F slur and R slur. He will put himself with his own ego, and I won't have to deal with any of that. Oh yeah, it's in his old videos. Some Discord users are overweight mods, some are e-girls, some are traps, and some make Machiavellian plots to destroy their friends' careers because 10 years ago they said retard. The amount of spite you must feel to devote this much energy to someone who did nothing wrong to you is unimaginable. I'm a level with y'all here. Reading through things and seeing people excuse Click saying the R slur because it was 10 years ago and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me. Super yikes. Oh boy. It's super yikes, guys. Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't ever in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now, because it was never appropriate. Same with him saying the N-word and F-slur. Being edgy is not an excuse, and seeing it dismissed so lightly like that is actually gross. As if iDubbbz wasn't calling himself and his fans NFs 3 years prior to these videos. And that's not to mention what goes on in every 15-year-old's Xbox Live lobby. If all of that wasn't enough, Blair was also paying people hundreds of dollars to sift through material to find compromising clips of the Click. I need you to help find the Click saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. I will pay you $200 to find it. Blair's spending more money than most people spend on groceries to expose some Swedish dude for saying the R word. As for why, it seems like it was either out of jealousy that his own channel was taking off or out of spite that he left the collab channel due to her behavior and no longer wanted to be her buddy.
Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money just to try to ruin myself and others? Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend?
However, this wasn't even the worst part. Got Click saying the N-word apparently, and here we have a YouTube link. 16 seconds in, the alt account is gonna love this one. This was in reference to an anonymous Twitter account Blair was running with the intention of sowing dissent among the Click's viewers and damaging his reputation. She carried this out not only on Twitter, but also on Reddit, because of course it was on Reddit. She made the following post pretending to be a random Click fan. I saw the Sad Milk announcement. I follow all the Milkmen on their social media. I'm seeing the comments on their new announcement, and I feel there's a big piece of the puzzle that's missing. We don't know what happened. I made an account on Reddit to see if this subreddit is active, and I see you're still talking about this too. I think this is a very good place to vent and rant about what I figured out because no one else was talking about it. So I'm really wondering if I'm just freaking out over nothing. Like, it really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, One Topic leaving his supporter server and then watching so many of his mods disappear, and Wonderstruck talking about how he hates his friends fighting, and even Clicky not streaming as much and deleting some of his streams and clips. I think something happened, guys. I think I figured out what really happened. I was a big fan of Click. I thought his streams were a great way to interact with people like me, even if I couldn't donate as much. This post goes on to claim that Blair must have seen Click's old slur usage, and that's what actually caused Sad Milk to dissolve. After Blair posted to Reddit with her official account, she then used this alt account asking if this was some kind of cover-up and claiming to be disappointed that Blair would hang out with someone who used the R slur and F slur. The Doobie Schmerz Reddit also replied to other users saying the Click needed to apologize and that he couldn't erase the past. The same scheme of having all her alt accounts interact with one another was repeated on Twitter. There, her bio simply read, "I know the truth." Her tweets included, blocking me to run away from the fact that the Click said the N-word doesn't make you look good unless you're okay with this language. And imagine not apologizing for saying the N-word. The account was even responding to Def Noodles at the peak of his popularity, trying to get him to cover the Click's horrifying language. Keep in mind, all of this was Blair. On her official account, she would tweet about how non-POC creators shouldn't use that word, and then respond to herself on the alt account showing her former collaborator using it a decade prior. When people would tweet about being unproblematic streamers, she would respond with the same, even to her fellow collaborators on the Sad Milk channel. The account went inactive in November 2020, the same month it was created, after a full week of spamming friends, colleagues, YouTubers, and anyone she thought could kickstart a significant controversy. Blair shelved the project. Regardless, the proof of her intentions remained on Discord.
Here is the same account, Doobie Schmerz, on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021, that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name it. At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it. This was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread her stuff because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was so petty that she could never actually make a public statement of it. So she did this just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this, she paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why?
The top comment on Click's video was from Oz Media himself, who had assisted Blair with a lot of her shenanigans. Hey everyone, I wanted to thank the Click for being so forgiving with how complicit I was with a lot of Blair's behavior, especially with her alt account. I should have done more to stop her, I honestly don't remember much, but I've seemed to mentally distance myself from these actions and my involvement. This doesn't excuse my part in this. I, at the time, was apparently aware of Blair doing this. I don't remember my involvement. All I have to go off of is that screenshot Click showed at the given timestamp. I have a lot of growing I need to do to fix the mistakes I made with backing someone I genuinely believe was the right choice. I'm taking responsibility now, though, and admitting that I f***ed up by not only backing the wrong horse, but doing nothing when this horse seemingly started to kick and bite people. Yes, the horse will be a horse, but I could have probably done more. The remainder of the comment section consisted of fans expressing their shock at these revelations. When posts about the drama started spreading to Blair's own subreddit, they were deleted before they could gain any traction, and then the Reddit was shut down. Meanwhile, other subs were readily spreading the info from the video, appalled at how vindictive and unhinged her behavior was. Tweets went viral calling her a garbage human being, while others reposted their messages from the comment section sharing their sympathies for those she tried to hurt. As public distaste for Illuminati grew, her subscriber count fell, in excess of 10,000 to 20,000 per day. On May 11th, Wonderstruck released his own video, detailing his own experience working for Blair, reiterating everything he said in the thread. While his claims were less shocking, they still added to the overall narrative of how unstable Blair was and still is.
This is much better.
The cat was officially out of the bag, and now miscellaneous pieces of Blair's past were coming back to haunt her. With the veneer of charitability she had put up gone, every old drama she had been through was relitigated. For example, Blair had previously collaborated with the commentary talk show host Tommy C, contributing to the Shot from the Point news channel. After a distasteful joke was made about her friend, she logged into the channel and deleted every upload she was a part of. Uploads where she ironically played a caricature
No, don't mind me,
of
I'm
cancel
just...
culture, dyed hair, social justice warrior. When criticized for this move by Nicholas DiOrio, Blair contacted the artist whose art he utilized for the thumbnail and encouraged them to file a DMCA takedown on the video, out of spite for being criticized. When the video was reinstated, she contacted another copyright holder to try and do the same.
The title of it was, "Have Your Mods Flag This One Down, Bitch." So it's funny that he titles the video that, and then the video gets flagged down.
For the time, this drama was swept under the rug. Tommy C, Nicholas DiOrio, and Tipster didn't exactly have the pull to get it into the drama news cycle, and Blair had moved communities to a new audience of 160,000 subs. But now, people are finally discussing this 4-year-old drama, since it shows Blair's behavior is not a new phenomenon. Ever since the revelations about her behavior surfaced, Blair has remained silent. Her videos continue to receive around 100,000 views per upload, but many of the top comments now focus on her off-screen conduct rather than the content itself. Her subscriber count is in freefall, and so far, she's given no indication that she'll be responding to her critics anytime soon. Given the magnitude of the drama, it's difficult to imagine any kind of response to it that'd be satisfactory. A comparison many have made is to Creepshow Art, another female commentary YouTuber known for criticizing others while presenting herself as morally superior, despite later being revealed through leaked private messages to be a pathological liar and manipulator, as well as borderline stalker. However, one key difference is that there were hints of Shannon's deceptive behavior in her videos, whereas Blair appeared normal and reasonable in her content. The true extent of Blair's twisted mindset could only be glimpsed at by looking at the destruction left in her wake. As for whether Blair's reputation could ever recover, it's unlikely. This situation has deeply impacted the way she's perceived by her audience, though it is possible for her channel performance to recover over time. She seems to be making efforts to move forward and rebuild, but overcoming the public's negative perception of her will be a significant challenge along the way. More than anything, she's lost the opportunity to befriend other creators. Who would want to work with someone who might pay people to dig up your 10-year-old videos to find dirt if you ever get on their bad side? Who runs a handful of alt accounts spanning multiple websites dedicated exclusively to exposing her former friends? And that's on top of the general deceitfulness we've seen. Spreading lies, leaking someone's suicide note, abusing the DMCA system to silence criticism, and smearing someone as a predator protector because of one incident in their public Discord server that they weren't even aware of. You would think that using someone's honest mistakes, or even simply their vulnerabilities against them, is the last thing anyone who claims to care about those who are weak and marginalized would be doing. Guess I'm
Welcome
wrong.
to my channel.
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for
Rogue
watching,
Carl.
and until next time,
Welcome to my
leave
channel.
me alone.
Hmm. 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 That goes there. And people are probably gonna kill me because I rearranged a whole lot of shit. But okay. Hmm. I have done enough damage. Oh wait, I didn't. Oh yeah, I actually didn't.
Most people live their lives with the belief that magic isn't real. David Blaine is commonly known as one of the most iconic magicians in modern times, but simplifying David's stunts, illusions, and performances as just magic gives the assumption that it's all fake. However, standing in a block of ice for 3 days, being submerged in water for 7 days, and being trapped in a glass box for 44 days were all very real stunts that thousands of people witnessed with their own 2 eyes. Yet still, some are not convinced. He has been called a fake, a fraud, a jester, and they do anything to invalidate his work. Despite the annoying critics and borderline physical torture, David Blaine continued to up the ante throughout his career. But why? Well, because he feels most alive when he is just about to die. And this is how he continuously chased that feeling. Magicians have always been entertainers who perform in front of an audience with the intention to bend their minds. Typically, they sport a flashy outfit, a big stage with lights, smoke machines, and additional performers to create a spectacular experience worthy of a $100+ ticket price. Their tricks can be long and drawn out, constantly diverting your attention all over the stage, the audience oohing and eyeing. The performance crescendos to the abracadabra or voila moment that sends the overstimulated audience into an uproar of applause. However, David Blaine was the total opposite of this. David wore a plain shirt and sweats. He was emotionless in the face and gave small, focused crowds of people magic on the street for free. He primarily did card tricks and some quarter tricks where he encouraged people to pay attention as closely as possible. The tricks were nothing spectacular, but what made it interesting were the reactions of the people.
What? Look. Go ahead, turn your hand over.
Blaine performed for all walks of life, all races, all ages, and the outcome was always the same, being utterly confused or shocked by something they saw with their own two eyes. His simplistic approach made other magicians hate him. When Blaine landed his first primetime television show on ABC in 1997, he was immediately met with criticism. A New York Times article was released that insinuated the virtually unknown street magician was only given a special because he had friends in some very high places. One professional magician insisted Blaine's best tricks could be found for about $30 at a Times Square magic shop. Jamie Ian Swiss, a magician and columnist for Genie Magic magazine, said his only skill is removing money from a wallet and handing it to a person behind the counter. Swiss asserted that ABC executives had the wool pulled over their eyes. It also didn't help that in his first major interview on Conan, he was so nervous he messed up his card trick. His first mistake was when he made this extremely choppy pass. You can see him move the deck from back to front. Then he attempts to do a double lift, which is when he grabs two cards and makes you think he only grabbed one, but he struggled while trying to grab two. Luckily he recovered, and most people would never notice the errors. Blaine had no interest in addressing the criticism. They were likely just hating on him, and he simply wanted to make magic accessible to as many people as possible. David was inspired by the great Harry Houdini, who brought magic to people on the streets. Plus, we have the benefit of hindsight now, and we know that the traditional magic show aged like milk, and street performances or interviews is a format that remains extremely relevant 25 years later on TikTok, the #1 app in the world. However, card tricks were not enough to keep David going. He wanted to push himself to greater limits, put his life on the line to prove he is truly one of a kind, which led to his first major public stunt, being buried alive for a week straight. Harry Houdini actually performed at least 3 variations of the stunt during his career. David was mesmerized by a poster of the final version of this stunt that Houdini never got to complete due to his early death. Houdini was going to escape after being strapped in a straitjacket, sealed in a casket, and then buried in a large tank filled with sand.
So I love that poster since I was a kid. It's like in the magic books, you see that poster.
Initially, his friend and founder of the Conjuring Arts Research Center, Bill Kalush, suggested that Blaine fake the stunt and discreetly sneak out of the coffin, then return a month later before the resurrection. But Blaine had no interest in faking, so he bought a casket, put it in his living room, and practiced sleeping in it. Then he practiced fasting for multiple days. He said he was able to do this for 4 days straight with no problem, so his goal was 1 week, buried alive in a glass casket so anyone could come and watch him. On April 5th, 1999, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, gave the final send-off as David Blaine entered the see-through coffin that also had 6 tons of water on top. Blaine didn't eat for 2 weeks before the stunt, but continued drinking water prior to and during the stunt. Oxygen was transferred in and out through holes above his head. A catheter was inserted into Blaine's bladder to safely drain any urine. Spectators would come and go whenever they wanted. He said people would shine flashlights on him at 2 a.m. to make sure he was really in there. He said one of the hardest parts of the stunt was peeing while people were looking at him.
I suffered a little in here for this week, but I saw something truly incredible. People all gathered together smiling, and that made all of this worth it.
Critics said that he had a trap door on the side of the coffin that led to another secret underground room with more space, food, and magazines to keep him entertained while a body double took his place inside the coffin. They often pointed to the water being on top as unnecessary and was only there to distort people's vision so they couldn't tell the difference between him and the body double. And honestly, these are decent critiques, but David was about to endure something far more dangerous than the buried alive stunt. Something that would be significantly harder to invalidate. But first, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Aura. Have you ever Googled your name and seen yourself on one of those strange sites that has way too much information about you? It feels pretty weird. I'd rather have that stuff not available to just anyone who's looking for it. Data brokers are making so much money selling your information to robocallers and spammers. Luckily, Aura can find the data brokers that are sharing your information, and these brokers are legally required to remove your information if you ask them, but they make it very difficult to do so. That's where Aura comes in and submits opt-out requests on your behalf. You can try Aura for free for 2 weeks using aura.com/PatrickCC. Aura also does so much more to protect you: antivirus, VPN, password manager, identity theft protection, credit monitoring, and much more. And the best part is you get everything at one affordable price. Let Aura protect you and keep your information safe online. You can let people continue to exploit you and profit off your private information, or you can go to aura.com/PatrickCC to start your 2-week free trial. Link in the description. Thanks, Aura. In the year 2000, Blaine set out to remain frozen in a block of ice in the middle of Times Square for 72 hours. After training for a year with ice-cold water, Blaine believed he was ready to endure a stunt he called Frozen in Time. Lightly dressed in a long-sleeve t-shirt, some pants, and a beanie, Blaine began shivering as blocks of ice were placed around him. A tube supplied him with air and water, while his urine was removed with another tube. The ice was transparent and resting on an elevated platform to show that he was actually inside the ice the entire time. During the stunt, Blaine couldn't sleep because touching the ice with any part of his body for a long period of time would have caused frostbite. Around hour 55, his eyes went out, and he started hallucinating, saying that he was talking to imaginary people, and they were talking back, and spiders were crawling all over him. But he knew he was in serious trouble when he thought a few hours had passed, when in reality, only 1 minute had passed.
I was convinced that I was dead and she could no longer see me.
As the crowd shouts, "Let him out," the assistants decide to set him free, despite David's demands to not let him out before the 72-hour goal under any circumstance. Blaine was ultimately confined in the box of ice for 63 hours, 42 minutes, and 15 seconds before being removed with chainsaws. He nearly died in that ice, but he just as easily could have died from shock after he exited the ice. He was immediately taken to the hospital for treatment. It took 1 month to fully recover. He said he couldn't move his feet for weeks, but this time the critics were silenced. There's no way to fake this. Whether you saw it on TV or in real life, you knew this was as real as it gets. David told himself that he would never attempt a stunt of this difficulty in the future, but his yearning to face death would creep up again just 2 years later. Blaine swallowed a live snake and fantasized about doing you-know-what from the Brooklyn Bridge, or dangling from a skyscraper. Nothing was too risky for him, and each stunt had an increased amount of danger to keep it interesting. Vertigo, which accompanied an hour-long film, was extremely risky, but also beautifully artistic. In the middle of Manhattan, Blaine stood atop a 2-foot-wide pillar nearly 10 stories tall in New York City for 2 days and 2 nights, with no food, no water, no sleep, and nothing to sit or lean on. This is one of his most underrated performances. 99.99% of us could not even stand for 35 hours straight, let alone being 100 feet in the air, constantly battling.
Alright, somebody had to make this video.
No safety net or precaution set in place.
This is just going to be a short video showing off a couple things on Reshade that are just completely broken and examples of why Reshade needs to be banned.
Dark
This is only
Ebon,
scratching the surface on what
welcome
Reshade
to my
can do.
channel.
These are just 2 very simple things. The first one's going to be a zoom filter here. Incredibly simple. Right click, it'll zoom in, turns any iron sight weapon into a scope. So if you're wondering why you're getting mapped from, 200 meters, 150 meters by iron sights, this is mostly how it's happening. So obviously something that's broken, should not be in the game, gives players a huge advantage. The next one's even crazier. Short clip once again. And it's going to make you immune to flashbangs, immune to chokes, so you can see straight through chokes. It's going to make you so you can see through fog. Incredibly abusable, incredibly broken. As you can see there, chuck a flashbang at my feet, does absolutely nothing. Can see perfectly fine through the flashbang. You can actually make it worse. You could turn it completely black and white. It's going to allow you to see your hotbar. It's going to allow you to see much more of the map. I'm not going to show that off. That's its own custom reshade filter that you can code in yourself, that you can make yourself. And it makes this 100 times worse. It makes it so night maps are basically irrelevant, fog maps are basically irrelevant. You can see straight through all of it. I'm going to show off the double choke here. As you can see, doesn't even show up. You can just see straight through it. I'm not going to waste time showing the fog, but yeah. Crytek, you need to get rid of Reshade. This is just completely ridiculous.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm. don't think so. Nope. My thoughts.
World of chatters. Welcome to my channel.
Thank you. Are you fucking joking? Wow. Hmm.
You're trespassing.
I am trespassing in your asshole very soon.
And that's why we're going to shoot your ass.
It's very okay.
Oh. Well. The fuck is this? Yeah. To je patrijarh Pavla. Otkud ti? Halo? Tahi. Šš. Pilane. Ma, jok. Samo da vidim jesi živ. Ništa naročito. Gdje su ti kompanjoni? Si rekao Assassin of the King. Storek. Učinilo mi se Storek. A da, rekao si Assassin došao. Učinilo mi se rekao Assassin. Nema niđe nikog. A, ima Boris. Samo što neće priča s nama.
In case he fell, but the beautiful part about this stunt was its impact on the people. Thousands of New Yorkers halted their hectic and strenuous lives just to look up at David.
I think one of the most profound things you could do in Midtown Manhattan is stand still, let alone for any length of time. You know, to stand still for hours upon hours, a day and a half, in fact. This is a profound gesture for New York right now.
As David put his mind and body on the line, he began hallucinating, which caused the buildings and structures around him to look like animal heads. Then, at the last hour, David jumped off the pillar, not on a cushy airbag, but rather a pile of empty cardboard boxes, and he somehow executed the jump perfectly. David was not just some lunatic adrenaline junkie. He was a performance artist who sacrificed his well-being for your entertainment. He even refused to get into personal relationships. I know that if I had kids, I wouldn't want to put them through the feeling that their father's in danger, which is why I am reluctant to get into a relationship and think about that right now. This led to so many people wondering why. Why is he constantly putting his life on the line? Is it really for the sake of magic? Well, the motivation behind all of David's stunts is actually much darker than we thought, and we learned this while he was preparing for his 2003 stunt, Above the Below, where he'd be confined in a 3 feet by 7 feet by 7 feet transparent plexiglass box suspended 30 feet in the air in the middle of London. His goal was to stay in this box for over a month. I also consider it something that, for me, is like the ultimate truth. When you live with nothing, there's no distractions. You're just there as you are, struggling. I think that's the purest state you can be in. Blaine later expressed how he loved the idea of death and hated life. So these stunts really make me feel great, and I love making people watch suffering because I had to watch it my whole life. Watch people I loved and were close to deteriorate and die. I saw everybody I knew, my mother, my father, drop dead. I feel the most alive when I'm going through these experiences. That was pretty good. There isn't much information about David's personal life and childhood. We know he was raised by a single mother. He says his father was never in his life. His mother was his first fan. He spent his days as a 10-year-old reading magic books, practicing tricks, and performing them for her and her friends. At 15, she developed cancer, so his magic became her escape. When he was 17, he moved out of their New Jersey home and ventured into the Big Apple. Sadly, just 3 years later, she passed away. We know today that David is a very positive, forward-thinking, and happy man, but for most of his career, he had an extremely dark presence. It's unclear if his persona is just an act, or if it really is him wearing his demons on his sleeve. But either way, if he didn't survive his next stunt, Blaine wanted to be remembered as the greatest showman of all time. In September of 2003, Blaine sealed himself inside the box. A webcam was also installed inside the box to observe his progress over 44 days. Despite Blaine clearly partaking in this endurance stunt, many became skeptical, with some theorizing that he used holograms or body doubles. People were also suspicious regarding his starvation, claiming his water supply was laced with nutritional glucose and sodium supplements, which he adamantly denied. David wasn't prepared for the hostility that came with being in a foreign country. Blaine was pelted with eggs and paint-filled balloons. Golf balls were also struck in his direction from Tower Bridge. Tabloids who were skeptical of his performance took the opportunity to stage barbecues beneath Blaine and even flew hamburgers up to his box using a remote-controlled helicopter to taunt him. One man even attempted to sever the pipe that was supplying him with water. But don't get me wrong, the support definitely outshined the hate, and they kept his spirits high until the stunt eventually ended after 44 days.
One of the most important experiences of my life.
David works closely with scientists and health professionals to study the human body through his performances. A lot of the time, they end up with more questions than answers. The New England Journal of Medicine published a paper documenting his 44-day fast and stating his refeeding process was perhaps the most dangerous part of the stunt. Blaine only drank distilled water during his time in the box. The water lacked important minerals or vitamins. In the hospital, he was injected with an IV to replenish his system. However, his body almost went into shock, which nearly killed him. The study reported that he lost 24.5 kilograms or 54 pounds, which was 25% of his original body weight, and his body mass index dropped from 29 to 21.6. Ironically though, it was David's biggest failure that got him the most attention. His failure came from attempting to break the world record for holding his breath underwater.
As a young magician, I was obsessed with Houdini and his underwater challenges. So I began early on competing against the other kids. By the time I was a teenager, I was able to hold my breath for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I would later find out that was Houdini's personal record.
To grasp how long he could realistically...
Ne, najlakše da ti kažeš mogu ja sam, hvala. Hvala. Ne treba. Ne treba. Samo kažem ne treba. Koliko god da mi je teško, lakše mi je. Ne znam kako to da objasnim. I šta si sad, opet moraš to da razbiješ? Stariji ljudi ne vole prigovore. To je moj zaključak. Ne vole kad im se njihovo autoritet podriva. Ne. Ja nekako želim da radim sam. To sam 1000 puta rekao. Eventualno Simo i majka može tu. S njima se ne svađam. I to je to. Non stop te neko kljuca dok radiš. Ja sam ti pričao to za kvaku, to je bilo legendarno. El kapiraš kako god vrata okrenu ih sa gornje strane ili donje strane, nebitno gdje su šarke. Ako nije kvaka na pola vrata, ne valja. On je montirao ili previsoko ili prenisko. Sad nije bilo jasno šta će biti od toga. I zato sam ga puštio da radi dok nije montirao. Sad kontao sam ako bude visoko nema veze. Kurec. Vrata su bila, kvaka je bila na 30 cm od poda. Tako, pa tako neka glupost. I ako neđe budeš došao na kafu, pokazat ću ti pokazat ću ti nešto liči ta skalamerija. Nije uzeo nova vrata, nego je samo udario komad drveta, zaptio je tu rupu, ali dalje se vidi gdje je inicijalno to bilo. Pa možda s vrata delo je tako, otkud znam.
Ne malo, znaš malo ako je milimetar, nebitno. Nego prst. Na toliko prst. Pa čekaj, pa nama je kupatilo, propalo je se voda slivala u taj ćošak baš zbog toga lošeg pada betonaže prije 30 godina. I ti ga opet svedeš tamo. A ja razbijem pol dvorišta da bi napravio pad. Moga sam to sa metar puta metar da betoniram i da ga stavim isto tako, razumiješ? Ja razbio 8 puta 5. Kapiraš? Da bi napravio pad. I ti mi ga opet svedeš u taj ćošak.
Pa dobro. Stare ljudi su najpametniji, ne znam kako da ti kažem. Dosta dobro. I... još bolje. That's a lot of damage.
Hold his breath, Blaine met with a top neurosurgeon who informed Blaine that anything over 6 minutes could have the risk of hypoxic brain damage. He took this as a challenge. He began researching pearl divers and discovered various aspects of freediving. The first thing that he learned is when you're holding your breath, you should never move because that wastes energy and depletes oxygen since physical movement builds up CO2 in your blood. He also learned how to purge, which is when you repeatedly blow air in and out rapidly. After a while, you get lightheaded and start feeling tingly because you're ridding your body of CO2, making it easier to hold your breath. For months, he did this every morning. I would wake up and hold my breath for 48 minutes out of the course of every hour. I'd breathe for a minute, hold my breath for 5 minutes immediately after, and then right after that, breathe a minute, hold for 6 minutes, and keep going for all the way up to an hour. In that process, your CO2 levels become so high, your body has to work like a marathon runner to get rid of it. By the end, his brain was completely fried and suffered awful migraines. He also lost 50 pounds in 3 months when he learned that the thinner he was, the longer he could hold his breath. By eating so well and training hard, his resting heart rate dropped to 38 beats per minute, which is lower than most Olympic athletes. Blaine figured he could place a water tank at Lincoln Center in New York City, and if he stayed there a week without eating, he would get comfortable in that environment, ultimately slowing down his metabolism, which would help him hold his breath for longer. But he was wrong. Blaine entered the Sphere for a week before the scheduled air date, but producers confronted him and told him that just watching somebody holding their breath and almost drowning would be too boring for television. In response, Blaine added handcuffs, which he planned to escape from. I'll have to escape from all these chains, and if not, I will drown, and the world will see something pretty insane. Blaine was submerged underwater and remained there for 7 days while attached to a breathing apparatus. He underestimated how painful his hands would be after they shriveled up. When 7 days had passed, Blaine attached the chains and handcuffs, removed his oxygen tube, and then attempted to escape while holding his breath for longer than anyone in recorded history. However, because of the movement, Blaine was wasting oxygen. After he passed the 7-minute threshold, he began having convulsions and gradually blacked out. Kirk Crack, his trainer, and a diving expert, sent divers to release him and pull him from the tank. He failed to beat the record, and doubters all over the world celebrated his defeat. But he allowed researchers at Yale to examine him after the stunt to see what they could learn about how the body responds to an underwater environment, which he saw as a big victory. Now faced with a failure, more people than ever were tuned in and wanted to see what he had in store. So he got in contact with Oprah and announced he wanted to up the ante on her show. He wanted to hold his breath longer than any human in recorded history, which was set at 13 minutes at the time. Oprah gave Blaine 4 months to prepare and train, and in those 4 months, someone came and actually upped the record to 16 and a half minutes. And we know that David takes his training very seriously, but when it came time to do this stunt, things started going wrong. Blaine wanted to do the challenge face down.
Gamers Lounge.
But for TV, they wanted
Welcome to my
upright
channel.
so they could see his face. The other problem was that the suit was so buoyant that he had to strap his feet in to keep him from floating. It made him extremely nervous, raising his heart rate. On top of that, they wanted to add a heart rate monitor. The monitor was placed right outside the sphere, meaning every time his heart would beat, he'd hear loud beat noises, which made him even more nervous. Normally, his heart rate would start at 38 beats per minute, and while holding his breath, it would drop to 12 beats per minute. This time, it started at 120 beats, and it never went down. He became more nervous, increasing his heart rate up to 150 beats. At 8 minutes, he was 100% certain he would not be able to complete the mission. For the sake of Oprah's show and his unwillingness to fail, he would fight until he blacked out. At minute 12, he started to have ringing in his ears, and simultaneously, his arm began to go numb. He was showing signs of a heart attack. At 13 minutes, he started feeling pains all over his chest. At 15 minutes, he was suffering major O2 deprivation to the heart. His heartbeat would go from 120 to 50, to 150 to 40, to 20 to 150 again. At 16 minutes, Blaine cautiously slid his feet out of the straps to make it easier for the rescuers to take him out if he suffered a heart attack. Then suddenly, he heard screaming. He realized he had just made
Able
it to
Knight.
1632 and broke the
Welcome
record.
to my
So with
channel.
the energy of everybody that was
Get
there,
nerdy.
he kept pushing. And
Welcome
went
to my
17
channel.
minutes and 4 seconds. Live on Oprah, he broke a world record, which got him middle-aged woman-level fame. David Blaine was known all around the world, and he started to get cocky, which led to easily his worst stunt ever. In September 2008, Blaine announced his Upside Down Man performance. Blaine aimed to hang upside down from a crane for 60 hours without food or sleep for the entire 2.5 days. Doctors would be present to monitor Blaine throughout the stunt, but warned that increased blood pressure raised the risk of stroke or blindness, while gravity could restrict the blood flow to his lower extremities. Come September 22nd, Blaine began the stunt, wearing a safety harness attached to a crossbar. He dangled by his feet from a large steel scaffold hanging over New York Central Park. However, early into the stunt, bystanders began emailing news sources claiming Blaine wasn't hanging upside down as suggested. About once an hour, he has to come down for a medical check, to stretch, and to relieve himself. He rested by standing on a platform for 10 minutes per hour before being hoisted back up. The frequent breaks he took where he was seen standing upright caused people to say he was cheating. Blaine continued with the stunt despite the negative reception, but it got even worse. On the final day of the stunt, thousands of fans came to witness Blaine's dive of death, which he said would be the coolest thing he's ever done if everything were to go as planned. Blaine planned to end his 60-hour stint hanging upside down with a 44-foot plunge to the ground, but the scheduled finale was interrupted by a 15-minute delay. The anticipation built. Nobody knew what was going to happen, but it was being hyped up. In that time, Blaine claimed the wind picked up, and producers of his TV special advised him against the spectacular ending. He eventually just jumped. The crowd didn't know if the stunt was actually performed, which led to this extremely anticlimactic situation where he was caught midair, then awkwardly dangled above the ground for a minute before being slowly carried away into the night sky. The New York Daily News ridiculed Blaine with the headline, "Give us a break." They said that there were more boos than cheers as the stunt ended. Blaine accepted responsibility for the outcome, disappointing fans. I knew that it didn't work right when all my friends called me up and said, "Wait, what happened? I'm confused." This prompted a little break for David. He was world famous now and made some decent money from his movies and his book. He became a go-to talent for celebrity birthday parties, corporate events, and charities. He didn't want to rush anything to avoid another catastrophe. Plus, something amazing happened. In 2011, he had his first child, Dessa, with his then girlfriend, Alize. David always said that if he had a wife or child, his performances would slow down, and that's exactly what happened. Okay, maybe just one more. Because being electrocuted was something he always wanted to do. Becoming a dad, it changes you. You now have a purpose to life. I think differently about what I'm doing, and this time we have a very serious team, and I feel very confident that I'll pull this off and be perfectly fine at the end. With the help of the Liberty Science Center, a chainmail suit, and an enormous array of Tesla electrical coils, he planned to stand atop a 20-foot high
Sword Master
pillar for 72
Hero.
hours without sleep.
Welcome to my channel.
Subjected to 1,000,000 volts of electricity.
No.
Blaine prepared for the stunt at home.
Well,
He
no.
practiced giving himself mild electrical shocks. Nobody's ever been in the middle of a lightning storm for 72 hours, so it's hard to predict what's going to happen. The chainmail suit, commonly known as a Faraday suit, has been designed so that the current would go through the suit and not through his body. Blaine's only real physical challenge was standing still in a heavy suit for 3 days, which we all know is a piece of cake for him. He did suffer a little zap during the event.
Oh, what was that?
But he recovered very quickly. Although the stunt looked incredibly dangerous, it was more of a visual art piece than an insane endurance stunt, especially compared to his previous work. The event was broadcasted live on YouTube, entitled Electrified. Viewers located in London, Beijing, Tokyo, and Sydney had the opportunity to take turns controlling which of the 7 coils were turned on and at what intensity. They could also play music by producing different notes from the coils. The event had various entertainers and gave off the vibe of a festival or a big party. Everything went as planned, and Blaine completed the stunt after spending 3 days and 3 nights standing in the middle of 1,000,000 volts of electric currents at New York Pier 54. Afterwards, he could walk with assistants, speak, and engage with others before being taken to a hospital to be examined. David successfully cheated death on multiple different stunts for 15 years. It was time to go back to his roots. In 2013, Blaine starred in a 90-minute ABC television special titled David Blaine, Real or Magic. He ventured across America from New York to Los Angeles and visited tons of A-list celebrities like Robert De Niro, Jamie Foxx, Ricky Gervais, Katy Perry, Kanye West, Michael Phelps, President George W. Bush, among many others. In 2016, he had another special titled Beyond Magic. It followed the same formula as the last and featured another wide range of celebrities. Funny enough, it was these clips that made the rounds on social media that made him extremely famous to Gen Z. They probably don't even know him from his performance art, or rather his sticking a needle through his arm, or putting an ice pick through his hand. By the way, both of these tricks aren't really tricks. He just performed it so many times until he built up enough scar tissue so he wouldn't bleed. Same thing with him eating glass. There's no trick, he is just eating glass. Oh, and making frogs magically appear out of his mouth? Well, he has to fast for 36 hours, so he has no food digesting in his system. Then he drinks multiple gallons of water so the frogs have a safe place to live in his stomach. He swallows them. He can keep them there for as long as 3 hours while he does other things. Then he can force them up his esophagus and freak out his audience as they come out of his mouth. His final stunt in 2020 consisted of him strapping his hand to a cluster of 52 helium-filled balloons using a harness. He ascended nearly 25,000 feet into the sky before he released the balloons and free fell for a couple of seconds before deploying a parachute to slow his descent. Easily the most beautiful visual performance he has ever created, and it was all dedicated to his daughter. At one point, the world was convinced we were going to watch David Blaine die performing. He probably thought he would too. It seems like he wouldn't have even cared, as long as he secured his legacy as the greatest performer of all time. Now he has a daughter to take care of, and a mission to keep magic alive. He has inspired a whole new generation of magicians on TikTok. I feel like I am constantly seeing people perform magic tricks on the For You page. And if you think about it, Mr. Beast has used David Blaine's formula to become successful. Buried alive, starving himself, 24 hours in ice. However, Mr. Beast is pretty transparent about it being for views, money, and entertainment rather than straight up endurance art. It's sad that many people still to this day do not see the greatness in David's career. They try to find anything to negate the validity of his performances. It's like a constant puzzle they feel like they need to figure out. As we all know, magicians never reveal their secrets. And the real secret is how David survived his performances throughout the years. I'm not sure how, but I'm really glad he did.
Nobody knows it, but you got a secret smile and you use it only for me. Nobody knows it. Nobody knows it. But you've got a secret smile and you use it only for me. And that's it. Broke. Broke as fuck. Sell this shit. And buy more stash. Boom. Basics.
So apparently, there's been another Blizzard moment. The next Activision Blizzard release scandal is here. You don't even need a battle pass for this one. It's only been less than a week since the Overwatch 2 announcement, and now we have a new release from Blizzard. Let's take a look at it.
After the massive Overwatch 2 scandal, where we all learned that not only the PvE that we were promised with the hero talent trees and the skill trees was canceled without them telling us, knowing for months and months and months after Overwatch 2's launch that it wasn't going to be coming. Activision Blizzard has found themselves in another kind of cash grab, choke out the community scandal, where they are actively shutting down modded Call of Duty projects that allow for players to safely play the original Call of Duties that we all loved so much from the golden era of gaming. They are actively sending out cease and desist to all of these mod makers whilst their servers are not safe enough for you to be able to go play, because you could have your IP stolen, malware put onto your computer, your original account swiped, and the list goes on and on and on.
So like, that's what's crazy about it. Like, I don't even have a problem with Blizzard shutting down private servers. I don't think that's a big deal. But the reason why I don't think it's a big deal is because, like, with World of Warcraft, for example, Blizzard is providing that service. So, like, effectively the private server is just providing a free version of a service that they're charging for. But this is a lot different because if the service effectively makes your account, like, vulnerable, or it can get your IP leaked or something like that, then that's really, really bad. And I don't think that you should expect anybody to... Like, that's dangerous. It's straight up dangerous. So, like, you shouldn't expect people to be okay with that. Now, like, is it okay to steal because of this? I mean, I don't know. Like, that's debatable. But I think that really what the real underpinning here is that if Blizzard wants to do this and doesn't want to have people shit on them for it, they need to make their servers for the old games, like, not a joke. They need to make it to where, like, the IPs don't get leaked. They need to make it to where you can't lose your fucking account. It's pretty simple.
Activision is so busy choking out and squeezing the lives out of all of their communities by repeatedly making second iterations of games that actually end up having less, like Overwatch 2 and like Warzone 2, which for the first 7 to 8 months had to be completely rebalanced to be more like the original in order for people to actually enjoy the game. Like
I think also keep in mind that, like, for mods, so this is information that a lot of people probably wouldn't know because they're not part of the Warcraft community, but Bellior Gaming, who's like a really popular Warcraft content creator, he has been for the last decade, he actually made a mod, this was back in Legion 2016-2017 era, where he went through and he changed the way that all of the original quests were delivered. Like, he voice acted a lot of them and had, like, different ways of the information being shown on the screen to make it look a lot more like Final Fantasy. Because, like, you know, usually, like, reading a World of Warcraft quest is like, it's like reading a twit longer rather than reading a tweet. And it should be reading a tweet. So a lot of people don't read them, and Bellior's add-on was effectively created to solve that problem and make the make World of Warcraft like more easily accessible in terms of narrative. And Blizzard actually had to send him a cease and desist because that level of an expansion, or sorry, that level of an add-on would qualify as an expansion under Blizzard's legal team, or it could. Blizzard's legal team was concerned about this. So they actually had to shut down his add-on. And this happened like 5 years ago.
Not being able to one-shot,
understand.
mechanics, etc., etc. While other Roblox and Fortnite and Epic Games are actually empowering their community to create on their platform, Activision does nothing but
pogledaj klip koji sam stavio, molim te napiši komentar. Hvala. A?
Ne čujem?
Čujem te sad.
Što se čini?
Igramo je Last Epoch. Da kažem, odmaram večeras, radim treću. Šta te okreći? Hoćeš pogledat taj klip koji sam linkovao za taj reshade i samo napisat komentar. Lajkuj ga ili dislajkuj ga, nebitno, samo napiši komentar. Da bi YouTube algoritam progurao klip. Što više ljudi ga vidi. Mada treba će mnogo više od tebe i mene, ali ono... Tako se skuplje glasovi za izbore, isto tako ko što ja radim. Ko dovoljno ljudi pošalje, dovoljno broj ljudi da pogleda, stvari nekako idu.
Evo ti.
Si vidio? To ti je samo zoom na desni klik na Iron Sight. Si joj kakav zoom dobar, a? Bolje nego na sniper, zato što ti nije nemaš ono okular objektiva da ti ometa.
Čekaj, evo neki...
Reshade. Kucaš samo u Google, Hunt Showdown Reshade. Ako baš hoćeš da troleš Crytek, pošto trenutno Crytek ne radi ništa po tom pitanju, skini ga pa ga probaj. Što ga više ljudi abuzuje trenutno, to je veća šansa da Crytek zapravo uradi nešto.
Meni ove boje smetaju.
Ne boje, to pusti za boje. Si video onaj addon za zoom?
Jes.
To je normalno, da.
To treba da bude banable.
Ne, to treba da bude default u igri, da možda zoomiraš sa revolverom na 100 metara. Što to treba da bude banalno? Pa reshade je dozvoljen. A to za boje, to uključuješ na dugme, tipa, razumeš? Ako je magla ili noć ili neko baci onaj choke bombu, recimo baci 2-3 choke bombe da se sakriju iza brode, ili recimo da sakriju leš prijatelja koga pokušaju da revive. Ti uključiš taj reshade filter na dugme i tap, vidiš siluetu dovoljno jasno da možda ga upucaš iza dima. Razumeš? Molim te, ostavi komentar bilo kakav. Hvala.
Znači mu pišem, ha.
Može
i šako i kurac.
Može bilo kakav. Bilo kakav komentar radi.
Milane, što ja slušam te kamione?
Zato što je mikrofon previše brutalan.
Zašto mi moramo da slušamo tvoje kamione?
Što da ne?
Nemaš obzira Milane prema nikome. Ni prema žena majici.
Ma nije on tu.
Gdje?
Krećao je sa mnom možda 3 do 5 minuta i otišao. A samo mu radi transfer u drugu sobu. Vratit će se on, kad bude tu. Ako ti smeta, duše meni je dovoljno smanjen njegov taj output da ne bih čuo vozilo. Vratit će se on čim dođe. Znaš sam.
Digamo te na snapok.
Može, uđi. Imam par nekih koje sam ostavio za bolje iteme. Ostavio sam jedan da dobijaš sekire. Jednoručne ili dvoručne, zaboravio sam, ali znam da se dobije par sekira, ovih ljubičastih. A ja sam našao za svog karaktera, našao sam čekić jednoručni. Fino izgleda, još bolji damage radi.
I da mora uzem i piće i kobasicu.
Koju kobasicu?
Moram smanjiti se broj, a ovdje nešto. Još i go mene ili ako tebi?
Kako hoćeš? Pošalji ti meni, samo joinovat će se tek kada završimo u arenu, gdje sam trenutno. Vidim da si poslao. Join. Falim još jedan point stability.
Hentaichen. Welcome to my channel.
Samo da vidim. To ću provjerim. Mislim da ja trenutno imam više tih monolita nego ti. Da vidim, ja sam na... Ovo sam završio. Ja sam na kom sam monolitu? Ja sam na Fall of the Empire, to ti je levo. Gore levo. 80 levo. A ti si gde? Player. Pročitaš mi fino na kom si...
Yes.
Ja sam sad na Blood, First and Dead.
To, tu nemaš taj token, jel tako? A to ti je level 70, vidim.
70, ima 75%, ima malo, to je na pola, mislim 75%.
I cannot do that.
Dankaš.
Ja sam pored tebe. Gde si ti na Blood, Frost and Stone? Ajde vidim što imam tamo. Ovdje imam i dole ako hoćeš, mogu da ti pokupim kao nagradu. I ovo je za koliko stability je. Nije puno stability, ali imaš i dole kao reward. Blood, Frost and Death, jel' tako?
Da.
Da, to je to. Što je ovo krp jedan? Kako ovako brzo gađa? Gdje ćeš ti, vraćaj se nas.
Kaga nisam da nas ubije neću nikad.
Od sad ubiješ.
Dobro što ne ubiješ. Bez igre.
Sjedi tu 2 minuta, skuvat ću ti kako.
Ne, neću kako, gledaj.
No što hoćeš?
Gledaj. 1000 evra ucapam i ti da mi usereš. Pa gledaj.
Došla si se požališ.
Ne se požalim, da ti samo kažem da imamo i svi mi tih problema što ti imaš sa ratom.
Naravno da imam.
Manje više.
Izbetonirao je bio nedelju dana da bi skontao da uradio ništa.
Ne, nisam izbetonirao to nedelju dana.
No što je?
To smo jučer betonirali, gledaj. Viš ovo, gledaj kog se razbio. Čitavo dvorište sam razbio da bi napravio taj pad. Pogledaj ti kog se razbio. 1000 evra ođima materijala, plus potkopavanje kupatila i sve ostalo.
I sad to ne valja, a?
Viš.
Opet padne dekonu.
U ovaj ćeš.
Da, u taj ćeš. Čim padne kiša, maćeš poplavu dolje.
Neće ima poplavu, nije to, ne može. Viš,
Ja, šta
pa
ti
sam
čekam?
uđe do liva, viš. Ne.
Da. Vidim.
Kaži mi ono da se ne čepuje, nego da to radi kako zapravo...
Ne, ako vidiš da nije tako.
A dobro, mora ću otići kod tebe da vidim to.
A ne mora, nemaš ništa, to je to.
To je sređeno.
Ne, a da vidim ja ovo ja ću da vidim.
A to ćeš da vidiš.
Evo, ja ti pokazao remek gdje ovo moga tate. I znaš što sam morao da radim?
Tata panika me vodi.
Još dok je svež beton, znaš, dok nije uvatio. Morao sam onaj ćošak da ravnam i nabijam još 2 prsta da pravim pad. Da mi ne pravi tamo... To, suđikini sudovi radim to, pravo to. Malo je što radim ko magarac, malo je što isprčujem 1000 evra, malo je što slomim beton, malo je što sve uradim da bi mi ti došao na kraj i rekao ne, nije to dobro, onda uzeo dasku da mi izravnaš kontrapad. Ja kažem čovječe, to ima kontrapad. Ti građevine, ti radije se zavitim 2,5, ti građevine.
To je istina.
Ti znaš.
Uradili ste jednu kuću...
Dovoljno, Ilija, pametno mi dovoljno.
Kad ti znaš mi onaj kad ne znaš ništa.
I ono sve što vidiš iza kuće sam ja sazidao sa Ćaletom. Kao šegrt. Ćale je bio glavni zidar, ja sam bio izvođač radova.
Čekaj, ti si vidio glavno, vidiš? Pa evo, ja sam potkopavao čitavo kupatilo, gledaj.
Gdje su ostali
Gledaj,
masteri?
vidiš?
A to si je pokazivaš.
Gledaj.
Temelj
Temelje ispod kupatila pravio da mi ne torne.
Pa rekao si da nema temelj.
To sam mora da pravi da mi ne torne.
To što je tvoj deda tako napravio.
Ali viš kako je to izgledalo, gledaš. Viš je potonulo, gledaj.
A to si snimio prije no što si...
Prije, gledaj. Viš kako je potonulo ovamo, zinulo. Pa viš da je zinulo.
Pa ništa ti napravi Facebook story.
Vidi. Gledaj. Viš ovo. Pukla cijev, zinulo mi kupatilo. Ja sve to uradim i završim nije da mi ovaj usra na kraj svega. Kontrapad mi na kraju.
Yes.
Vidiš, gledaj, temelj ispod, prvo s ovom mora da radim, gledaj.
A šta je znači...
Temelj ispod kupatila da kopam.
A šta je znači taj mali temelj, pitan se?
Koji mali temelj?
Pa taj uski, šta je to?
Pa to je ispod kupatila jebo, tu sam mora da potkopam. Pa kako ću usut, moram ostaviti ovoliko.
Što ja znam, nisam ja...
Kako? Pa evo ja ti objasnim.
Nisam ja zidar.
Vidi, ako je ovo kupatilo, pomaki samo nogu sekundu.
A nemoj mi crtat po stolu.
Ne, neću crtat po stolu, samo pomaki nogu.
Nemoj mi crtat po stolu.
Ako ovo kupatilo, gledaj, i ako treba da bude temelj ovdje ispod, ja moram da iskopam ovoliko da bi mogao da ga ulijem ovuda ispod. Kako ću usut ispod?
Da. Evo ti ovo Nene, dođe ti nagrada i dole. Samo ga kompletiraj, probaj da ne pogineš. Evo samo Milan da pokaže nešto. Eto me za Milan.
Hoće vidim to vreme gledati. Kako? Čekaj. Ulijem ispod ovoga.
Kako se vidiš? Joj. Dođeš ti da znaš.
Umjesto da stoji ovako, a vidiš no, tu da je par. Napravi isto hit, ali nije to napravio. Ne, ovo je hit. Gdje je bio jarak? Da, gdje je bio jarak? Ne, ali gdje je bilo da se kao voda, to je isto. Oni transformers su ovdje. Radi. Slušaj ovo, a i ovo je hit, da znaš ovo je. Ovo je jedan od boljih planova, ali to su zajedno radili. Ne, a i ovo, pa evo ti, nema što su, evo ti vidi ti, ne, vidi ti bilo, te mi vrti. A to smo čak što više popali smo, znaš. Zašto? Ovo ti krtice nešto pravi, ako pitaš ovo ti... Ma ne krtice, nego više ovo da ti... Ti da to meni... A to ovo zaliva? Što zaliva? Te ne da mi jedno, ako me padne ti što se ne padne. Dobro, daj na pa, kako to je? Na pa, to već naknadna misao, to je takva misao. I zamisli meni suje, umjesto da napravi, gledaj, kapiraš, ovako, on napravi ovako. Ajde. A zašto tu? Da ne tako. Nema, lijevo kako, iznervirao sam se. Znaš što sam se iznervirao?
Izumros, majku ti jebe.
Čekaj, znaš što sam se iznervirao? Prvo što radim, pomagam. Pazi, radim, znači hoću kad nešto radim.
Da.
Hoću kad nešto radim, radim da ga uradim kako treba.
Smo obojica poginuli. Alo.
Alo, taki.
Ja jesam.
Počet ću šlogirat se ja, jebo. To su ti radovi, vidiš, Đika ti napravio, kako god obrnio krem i voda ti ulazi umet.
Pa to su...
To su Đikini radovi.
Egzibicije, da kažemo tako.
Ali ima i tu rešenje, reći ti ja kako to da završiš.
Da čujem.
Možda može te koštati 5000 dinara, to je jebo to. Moraš kupiti malo cimenta i šljunka.
Da, iz Blanjanga.
Ne, nema ništa da Blanjangaš. Kako Blanjanga?
Potrebio sam sasvim neadekvatan izraz.
Ovako, da izbetoniraš ovako 1 metar tamo, s padom tamo. Jedino ti je to spas, sve ovo ti je tu. Ništa.
Voda neđe mora otići, razumiješ? Ne možeš betonirat do ulice.
Ne, pad napad ne napraviš lijepo, znate, pad, a jebote mi...
Pa padeć ima.
Ali kontra.
Ima, ali nije baš zgodan.
Kontra pad. Sad ću ti reći.
Ne, ja se mutirao.
Sve zim baš. Sad ti kako ti treba posle. Para možda...
Evo, nemoj mi planirat radove, ne planiram ništa. To pitaj njega kad on dođe. To mu predloži. Džaba to pričaš meni. Ja sam sasvim džodan. Alo, taksi. Ne. Ajde, uđi unutra, znači znači, ko se sunca krije, bolje da ga nije, jeste, ali kad dođe ljeto, ovo je mihotsko ljeto. Molim te, zatvori vrat. Zatvori vrat, hvala.
Ali betoniraš jedno 7-8 okolica.
Ne, da betoniram, no.
To ti treba. To ti je 7-8 okolica, to ti je džak, cement ti je 1000 dinara i šljunka ti te, 3000 dinara ti to sve. I što moraš čekat, ne smiješ gaziti preko toga 1-2 dana.
Ko gazi tuda?
Preskačeš kad budeš vozio se. Eto, to. Ja ću doziti, pomognem, to nikakav problem.
Najbolje bi bilo da ti izneseš plan, Radomir. Pošto svi planovi koji se rade bez njegovog pitanja sklodni su modifikacijama. Jer ako ja to uradim bez njegove saglasnosti, da on to ne aminuje, to će onda on da prepravi, a to onda bolje da nisam ni radio.
Može još jedna varijanta, ali ja nisam za to da se stavi ispod ovako, da se stavi jedno 1,5 m kvadratni do metar spoljnih pločica s tim padom, ali...
S tim platforma.
Da, sa padom tim. Ali tu ima jedan drugi problem. Mi živimo u mjestu gdje zna zimi da bude minus.
Nemam ja problema.
I onda znaš, vremenom može da ispuca, to je da se pločica ulijepe zbog spoljašnje temperature koji idu u minus.
Aha, a to je problem.
Professor Hyde. Welcome to my channel.
To mi je napravio udić. Betoniraj, ne betoniraj. Danas kad nisu uzeo macu da izlupam sve ponovo od se nije bilo.
Hello and welcome.
Što mu nisi rekao da ti to ne sviđa se?
Gotovo je sasa, nema priče. To je beton.
E?
Kad ubiješ čovjeka, žele pričaš ti nekom, to ne možeš da popraviš.
Pa možda čeka da padne kiša, mogu sipat malo vode da vidiš kako to izgleda.
A ne mogu na svež beton da sipam vodu, da?
Pa može.
Ne možeš. To te kad stvrdne, kao vati.
Kad ste i počeli uopšte to da betonirate? Bile su kiša ovih dana.
Eto jučer smo
ugradili. Pa dobro, bit će valjda su u narednih par 5 dana. Kontam doći. Kontam da se ispadalo kiše što je mislilo.
Nije, sad ide oblak, sad će pa za 2-3 sata. Eno, gledaj tamo crno od stanice ko... On nisi ti obraćao pažnju.
Nemam kada obraćam pažnju, govorim.
Što? Ti šeđe kao bunker?
Ne. Juče me tako promaja produvala tamo gdje radim.
Produvala promaja kad radiš...
Ma zato što dignu rampu, a prozor moramo da otvorimo da bi ulazio svež vazduh od spolja. Ne moramo, ali možemo se skuvati, to nije problem.
Već mi nije dobro zato što znam šta je to. A sad kad počne toplo,
Što je sad tebi muka, a? Kad je veti džuku ne zoveti. Što je sad tebi neprijatno?
Ja ne znam, možda sve ja vidim. Majke mi ću poći kod psihijatra popričam. Životinu, tražit ću put za psihijatra.
Ti ćeš da pođeš kod psihijatra?
To samo da popričam.
Zbog sebe?
Da, zbog mene, ne zbog tebe.
Zbog?
Mene.
Ali zbog? Šta ti fali?
Da ja njemu predočim da ću ja prije da živim na koru neba i vodu.
Misliš u brdu kao monah? Da sa životinjama skupljaš borovnice?
Nego, brate, da radim, pazi, ja sam jučer radio betonirator. Iz mene je kaplja, ja samo sam gleda cilj, završetak betoniranja. I gotovo. Razumiješ? Ja kad bi mora svaki dan to da radim, ću ubiti.
Stvarno. Pa za tebi izgleda nije stvarno da ti radiš. To smo zaključili.
Ja ću sve da radim da ne radim.
Da sve se gleda kako da se ne radi.
Pardon, moram se ispraviti. Ne.
Da čujem.
Ne. Nije poenta šta radiš, kakvi su uslovi da se ne pričamo za neke ekstremne, tipa naftne platforme i to. Da ne idemo dalje, počnemo i od tebi od mene. Bili ti isti odnos prema poslu bio i da kažemo želja da ideš na posao, da ti je plata ko što imaš sad ili da ti je plata 2000 €?
Pa živimo u Srbiji.
Samo malo, za 2000 € bi pjevušio do posla, tako?
Meni je novac relevantan.
Ja bi.
Ja imam minimum ispod toga, stvarno ne želim da me poslodavac eksploatiše preko toga. Kažu ove koleginice, pa ja ovaj mjesec nije bio, nije bonus, kako to ne zovu, stimulans, nemam pojma, 10%. A nemam pojma, neko nije dobro očistio nešto, pa im je poslovođa kao reka kao to ne valja i...
Kao zbog toga ovaj mjesec kao...
Ma boli me kurac, ja rekao daj mi minimum plate koliko piše u ugovoru za bonus me boli kurac. Radi šta ćeš.
Ali zato ti neću raditi prekovremeno i neću...
Ama ne interesuje me, nemam prekovremenih. Ja nemam prekovremenih nikad.
A ima neko ko ima?
Nema niko firmu prekovremenih.
Pa da radi se po sve.
Kako ću raditi prekovremeno? Šta da radim prekovremeno? Da stojim pored ovoga.
A čekaj, koliko je tebi smjena? 8 sati?
Ne, 15 sati mi je.
Pa dobro, imaš
pa pitanja postavljaš u pičku.
Nije brati, ima neđe 10 ili?
4 smene ima čovječe, pokriveni smo, znači nema prekovremenih, nema bonusa, ti kako te padne smena tako radiš.
Kako 4 smene? 8 i 8, 16, 32.
Smene.
Po 8 sati.
Radim večeras i sutra večer radim i onda sam slobodan 36 sati.
Čekaj, kad radiš uveče, radiš od 10 uveče do 6
6 ujutro, jest. Ali to ti je najlakša smena. To ti je najlakših 8 sati.
Čekaj, sad ti meni
to ti je najlakših 8
sati. Ti radiš 2 prve,
ne čuješ me, znači ne čuješ me. To ti je najlakših 8 sati.
Ti ne spavaš.
To ti je jer me čuješ. Najlakših 8 sati zato što radiš efektivno od 10 do 2-3.
Dobro, a možeš
od
spavati?
Od 2-3 već završavaš.
A dobro, a možeš spavati?
Dođe poslovođa ti kaže imaš još 5 zamesa 6, u 4, pola 5 izbaciš zadnju masu, odeš polako da čistiš, pa ne možeš spavat niđe. Ne možeš ti niđe spavati. Gdje ćeš spavati? Pa ti radi kao čuvar.
Eno cuca što radi možeš spavati.
Pa što ti ne radiš kao čuvar?
Pa ja bi...
Što ti ne radiš kao čuvar?
Sad da mene pitaš. Da moram, opet kažem da moram, da biram...
A znam da ne moraš, o tome se radi.
A dobro, ali uzmimo da moram.
To me razlika što ti ne moraš.
Da moram da biram između klanice, Big Čika, Čik Proma, LTS-a, nebitno.
Što pričamo o posla? Pričati o poljoprivredi i o tako.
Ili cucinoga posla, ja bi prije pristao da radi cucinoga posla. Za istu platu. 45, 47, 50 hiljada. Viću tamo, brate, čačkaću telefon, laptop i spavati.
Pa ima ih takvih. Čovjek donese laptop, stoji mu laptop na stol.
Gdje, kod cuce?
Ne, nego kod nas u firmi, portir.
A portir? A to je portir? Ne radnik u proizvodu. Pa za portirat ja pričam.
Pa šta hoćeš sad, portir džako je da nosi čitavu noć?
Imate otiću da pitam u tvoju firmu treba li im portir.
Idi vić.
Portir mi bio. Nema li manje veću platu od tebe, tu su 2000 dinara, znaš to?
Pa nema.
Pa to, a ne
imaš, svaka firma ima minimalac.
Ali ovo me sad zanima.
A to te zanima.
Ti radiš sad dan, prvu tačnije.
Šta radim dan?
Prvu, jutarnju. Od 6 do 2.
Danas jutarnju, sutra jutarnju i onda treći dan radim drugu.
I četvrti dan radiš drugu.
Jes, i peti dan radim treću, šesti dan radim treću.
Dobro, onda si 2 slobodni.
I onda kad se vratim iz treće, taj dan sam slobodan i čitav sutrašnji dan.
Pa to 2 dana si slobodan.
Pa dan i pol. Ali nek bude, pošto ja obično ne spavam kao neki, dođem kući s posla pa spavam pol dana. Ja se probudim u 12 i imam efektivno taj dan, na primjer.
Imaš 6 dana, onda deliš 6 puta 8. 48 puta... A nemaš puta 4. Zato što ne radiš ove nedelje. A imaš tu oko 190 sati, to je to. 48 puta 4. To je to. 190 sati, to je normativno. To je to. Samo bi trebao, vjerojatno da su ti rad malo splati više.
Ma to mene ne interesuje. Radio sam u Topolskoj Planici Radio sam tobož 5 dana po 8 sati, nijedan dan nije bio 8 sati. Bilo je dana, znači kao kamion će doći, možda, a možda i neće doći. I on dođe u 3. Šta ti treba?
Ajde, možda pođe od mene. Odvalit će mi drap, odvalit će mi sve.
Da nije kamion za smeće.
Kamion na porišću, traktorom, on može.
Zadnjih godina...
brate, poću šutu, ja ti kupim kvaku. Život, ne mogu šutu, idem u subi.
Da mi kupiš kvaku?
Znači, mene ne bi dao. Život, sve ovo ti kupim, to je 1000 dinara da ti zanimimo. Znači, ovo mi izluđi, evo gledaj. Mene izluđi, kako tebe ne izluđi?
To namjerno ima zazor takav, znaš.
Zbog?
Pa zbog izolacije.
Izolacije?
Je.
Ne, pa, nema izolacije.
Nema.
Mene te sitnice ubijaju u kući, ovo, mene to izgleda. Ovo mene kurac ako mi krov pada, nemam para za krov, neka padne. A za kvaku, brate, ima. A tebi je kvaku da kupi. Ne kvaku, nego kvaka ti ne treba, nego ti treba ta mehanizam. Elzet. Na uski profil tražiš Elzetku na uski profil, eto, reći ti čak šta i da tražiš. 1000 dinara košta. Možda i 1200 dinara sad, tako je skupi. Između 800 i 1200 dinara, nije više.
Nešto nisam čuo Kesić odavno. Je zauzet čovjek, što je? Ili je otišao na odmor?
On nije radi.
Radi?
A nije, kad dođe s posla, on dođe oko 12:01, ali brat idu u 4. On legne spavanje 2-3 sata, pa malo se...
A ga nema podan.
A juče je vozio malo u biciklu, ili ga nije bio, ja sam ili ga detoniram. A čekaj, nisi ti rekao najjaču foru ili?
U vezi čega?
U vezi betoniranja. Znaš, gdje sam vješa beton?
Šta ti je?
U šta sam vješa beton?
Dobro, ne viči. U šta si vješa beton?
U kolici.
Imaš moju pažnju. Dobro.
U kolici.
I šta je tu čudno? To radi
a nema mješalice.
Pa to radi isto kad mešalice, ne znam, jer ne mu se ne isplati.
Kako mu se ne isplati?
Pa da upali sad mešalicu, da je što kažeš ti za govna radi jednih kolica.
Jednih kolica, ovdje je bilo 20 kolica što sve betonira.
Pa gdje ti je mešalica?
Pa nema.
Svako domaćinstvo ima mešalicu.
Ne, evo više nema.
Dobro, ima i Radomir. Radomir je bio pametan pa je kupio mešalicu pa kad njemu treba ne znamo gdje.
A kod peka ili kod...
Ne iđe u selo. Razumeš? To ti je na šetajuća mešalica. I kad ti je vrate, ta će ničija. I kad ti je vrate, pola nje je ono izbetonirano, zato što neko nije pravilno očistio kad je završio. Nije problem što je koristiš. Kad je to jedan elektromotor i malo mehanike. Pa ima, zupčanik koji prenosi obrtaje.
Nije 1, 2 i to je to.
Koji prenosi obrtaje sa motora na...
Tako da sam ti uče kao oni robovi vegi, pa mješar. Cimerat i...
Zidas piramid, praktično. Bosansko.
Nije bosansko zidanje, bosansko nalivanje.
Ne, bosanski je piramid, ne znaš za to.
Bosansko nalivanje betona.
Spadali su Bosanci, potomci Maja.
Slušaj, to je kumarina teorija bosansko nalivanje betona. Samo nalij što deblje, što više, bez armature, samo to da puca.
Pa to radi. Donekle.
Pa nije to baš...
Idealno. Daleko od toga idemo.
Na primjer, evo ja ću ti sad reći, a Điki to da kažem, on mi vrišta. Nepotrebna ovolika debljina zida. Šta si ti ovoliki zid? 6 zida.
Ovo su temelji. Ovo nije prostorija namenjena.
Nema veze.
Ovo su temelji.
Nije, kad nije da možeš uzeti, ne to učini prosto.
Dobro, ali ovaj dio kuće nije bio ni namenjen da bude stambeni.
Ne, nema to veze. Nema to sa veze da li ćeš ti da stanuješ ili ne. Šta će ti debljina zida ovolika? Šta će ti to?
Pa ali ti nije toplo ovdje.
A kad ćeš nije to toplo, to sve završi stiropor ovoliki. Šta će ti? Toliko materijala bačeno.
To ti, zašto? Kuće se pravi jednom.
Pa jedno, ali nema potrebe. Pa mi ovo...
A što da ne? Pa
mi ovo atomsko sklonište.
Pa što da ne?
Tu se zemlja koja se
što da ne? Kad bude kakav atomski rad, dođi kod mene u podrumu.
Čuš atomski rad, pa ne da preteknem prvi šok, rej, ubit će me radijacije, jer ću se razvoljati.
A neći. Ako imaš dovoljna namirnica, da ne moraš izlaziti 1,5 godine.
Ko pa ne možeš, pa moraš disati ili je?
Pa dobro, možeš disati u trirani vazduh.
Vidi, pa ja te ne smatram da nisi glup. Radijacija samo malo. Radijacija ti probija i kroz beton i kroz tako, nemoj to.
Možeš disati u trirani vazduh.
Nemoj to, ili je. Nemoj to, znamo.
Ne probija kroz olovne ploče.
Ja sam imao trojku iz fizike, cijenim da si ti bar malo više.
Ne probija kroz olovne ploče.
Samo malo. Ja sam kod Gutović imao trojku iz fizike.
Ti znaš da ima olovo ovim izizmima.
Dobro, cijenim da si ti malo ima više iz fizike.
Ja sam kod čovjeka išao na
takmičenje.
Ne znam kako je tebe. Ne znam kako je to tebi išlo.
Ja si imao trojku iz fizike.
Ja si imao dobru prolaznu ocjenu.
Tako da nema potrebe tebi da pričam da radijacija prolazi kroz zavjesu. Ona prođe kroz ovoliki beton kako kroz zavjesu. Ništa.
Pa ti misliš da ljudi umiru tako brzo od radijacije, šta?
Ne umiru brzo.
Jer ti znaš da je otac od onoga boksera, od one dvojice boksera na Kličku. Da je on bio među ljudima koji su došli, vojnicima, vojnim licima koji su došli tamo sa gas maskama, sa gumenim obućom, koji su došli tamo da to betoniraju, da saniraju, da to rade. Bilo im je naređeno. I zaštićeni su bili čim su imali, oni priručeni gas maskama, gumene oprema, akurac, palac. Žive, ali žive zato što su mu sinovi, imaju para, pa su mu platili intervenciju jednu, drugu, treću, petu.
Menjanje krvi,
pa sve što se moglo uraditi za čovjeka, uradilo se. Tako da ne umire tako čovjek brzo od radijacije. Ti misliš da ljudi nema koji dan danas žive u oblasti Černobila tamo? Šta?
Ne u oblasti. Neposredno...
40-50 km oko zone.
A žive u Hirošimi?
Žive, pa ne žive u epicentru možda.
Znači žive u epicentru.
Znači da živi stambena zona, da ga je povrst.
Gledaj se na primjer šta recimo mene konkretno nervira.
A tebe nervira?
A nervira me od tebe.
Od mene?
Gledaj se ovo.
Nervira ti tebe?
Ne.
A to ćeš da ignorišeš?
To manje više.
Ok, onda ćeš dobiti još jedan tepik kad budeš došao zlici.
Ne vam ni manje. Znači nervira me što
mene ne nervira.
Kad odeš u Vrbas prvi put, da li s topom, da li roškolama, da li s bilo kim, dođeš i kupiš tamne oveda, da lijepiš kao čovjek koji prvo izmjeriš, ali kjebe znaš, i kupiš i fino postaviš spolje, izgleda kao ogledalo, spolje, a unutra ne bije ti sunce.
Se providiš, da.
I sve to završiš za 2000.
A što mora da mi bude spolja kao ogledalo? Da nije bitno da mi unutra bude tamo?
A bit će ti unutra tamo.
Aha. A
nego će ti spolja delovat kao ogledalo, da ti ne izgleda, ili nebitno, fluorescentno plavo, mrčenost, takozvano mrčenost.
To hoćeš da goste, da se gosti sjećaju kada su onda reviš.
Nije, ne možeš da nas radiš, da možeš.
Ne želim da
idem. Gdje su nas kuđući?
Trenutno niđe, da si stio da odeš, treba si doći kod mene ranije, pa bi možda negdje otiš.
Ne mogu nas obaveza.
Ti si im obaveza. Kakvih ti obaveza imaš? Ne, slušaj me. Kakvih ti obaveza imaš ako nije familija u pitanju? Sve ostalo je nebitno.
Ali da nas je bila familija.
Eto, išlo, o tome se ne. Tvoje obaveze su, ako nije familija u pitanju, da odeš da popiješ kafu kod Makića i da ti Miško Savić...
Kako kod Makića?
Onaj kafić.
To nije Makićev kafić.
Pa, to je kod Makića.
Nije to kod Makića.
Jes.
Čuš, jes.
I da ti Miško Savić da pazar da mu uplatiš.
Pa ne radim ja to više odavno.
A ne radiš to više?
Pa ne radim to više od kad sam... Pa ne radim to jer ja 4-5 godina.
Modernizova si.
Malo sam otišao lestvicu.
Pa znači sad ne možda kažeš ni da radiš ni to.
Pa radim Smoki, ne radim za Savić. Pa ne radim za Savića od kad ne radim za Savić.
A Smoki, kako radiš o tome neću.
Welcome to my channel.
Pa ti si onda bolji no ja. Ja sam reka minimalno. Ja kad kažem ljudima minimum, a oni mene ne shvataju ozbiljno.
Pa čekaj, ja radim...
Pošto poslodavac me nikad neće adekvatno platiti.
Samo malo, čekaj, samo malo.
Da boću kao preko Gardinovačkog.
Čekaj, samo malo. Ja radim 4 sata dnevno, 5 dana u nedelji za minimalac, to pošteno.
A koga ne može manje platiti?
To bi ti radim tako.
Bez da vozim kola, da.
Ha, znam. Ha, ne može bez kola.
Ne, to je za mene minimum.
Tako je.
Ja moram ni auto da vozim.
Što to?
Što moram? Taj posao što ti radiš, ja mogu da odem da sjedem na autobus, prošetam se kroz Bačku Topolu, kroz 7-8 firmi i kažem hoćeš da kupiš smoki, nećeš, hoćeš, nećeš. To je to. To ti komplikuje posao.
Pa vrijeme ti komplikuje.
Pa naravno, ne zavisiš od tuđeg prevoza.
Ja sve to završim za 3 sata što bi ti za 5.
To je tačno, ali meni je vreme nije bitno toliko kaj bi radio takav posao.
Kurac, tebi je vrijeme bitno?
Pa nije.
A ješ kako nije, bolje da radiš 4 sata na 8.
Ne, ja bi radio i tih 5 bez da radimo se.
Čekaj, bili pristat da radiš bilo koji posao, a osim ne da roniš ugovor, ne mislim to. Nego
bilo koji posao ne. Ubijem čovjeka neće.
Ne, mislim sam normalan posao. Tipa u proizvodnji, tipa da deliš letke, flajere, lijepiš tapete, postavljaš pločice, nebitno. 4 sata dnevno za 40.000 mjesečno.
A ne bi, zato što onda moram da radim subotom i nedeljom.
Ne, da radiš ovako, ponedeljak, petak, od 8 ujutro do podna za 40.000.
A što da ne?
I to recimo da radiš u Feketići ili bicikl možeš ovako.
Ma mogu i Vrbas ili...
A dobro, gubiš put.
Ne,
efektivnog rada 4 sata.
Pa znaš koliko imaš ti, tiče prevoze. Tebi prevoza koji imaš regulisan, tebi treba do Topola i Vrbasa treba 20 minuta.
A jesam, to je ako imaš svoj prevoz.
Ma ne mora svoj ako ti firma obezbedi isto.
Kako će ti firma obezbedi?
Pa zavisi šta radiš. Ako radiš kao građevinac, građevinci uvijek imaju kao tu svoju grupu i recimo jedan, ako vas ide iz pravca, pa ti Petar Ivanić.
Pa to radi Bejko.
Pa dobro, on dobija pare da vozi grupu i onda on skuplja ovdje onoga i za sat vremena se oni skupe svi usput.
Dragane, ja me došla do snimiti nešto.
Razumijem. Došla da me prosipa ovdje.
Ma jesam, dobro je nego pokvario s telefon, danas obišao po Vrbasa da kupim telefon, onaj tipkar, znaš, neće oni ove touchscreenovi stari ljudi, ne znam kako tvoja majka. Samo onaj što se tipka, znaš, najprostiji mobilni, ono što se bača, dragane, znaš. Ono što ne možeš ni za dinar više da nađeš da kupiš.
Jes, to oni oci, to.
Ja sam to uspio da nađem u Vrbas da kupim. Ganjc novi telefon sam platio 40 €. A gdje si ti šta već? A gdje ste vozili juče? Ne znam, ja danas opet moram da izbetoniram i jedan drugi dio ako mi ne pane kiša. Hoću i malo da odmorim i jutro idem rano kod majke da vidim, da pripremim to sve i da telefon sam taj novi stavio. Ne znam, mora li se na ta govna formira baterija, to je.
Ko formira bateriju? Pa to ne možeš formirati, to se formira, je to stare baterije čovječe. Ja, kakve gluposti pričam.
Ništa, ja ću za 15-20 minuta doći kući, pa ako ćeš ti peđe da bačimo, koliko što me peđe da... Ili odmaraj, pa... Ajde, pa ćemo se čuti. Imam kući, znaš kako dobro ja sam pravio, vjerovaj mi.
Imao sam strašnu petu.
Sokol zove.
Ozbiljno.
Kakav si ti, voliš ti Sokol zove?
Jel ti to mamiš da dođem kod tebe?
Ne, to je najjači Sokol, znaš.
Pa ne znam, neći ću doći kod tebe da ako me ne izbačiš preko vrata.
Pa evo te ne pa ja nisam kao ti.
A to je zato što nemaš kontrolu nad svojim jezikom. Mozak ti je brži od pameti.
Ne, nisam ja nikog ne bi izbačio iz kuće.
Boli me, kurac, ima da letiš svaki put
da
kažeš.
Ja, da me stvarno toliko iznerviraš, ja bi izašao iz moje kuće, reka bi šedi.
A što nisi izašao iz kuće kad si shvatio da si pogrešio?
Šedi ti koliko hoćeš, pa kad se našediš...
Što nisi kad si tako pošten?
Ja bi rekao ništa, idem ja ili ja kod tebe kući, pa ti...
Kad si tako pošten, što nisi izašao sam iz kuće?
Ja bi rekao ovako, kad idem ja do tebe kući, ti šedi kad se dobro izigraš...
Jeli, pošteni čovječ?
Eto, ide ja kod tebe kući.
Da čujem, što nisi izašao preko vrata kad si shvatio da si pojeo govno?
Ne, nisam pojeo govno.
A nisi?
Ne.
Nisi?
Ne.
Ti procesor koji košta,
nema to
koji
sad,
košta 200 evra, ti kažeš da je govno.
To nema veze.
Znači nosi.
To sad nema veze.
Samo si to reći.
To sad nema veze s tvojim činom.
Mojim
To
činom.
nema veze.
Ma bre, čovječe, ne smiješ da pričaš takve bljotine.
Razumije bite da sam ti majku psova, sestru i tako dalje. To su neki momenti gdje možeš tako da
ti si pljunuo u facu svakom poštenom čovjeku koji pečalbaru.
Kojem poštenom čovjeku
pečalbaru koji radi svoj posao. Ja, Kesić, Drakula, mi svi radimo za pare. Ti ležiš...
Ljudi gradu pa kupe AMD. Ljudi vadi u drogu pa kupe AMD.
Ne kupe.
Pa si igraju igrice.
Ne kupe.
Welcome to my channel.
A on je šta, on je lopov.
Nebitno.
Pa nisi rekao šta je.
Pa nebitno.
Nisi rekao šta je.
Nebitno.
Pa kako on lopov?
Pa nebitno.
Pa nije, ili jes?
Pa ne znam ja.
Izgleda da znaš više no ja.
Ne znam ja.
To je tvoj komšija.
I ovaj te mu se otac zbog njega i tako dalje, da ga ne nabrajamo, tako ti. I oni imaju AMD isto.
Pa jel ti možda jasno, ima bi ti AMD-a da ti nije te tako, ne bi kurac. A ne bi kurac.
A što sad nisi kupio ti?
Što nisi kupio i5?
Ne.
Što nisi kupio i5?
Čekaj.
Da si mora, samo malo, da si svoje pare, da si iz svog džepa, da si iz svog džepa morao da kupiš procesor. Da li bi uzeo i5 ili i7?
i7.
500 evra.
100 evra mi ne čuo.
Ne, 500 evra.
A ovaj 300?
Samo malo, 500 evra.
Pa sad sam da za karticu.
500 evra bi dao.
Pa to bi što?
Aj kupi novi i7 ili i9, aj zajebi se.
Pa hoću.
Za svoje pare. Za svoje pare. Za svoje pare.
Hoću i9, i7 ću.
Vidiš, nećeš. O tome se radi, nećeš. Nećeš. Pa pogledaj šta Hermit ima kao streaming mašinu. Ili kao gaming mašinu. Ima i9 čovjek.
A ti je isto.
Jel znaš?
Moga sad da kupim ko stari. 6900 XTX za 85.
Evo ti naći Hermitov kanal. Evo ti gledaj. Ne, saslušaj me. Evo ti, odmah ću ti...
Dobro, ali na Soko zove?
Neću kod tebe na Soku zove, ću da ručam i da odmorim. Neću da se šetam po kuća. Hvala.
Pa neđe počašići.
Hvala li.
To se ja pravim, znaš kakav dobar sok. Hladna voda, puške. Imam zovu neku u dvorište, mislio sam da ukinem, ali boga nije.
Da ukineš zovu?
Malo je.
Što bi ukinuo zovu?
A što smeta?
Zbog čega ti smeta, oprosti?
Između mene i komšije, pa ovaj nešto kje.
Komšije vas da nešto smeta što se toga tiče. I ovaj reka Rademiru da mu smeta zato što je on kanal prokopavač, ali je to zbog Odeo radio.
Pa ovo me vodi ide, pa je. Pa dobro, pa to jest.
Ali to ne... Znaš kakva je tvrdnja bila? Da voda iz kanala podriva njegov podrum.
Pa jest.
A znaš koliko je njegov podrum od ceste daleko? Jel znaš?
Pa je.
Šta pa je? Ima 40-50 metara, znači nevjerovatan čovjek. Znači, reci odmah da ti se ne sviđa kako to izgleda i da završimo s tim. A ne priča gluposti nebulozi. Nebitno. Svako za svoj novac radi što hoće.
Dobro, ja sam mogao kupiti AMD sad kad sam kupio...
A nisi mogao jer ti nisi u stanju...
Ne, pričamo kartice.
I šta ćeš da radiš sa AMD? Šta, s grafičkom karticom? A što pričamo o AMD grafičkoj kartici?
Pa zato što sam kupio Nvidia.
Kak je
ti si rekao kad kupuješ za svoje pare što ne kupiš Intela, pa kupio sam Nvidia, isti kurac. Za svoje pare.
Zato što si uspio da prodaš svoju karticu.
Nebitno je,
ali kome ćeš
da kupim kao stari 6900 XTX za iste pare.
Kome ćeš ti da prodaš svoj procesor više od 100 evra? Ako ćeš 100 evra dobiti.
Pa neću da ga prodajem.
Pa o tome se radi, ne možeš ga prodati.
Jer imam kući viška, po znacima navoda viška, M2 od 500 tera.
Ne možeš ga prodati. Za toliko koliko ti hoćeš, ne možeš ga prodati.
Neću ga ni prodavati.
O tome se radi.
Ostavit ću ga kao mašinu za streamovanje.
Za koju mašinu za streamovanje?
Ostavit ću i ploču i procesor.
Ti si u stanju da uključiš još jedan uređaj da ti radi, da ti troši struju. Ti.
Mi imamo jeftinu struju.
Ne znam ja, ali ja znam tebe. Ja znam za tebe, ti nisi u stanju to da uradiš. Da ti nešto radi besplatno. Ne znam ja ništa o tome. Idi pitaj. To nije moj problem. Ako Vučić sluša ovo, ja ne znam ništa o tome.
Čekaj, ja ću reći que Ilija mi reka pa me...
Eso no hablo España.
Čekaj, ja ću reći que Ilija mi reka pa me zanima kako to.
Non comprendere.
Da, tako ga pita.
Si.
Ja, znaš da ja ne plaćam struju?
To nije moj problem. To nije tema ovog razgovora.
Plaćaju mi ovi što plaćaju NT.
Aha. I sad, šta?
Šta?
Šta bi ja sad to da osjećam prema toj tvoj izjavi?
Pa ne no, zakaču jedan kompjuter ili 400 mi kurec.
Aha. Znači ni struju ne plaćaš. Što ne? Čovjek ne plaća struju.
Ovako, ne plaćam i...
Kako je nekim ljudima težak život.
Da se ogradim, to je narednih 15 godina, nije to doživljeno. Narednih 15 godina.
Da.
Ne plaćam internet, televiziju, fiksni i struju.
Kako mi se lako živi, ja?
I imam 270 evra mjesečno, ali ne svaki mjesec, nego na godinu mi daju 3000 i ne znam koliko je ovdje.
Ko stanari.
Od A1 ću da tražim da ne plaćam mobilni još 100 evra, a od MTS-a ću da tražim 200 evra bez ikakvih...
Može kako da središ nekom pekarom, da ne moraš pecivo da kupuješ. Ono, da zaokružiš nekako taj krug.
Pa moje jedino da platim porez na kuću godišnje i što kažeš...
A moga bi nekako da napraviš da ti država plaća to.
A ne može.
Umjesto da ti plaćaš državi porez da ti nekako plaćaju.
Da mi nekako otpišu to.
Ne, da ti nekako na konto, ne znam, lijepi
hoće.
hoće.
Ne plaćaš. Pa zato se grijem na struju, budalo, ne, mislim da bi se ja grijao na struju da je moram ja plaćati.
Što ja znam. Neko mora plaćati struju, ako ne plaćaš ti, plaća neko drugi.
Dobro, ja sam napravio takav ugovor sa ovima...
Moguće da je masiraš već sat vremena.
Ne masiram te pričam.
Masaž.
Ti si rekao, šta ćeš
kao što sam rekao, da moraš procesor da kupiš, ne bi kupio i sada. Ne bi. Ajde, nađi mi, evo ti imaš telefon, izvoli imaš internet. Nađi mi i7, novi. Ne i7, ne stariji od te tvoje generacije. Bar jednu generaciju napravi.
Koliko para košta?
Pa nađi mi koliko novca, neću ja da ga kupim.
40.000 košta.
Ne, nađi mi ga, nemoj ti meni, Nenad, YouTube, onaj kako se zove Amazon, pa da se naruči u Srbiju, pa ovo, pa ono, ne. Pa ne u Srbiji, nemoj mi ti Mađarska, Britanija, Bangladeš. Mene zanima u Srbiji koliko košta.
12.700k, to je...
Ja ga ne mogu gurnuti u guzicu donijeti iz Mađarske.
12.700k, to je ovako, vidi, 8.000, 9.000, 10.000, 11.000, 5 generacija iznad.
Sve to super, da vidim koliko je taj i7.
40.000.
Šta?
40.000.
Ne, da vidim cenu, gdje, u koju firmu? Da vidim.
Nešto ti spor internet.
Mene spor internet.
Hej, ja nisam navikao na tako spor.
A ti nisi navikao na tako spor internet? O, sole mio. Jel na stanju? Aj ne zove pa pitaj. Jakov.
A čekaj, ima ih još.
Ne, pitaj.
Evo ti dođe, evo ti. BC Group, PC Practice, evo ti.
A koje je to, samo da vidim CPU? To je bez procesora, da?
Ne, to je samo procesor, 12.700.
3600. Jesi ti ozbiljan?
12.700k?
Ne, i 3600 procesor.
Šta 3600?
Jel ti vidiš njemu radni takt?
Pa 3600 do 5.0, ka moj!
A to, nemoj mi to do 5.0, nemoj mi to...
To je poslednji 7, pa to je zadnji 7.
Ne želim da slušam.
Pa nema bolje od toga.
To ne, ako nema bolje od toga, onda je to odlično.
Pa s 36, a čekaj, 12 core, sam dalo, 24 thread, to pošteno.
Jeli?
36 na 5.0 turbo boost.
Ozbiljno.
Pa na 5.0 radi.
Pa ćeš ga ti non stop turbo boostovat.
Pa i ovaj moj na turbo boostu kad sam ga dobio.
Pa za to tako radi.
Će dok već kupio.
Zato igraš kao Spider-Man većinu vremena, Han Showdown.
Ne igram kao Spider-Man.
To je zbog interneta, oprosti, ne?
Nije, nego struja me zajeba. Fali mi struja.
Fali ti struja. I zato se pentraš po zidima kad igraš Han. Ja i Drakula smo te gledali kako si zabao u prozorsko okno i penja se po plafonu.
Pa je to je prije bilo.
To i sad.
Nije to, jednako mi struja fali pa me diskonektuje.
Nastavljaš dalje da hodaš 100 metara.
Pa zato što me diskonektuje sa sebe.
A što te diskonektuje?
Pa zato što mi struja fali, pa ne mogu ja...
A što ti fali struja?
A ne ups.
A što nemaš ups? Idemo polako. A nećeš da bacaš pare?
Zato ne.
Onda najbolje da ne uzimaš drugi procesor, pošto i to ti je bacanje para.
Samo da imalo, ako to je 12 threadova, ne 12 jezda, samo malo da 24 threadova, pa to je to. To nema, to je to. To tako radi.
Da.
Znači, 3.6, turbo boost 5.0, znači na 5.0 radi kao jedno. Samo da imalo ako Jerg, Sami ovo mi baš nije jasno. Jezgara 12 plus 8, Fredova 24 plus 8.
Ne znam.
12 jezgara,
I
total
24 Freda.
Tako je. Na 5-0. 3-6.
To je 3-6.
Sa 3-6 na 5, pa i moj sa 3-6.
To je 3-6.
Moje sa 3-6 na 4-8.
Daješ 350 za procesor koji radi na 1600 MHz.
Samo staviš turbo bus, on radi na 5.
A zašto bi ja stavljao turbo boost? Što on ne radi iz kutije tako? Pa zašto? I šta je to sad?
Čekaj. Pa ne radi ni AMD iz kutije tako. Koji AMD?
Radi svaki. Na 4.1.
Na 4.1, svačemo kako.
Da.
Koji procesor radi?
Moj
Hoćeš
će radi.
5800X3D. Taj je dobar. Što radi?
Na koliko radi?
5800X3D cena, sad ću mi prvo cenu.
Turbo boosteri.
Cena 41.000, isto kao ovaj. Znači isto košta, 41.000. Na 3.4. Izvod.
Na 3.4.
Do 4.5 turbo boost.
Nije to do... Nema on turbo boost.
Šta je to? Pa to isto kao ovaj.
To ti nije turbo boost.
Evo već. A kaži da je ovo najbolji procesor od AMD-a.
To ti nije turbo boost, ne budi glup.
5800X3D.
Ma kak?
Pa čekaj, šta
pa zašto ti ne piše tu turbo boost, oprosti? To ti nije turbo boost, to ti je onaj OCP.
Tako je, to je onaj... To pritisneš dug, mi radi na toliko. Ovo je na 3.4 ako ćeš onaj low mod, low power, low kurac i tako da.
Na AMD-u to radi konstantno toliko, nema turbo boostovanja.
Pa i kod Intela radi, samo ga moraš uključiti.
Samo ga moraš uključiti.
Aj u BIOS uključiš, full potencijal da ne troši 12 vati, no 120 i tako.
120 vati ne troši.
Pa i ovaj troši X3.
Pa ti?
Da, i ovaj troši X3. Evo ti pogledaj, ovo ti je najbolje što možeš da kupiš od AMD za igranje.
To si mi pokazio, nije to za igranje.
Jeste, to je za igranje.
A nije za igranje.
I za 3D modeling i tako.
Za toliko keša ti ne treba za igranje.
A recimo onaj 12.700K je pandam njemu TUS. Zato im je tu i cijena po 40.000. Onaj sa 3.6 na 5.0, a ovaj sa 3.4 na 4.5. Samo što ovaj, pogledaj što piše, 8 cores, 16 reci. A onaj je 12 cores, 24 reci. Ovaj je 8 cores, 16 reci.
A šta ti to pokrećeš pa ti treba 100 izgara?
Pa nema veze. Ali zajedničko im je obojice, zato su dobri za igranje što imaju po 96 MB keša.
Što mi treseš to, objasnim? Konstantno ga cukaš nogom.
Ne, kojom nogom?
Tom lijevom, da.
Da,
cukaš. Kakve tikove ti imaš?
Cukaš, mili brate, nema plate. 40.000 ti košta ovaj proces. Isto kao ovaj internet.
Meni procesor ne treba, ja imam novi procesor. Ti imaš, to je nov procesor.
Nije novo, radi.
8700, kada je tebi nov procesor?
Na 4.8.
Upravo si.
Kako je rekao Ilije?
Čekaj,
kako si ti rekao, malo si ga dao kloko, a sa 5 na 4.8.
Već, pa uskoro ćeš ga dao klokovat na 3.
Pa, jebi ga, evo ga jedino.
Kako stvari radi?
Sad ću reći koliko on kod mene već je. Kako je meni pričao do mene. A inače, ja mislim da je ovo 5. godina.
Si sigurno?
Da. Znaš ti kad smo mi simke tu nosili jebote ili onaj i5, tada smo mi nosili kompjuter. Ja sam šadio ko Savice išli onom lagunom nivovom sivom. Sjećaš se, bilo lijepo. Od simke, sjećaš se ga?
Da, kad nas se pita jesmo li
hladni,
ćemo nešto pojesti. Mi smo rekli da nismo.
Ali ono više reda radi.
Pa reda radi, ako ništa nisi spremio pa me pitaš jeste li vi gladni, onda nisam gladan.
Čekaj,
onda nisam gladan.
Ili meni braća bila živa, meni su braća poginula prije 3-4 godine. Oni su bili živi tada, ima 5 godina. 5 godina ima taj procesor kod mene. Taj su isplatio za sve pare, još je bio džabe.
Pa 100% je bolji.
Pa taj je odradio svoje. Ali Ilija, samo da se razumijem jednu stvar.
Ne lupaj po stolu.
Toka je tečo
Već sam ti objasnio.
Ne lupam, toka je tečo dobio.
Lupaš tento po stolu.
To je bila zadnja riječ tehnike, nije bilo novije od toga. I ođe je to bilo skupo, ne to tamo platio oko $370. Sjećaš se tačno?
Šteta što nemam američke plate i američke cene, da.
Tačno se sjećam, na kutiju imam još kutiju kući, $375 mu je bila cijena. A kod nas je bio $800.
Kod nas je bio 500 do 600, da ja znam. Malo po običaju pretjeruješ. Nikad nisi bio realan, pa nisi ni sad. Nije mu cena bilo $800, nego 500 do 600.
Ne dolara, eura.
Ja kažem interesujem. Jer sam ja poređivao cene i rekao sam da je jeftinije bar 50% jeftinije.
A čekaj, a nije 50%?
Mislim 100% jeftinije. Kad ne moram da dam svoje pare.
I sam znaš koliko mi znaš kad počne memorija,
To nije moj problem.
Ja sam isto platio, koliko sam platio.
Da smo morali iz svog džepa da kupimo i5, gdje smo uzeli.
i7.
Kao što si uzeo i5. Što nisi onda uzeo i7?
Pa jer ja nisam znao da je to tako dobro.
Nisi znao da je tako dobar, pa šta si treba da ne znam, Petar Ivanović ili ja da kupimo i7, pa kako nisi znao da je toliko dobar? Pa nije li Petar Ivanović, Petar Savić ima i7?
A stari, baš stari.
Ali stari? Aha, a ovo je novi, ja?
A ovo je generacija 4.
Znači sad je novi AMD, ono kao taj 3D, spakovali su jedan procesor bukvalno duplo keša i sad, šta?
Pa taj procesor je bolji od mogu.
Pa naravno da je bolji od ovoga duplo, sigurno.
Ali nije bolji od 700, koji je u vazduhu.
To još nismo vidjeli niće, još mi se niko nije pohvalio da ima takav procesor.
Kako? 3D?
Ne, i ni 3D, ni taj Intel.
Ima ga onaj Hrvat što igra na 480.
Koji Hrvat?
Onaj, kako se zove onaj?
Onaj što igra s vama, šta?
Ne Franjo. Nego onaj prije što igra.
Ne znam koji je to.
Tad sam prvi put vidio kad mi je šerova ekran, vidio sam u Huntu na 2K 250-260. Ima je 40...
A zašto si vidio toliko fremo?
Imao je 480.
Ne, nego grešim. Znači hoću da čujem to. Zašto si vidio toliko fremo? Zato što... Ne zbog grafičke kartice, nego zato što...
Ne, baš zbog grafičke.
Ne, uopšte nije zbog grafičke, nego zato što...
Je 3D procesor.
Ne, nego zato što Hunt nije uopšte grafički intenzivna aplikacija, već procesorski.
A dobro, nećeš sad ti na moju
što
tvoju...
Znači...
Nećeš ti sad na moju i tvoju karticu sa X3D-om imat 240 fremova, nećeš imati.
Što znači da Crytek već godinama reklamira igru pogrešno. Znači kad piše tamo system requirement, ne treba da stoji system requirement Titanium 1080. Ne, sa RX 560 ili RX 580 igru možda igraš lagano 1080 piksela, ali treba da imaš ili i7 ili novi Ryzen 5, Ryzen 7.
Ali nećeš imat 200 nešto fremova.
Nećeš imat, ali ćeš imat 100+. Šta tebi, a šta tebi vredi? Ja sam vidio, pre neki dan sam igrao Hans ima, vidio sam kako mi se ekran cepa na pola. Donji deo ekrana, zato što ne može, imam FreeSync onaj AMD-ov, ali on ne može toliku razliku da sredi. To nije ni AMD-ov, to je Nvidia AMD.
Ne, ti imaš FreeSync.
Imaš i ti i ja imam.
Ali ja imam Nvidia, meni to ne pije vodu.
Nema to, šta ne pije vodu? Taj monitor ima FreeSync, radi i na AMD-u i na Nvidia.
Ali ne radi to baš kako treba.
Pa ne radi kad je u pitanju 50 frame-ova, radi kad je u pitanju 10-20 frame-ova gore dolje.
Ne radi to baš kako treba. Ja ću ti reći jednu stvar. Ja sam uključio V-Sync. Onda radi kako treba.
Nisi uključio V-Sync, nego si limitirao igru da radi umjesto da udara 200 frame-ova i onda vidiš kad trčiš ili kad se pomeraš, vidiš kako ti donji dio ekrana se brže osvežava nego donji. Pa jer ne možeš, nema, igra radi sporije.
V-Sync je vertical synchronization.
Ono što...
Da, ja sam uključio primjera. I mene ne zanima, meni kad stoji na ekranu zakucano 144 frema, to verovatno ide na 160, 170, 150.
Jeste, ali to je samo...
Ali to ne mi cepa ekran, isto neću da radi.
Veći kurac i onda ni ne igraš igru, nego si Boris, gde si Boris Gardinovački? Onda si Boris Gardinovački koji kaže da ima 250 frame-ova u fullu.
Pa znaš ti recimo, evo primjer radi, ja kad bi sad...
A prošla ga je ta faza.
Čekaj, nije.
Prošla ga je ta faza. Mislim da jesu.
Samo
Nije mi se davno falio, tako bolje.
Ja kad bi kupio taj X3D ili ovaj 12.700, ja bi još na ovu gomilu ima jedno 23 frenova. Na ovoj kartici.
I što sad?
Primjera radi.
I što sad?
Ali za kamp ti pričam.
I šta sad?
Pa ništa, ja ću gledati da promijenim to, pošto je to već staro 5 godina.
I šta bi mi vidjeli što do sad nismo vidjeli?
Meni treba sve stići koliko mi treba. Ako mi teču donese, a rekao da će, ali onda je kupio, pitanje kad će doći, zbog rafta ukljenja važno, ali da će mora doći u septembru. 12.700 je već kod njega, samo, znaš šta je samo što, da mi ga fizički ne zaboravi.
Da ti ga fizički ne zaboravi.
A da krene naputi da zaboravi.
Ja sam siguran da će kartu zaboraviti, da ponese, ali procesor neće.
Zvaću ga, teču ne mogu zaboraviti onaj parts, on to kaže parts. Ne znam šta mu to znači, parts.
A ne znaš?
Deo, parts.
Aha, znači ipak znaš nego me testiraš.
Pa parts.
Volim kad sam na testiranju.
Kao ne, sekiraj se, parts je kod mene, to liče, parts. Zamisli kad mi je bio reka, pa parts kao nije bio jeftin, ja sam šta ti kupim cijel laptop. Ja ono, ne to je. Kao moga je za $500 mi kupi čitav laptop.
A da, što nisi uzeo?
A ne to budo, pa šta će mi to?
Što nisi uzeo čitav laptop?
Ne, on tečno.
Pa treba ti uzeti laptop.
I kao je, mislio sam da ti ovo bolje, ja ono ovako.
Ova si iz kreveta da gledaš dobre porno filmove, tako nešto.
Ne, ovaj se Made in USA, što bi ti reka, samo da mi stigne USA, ja bi mogu i platio, znaš, bolje da mi ga donesi iz Amerike, kvalitetniji. Ima taj silikon, bolji, Silicon Valley, što bi rekli. Bolje, dugotrajnije, može bolje se prši. Pa čekaj li, nema laž, nema prevare. Jesam li ga ja prvi dan klokova na 5.0? I zdrav. Ti si rekao ovako, sećam se kod uče bilo, gledaš mi, pa nisam baš siguran da to... Ja rekao, ne sekiraj se, cap.
A ti voliš da prepričavaš priče koje smo već čuli svi?
Pa ti si rekao, s 3.6 na 5.0, ha, nisam baš siguran, tako si mi rekao.
Jeste, i dalje nisam siguran da je to dobra ideja.
Pa kako nije od 4 godine 5 radi?
Nema tu boljitka.
Vodili ga. Da, napravit ću streaming mašinu, što je to problem?
Daj mi sekundu nešto. Uključim YouTube.
Što uključim YouTube, pa si lud, znaš uključi YouTube?
Pa ne želim da uključim YouTube.
Sporo ili ja nikad udao nije bolje.
Telefon ti je nešto sporo.
Ma nije sporno, internet je.
Mene internet sporo.
Speed test da ti mjeri na Wi-Fi, da iš koliko. 5 sa 1.
Možda da ti nije telefon uslonjen ekran, možda bi nešto uradili.
Nije slonjen ekran.
Ne, mene
zašto ti slonjen?
Gleda kao da ga je traktor pregazio.
Pa dobro, ima i on 3 godine 4. Sjećaš što smo išli po njega? Moga bi to staklo da zove. Šta ga ovo?
Pa što?
Što ti ne koristiš svoj telefon?
A zato što ne mogu pustiti brzine, puštam na ovaj...
A šta da mi puštaš? A šta ti to ne treba puštaš, a ja da ne znam?
A, ti je ovo nikad ne spomenu.
Plan of Tale?
Ne. Uvijek ako gledam Real Engine 5.4, a i muziku dobro.
Gledaš se ovo?
A gledaj?
Ne.
Ne, što da se nisu staviti. Slušaj muziku.
Lord of the Fallen. Glasao.
Gleda si staru igru Lord of the Fallen.
Ne, glasam ovo.
Dobro, ako si gledam danas.
A znaš šta je meni problem?
Ti nisi u stanju da igraš single player igre.
Ko nije u stanju da igraš single player?
Pa, šta ti je problem? Kontroli ti problem.
Ne.
Da pritisneš space, da ti se karakter... Da ti se karakter ovaj... Kiša.
Thunderstorm.
To je Thunderstruck.
Moguće, ne osjećam problem. Vidi nebo ili je?
Sivo nebo nad Beogradom. Ništa novo ne obećava. Raznim ulicama kružimo ti ja.
Night is strolling through the park. Napravit ću ovaj, nego znaš šta ću...
Šta ćeš napraviti, igronicu?
Ne, iziskivat će mi to još troškova, zato što ću morati da kupim neko kućište, neko napajanje, hard disk ima, M2 taj, više ono je malo.
Kućište, znaš koliko kesića izaš u kućište? 1000, zapravo dao sam u staro kućište. Koliko bi znaš?
Znači napajanje neko 400 vati ili pogodno, nebitno.
Napajanje ti je 3000 dinara. 2000 dinara.
Znači ima ovako procesor, ploču.
Kako fantazira.
Ne, pa kao menjam, znači ostaje mi procesor,
čekaj, da se vratim unazad.
Integruša na ploču.
Da se vratim unazad kroz vreme, ono.
Par koraka, dobro.
Vremeplom. Kad ti dolazi taj tetak, bardavac?
Pa ja se nadam do septembra.
Do septembra se nadaš.
Sad do septembra, to znači septembra.
Nadaš se radi njega ili radi sebe?
Radi svih.
Radi dobrobiti svih, ovo nije loš odgovor.
Samo se nadam da neće zaboraviti procesor. Ali neću mu to par dana nije. Drago li nemoj mi samo onaj dio za kompjuter, a ja malo tu kenjam teču, kažem da mi to bitno zbog posla.
Pa jes, posao ti je da nas ubijaš u pojam.
Ne, on je meni rekao, kad sam njega pitao za taj dio, on kaže, a što će tebi taj parac? Ja kažem, pa treba mi da računar, to mi ubrzava mi posao, šta ja znam, to što mogu s firmama da komunikam.
Sreće, pa te nije pitao.
Ne, dobro, ja te rekao, radim online preko firmama, sad korona, ovo, dobro, kaže, možeš li taj farm to ugradiš i ti treba još nešto, nisam spio da budem bez zabrano.
Dovoljan je taj parc.
Da naručim ploča, opće gabaritna. Njemu parc odgovara, zato što je malo. Možda ga spiješ gdje ćeš, kapiraš? I ne pravimo problema.
Ako ga izvadiš iz kutije, možeš ga staviti...
Ne moraš ga vaditi u kutiju, ti kad dolaze bez procesora, to dolazi u kutiju kak kutija cigara, kak kutija sapu, ne to tako. Zato što ne ide kuler uz njih. Ja sam samo radio, ali sam kupio i ja kuler zbog mog starog procesora, no sam kupio vodeno lađenje za onaj što će doći.
Ti si siguran da montaža odgovara na rupu?
Da, soket 100.700. Moje soket 1151. I to može, ali ima i montažu za taj 1700.
Nije li 1170?
Ne, 1700, baš imaš 1200 i 200. Ovaj moj kuler može i na M2, znači na M3 i na M3 plus i na M4. I to može, znam.
Možda ima montaž tako.
Da, ima. Ne bi bio pa prevodeno lađenje, to je blok. Ko ta tastatura, 3 ventilatora ima jedno. Pa ne prave to zim, to prave i za jedno i za drugo, pa kako kome odgovara. Montirajmo
kako ko voli.
A imaš montažu za M2 i zim. Ko što odgovara.
Kad te je to zvao Drakula, pa ga ja ne čujem još u Discordu, pitam se.
Pa zvao me prvo, recimo i Hante, ali ko će ja krenuo ima i nešto ne mogu, nisam dobre volje, aj za sakladu, čaj kaj, tamo idem delije, ja krenuo do tebe, oni čeo ćemo i Hante. Ako ti izgorio staro, ti ne znaš hoćeš, nećeš, kad ćeš, sad ćeš. Mislim, ne znam kako da kažem.
Ko starac mora.
Jesi još što nam je prijetio na klip? Jer gleda to?
Ne znam, kad vam je prijetio?
Ako ga klikao mi da neće igra više s nama kada. Ništa to gleda. Daj.
Neću.
Ne, daj mi ovaj.
Neću.
Prebači na ovaj ekran, da vidiš.
Neću, ako si ga stvarno klikao i ako je zapretio da nema... Ispričaj mi svojim riječima, ne moram...
Neću, brato, ću da vidiš. A neću da ti kvarim doživlja, ću da vidiš.
Neću, ispričaj šta je bilo.
Neću. A ne smi ja Draku i smo igrali, ja sam mislio da ti to vidi.
Gdje sam igrali.
Hajde, brate, daj. Prebači nam. Idi u Discord.
I šta ja gledam trenutno?
Dobro, samo povećaj mi Discord.
Zašto bi ga povećao?
Ne, ovo, ne.
Kad je to bilo, prosto?
Prije 2-3 dana, najgore.
Prije 2-3 dana.
Gore. Čekaj, a moraš mi ovo povećati, brate.
Ne mogu da povećavam.
Nije to.
Borisove biseri.
Nije to. Da, to je o 3. Ne.
Friendly fire.
Ne, to je sad te puca. Ne,
Borisova žice.
Ništa to.
Boris stavlja zamku, to znam ja šta je.
Ništa, gore.
Ne.
Gore.
Žice me uvatila zato što sam pokušao magarca da dignem. Hvala.
Nije ti žicu atlas, se upleo, ali...
Nisam se upleo, 50 helta si imaj stilu čovjek, ne mogu se pomeriti s 50 helta.
Ne, gore. Ne, ti gore. Torrente, dobro, ništa. Ništa je ovo, gore. Ovo ne nas šalje, ko ovo šalje, ne znam.
Ko ovo šalje? Do 2025. prošla plata bit će veća od 1000 evra, penzija 450, a koliko će biti cene? Pitam se.
Ne znam, ja ovo su ne vidim ništa gore.
Šta bi to bilo, šta sad?
Ne, nije to. Nije ni to.
Ko zna?
Ne, to je dolje Međirija, brate.
To je dolje?
To je pred njom, nije to.
A šta bi to trebalo bude? Sad.
Ja sam klipova povećajao, brate.
Nema veze, kad dođeš doma poslaćiš.
Ne mogu ti poslati.
Moraš mi reći šta je bilo.
Poslaću ti odmah, ajde. Proširi to.
Neću da mi šalješ odmah, nađi sam na telefon, imaš Discord.
Sad ti kajem šta je to bilo.
Možeš ti da ispričaš svojim rečima, nije problem. Ne moraš mi pustiti, kažem ti, ne treba mi
gubi smisao.
Pa ne gubi smisao, moraš mi ispričati svoju verziju te priče. A posle mi Boris objasni sebi.
Evo ti šta je ovo su im Discorda?
Imaš neki virus, 100%.
Ne znam, neki gluposti. Ovo je lije, nebitno. Rako, nebitno, samo malo. Ništa to. Čeka se stari. Evo ga. Ovo.
Ne znam šta je to. Pusti ga na telefon.
Ne znam što da digne, ne gledaj. Gledaj, Drakova digne. I gledaj sad stari šta radi. Ja sam već mrtav.
Bunga.
Ne znam da li da digne mene, da li da digne njega. Je li leš Drakula ili nije. Gledaj starog.
Drakula je mrtav.
Predali smo se. Gledaj starog.
Gdje je kopno?
Ne, gledaj, vidi. Hoće tu, pa hoće ovamo.
Šta radiš ti tu?
Gledaj. Slušaj sad. Slušaj sad.
Ne, to kratko je, ne znam.
Ne, sad ide najbolji dio. Sad ćeš čuješ ti Ilija najbolji dio. Gdje on nama prijeti ako ga budemo klipovali da neće nikad više igra s nama. Slušaj, sad to
a što ga klipujete?
Ne. Pa ovo ne moraš da gledaš, ovo samo slušaj. Zato što je... Smijemo se i dalje. Slušaj sam.
Lepo smo se igrali.
Ako klip... Ako klipuješ ja neću više da igram s vama, čuj.
Pa dobro, čovjek je rekao šta misli.
Šta je problem da ga klipujemo?
Pa zato što je zbunjen.
Malo sam zbunjen i zatečen, meni se samo oči znoje.
Čekaj, jesi ti vidio onaj stari klip gdje ja nisam verovao da je to, ja sam zapravo zaboravio njegovu reakciju.
Da? Pa jesi vidio onaj
klip? Nije meni smetalo to što...
Gdje ona juri sa vrha forta, ide da ga ubije.
Nije, to smo gledali već.
A čekaj, pa to dobro?
Ma, nebitno, to su
bolje kako ga ne ubio?
Egzibicije.
Ali kako ga ne ubio ona?
Aj maj sreće preposao.
Uspio da opali njega, nego ga je promašio sa šotkom.
Aj ga je promašio, pa ga je Boris tu sredio.
Inače, da ga ovaj sredio, to bi bio ultra hit ili... A si još te naći, ja i Peća se smijemo, viče, šta je bilo, kao što se smijete? On ne vidi da ovaj trči na njegov dozvor.
Ma vidi je nego, on miran kao špic. Možda čovjek uzima lekove za smirenje, pa je za to hladno.
Dobro, reci mi šta ti je hit bio bolji?
Pa ono, frag, trag.
A dobro, to je.
A ne, nego ja sam posle slušao što on priča, on kaže, trag, a?
1 minute later.
Ne, on je zbunjen bio.
1 hour later.
Nije mi jasno šta je od toga što sam ja rekao izazvalo.
A čekaj, a kakva je tebi reakcija bila kad je postavio kljusa na onaj prozor?
A to je namjerno radio.
Mi.
Yes.
Mi.
Ma yes.
Mi.
Ma yes, znao je šta se dešava.
Mi.
Evo ja ga branim sad.
Mi.
Ja ga redko branim, ali ovdje sad ga... Znao je šta radi. Šta se ti smiješ tako kvar?
Nije znao.
Oprosti mu gospode, ne znaš šta radiš.
Nije znao 100%.
Znao je.
Znao je na trola.
Da, troluje. Toliko dobro troluje da vi ne kapirate.
Čekaj, ti kažeš, dođemo, da ideš, ti šta stari, ne diraj to. A čekaj, šta, zašto on to tu stavi?
Pa eto, da se malo smijem. Eto, viš da radi. Ako uđe konkurencija da vide tu zamku da umru od smeta. Znaš, zamisli da neko dođe da vide stavio zamku pored prozora koji ne postoji.
Koji je praktično zakovan.
Zamisli da staviš koncertina žicu i ono znaš otrov. Staviš pored toga prozora. To ne može niko živi da nabode se na to. Niko ni ide tamo.
A trova na 100%?
A 100% trova, ne moguće.
A?
Mislim, ja se nadam da to
A čekaj, pa je svi onaj klip kad mu ja kažem diže me, on ide kod ovoga, ne zna koji sve.
A nije, ti je da digne Gradinovač, ovoga Makića.
To isto je trolo, a?
A jest.
Ne to, nego na ona vrata, brate, ne on nođe sa...
Ti izgleda da voliš da igraš s njim.
Ne, ja volim da igram s njim, baš, jer da ne igram ne bi doživio ovakve stvari.
Ja ne volim zato što onda se osjećam kao da me namjerno zajebava, znaš.
A možda ti namjerno tvoja?
Pa možda.
Jer nemoguće da,
mislim... Nemoguće da ne znam da igram, mislim, šta je tu teško.
Posle 2000 sati, jel?
Znači, zna da igra, onda me zajebava 100%.
Trola.
Da od 90% slučajeva kad mu baci dinamit da on umre i 10% to sam gledao. To je prvi put jučer ili prekjučer kad smo s onim Franjom.
Da izbjega.
Ja se nisam pomerio metar, čini mi se. Možda sam otišao 3 metra desno. On je pretrčao čitavu sobu. Ja gledao će ga ubiti, neće pobjega je bio. To je onih 10%, 90% slučajeva ga dignu vozdu. A to što se ti ne pomeraš pa ti bače dinamit iznad glave, to si mislio ni da neće pobjegati.
Nemoj da ti nađem taj klip, nije mi bacio dinamit iznad glave.
Iznad glave ti bacio.
Nije. Ne, iza zida.
A, pa to bilo iza zida.
Ne, iza zida, ja sam stojao, jer ja ne zajebala.
Iznad glave je bilo.
Ne, ja sam stojao ovako, lice sad, što kažeš ti kako mi se prsno u koču, vidiš, ovako sam stojao, ja gledam. I on je bacio s krova i frno je iza. Nije čak ni na ulaz, nego tačno iza. Tu je palo iza toga, nemoj da ti tražim...
Ako ga gledaš zoni kad igrate kant.
Nemoj da ti tražim grip, bacio iza. I to me ne bi ubio da nije bacio onaj sa 3, malte ne Big Dynamite onaj. Što ubija, i ako ti, recimo ako ti stojiš ovdje, on pukne iza zidu vići. To bi, za to me ubio. A ovaj mu je reka, pošto sam prije toga nasavljao dvojicu u tom ulazu...
Rekao mu je da se ne pomeraš, vjerojatno.
Ne, reka nije tu.
I ne mrda se.
Tu je, zato što sam ga ponizio, ovdje sam rekao, hej, ljudi u Boga sabljom. I što je najgore, onaj drugi kreten je došao da ga digne. A znaš kako je došao? Imam ja kvaku iza njih ili gledaj. I to sam mu kako je da... Kad ubijem prvo, gledaj.
Ti si to razradio?
Da, razradio sam. Do maksimuma. Jedino nisam ovo računao. Ovo da stvarno možda mi baci... Gledaj, ja sam bio prvo unutra u prostoriju. Drugi dolazi i zna da sam ja tu. I zna šta radi, Lija? Dođe metar od onoga ulaza i onda ovako se pomjera, kapiraš da probali da me nađe. A ja čim ga čujem na metar, ja njega ne čekam da on uđe, nego ja izađem i bocnem ga napolje. Znaš, jer je tu 2 metra, nije kapiraš. Jedino on može sjebati ako ima šotku. Onda me može deknuti, ali kontam da nema. Jer on zna da sam u tom čošku, ja ga čujem na onaj link da se on polako pomjera, traži miricu, ugao mi traži. Ja samo vidim, izleti mi cap. Gotovo.
Definitivno si razradio kamperske taktike.
Ako u tom čošku minimum sam napravio sabljom tu 2000 lista.
Pa dobro, ako jednom pogineš, drugi put valjda nećeš.
A ne, vidi, ja tu imam skor 80:5 za mene.
Da.
Rijetko kome tu, mogu da me sjebu, znaš kako?
Samo ljudi koji se već jednom koknu tu.
Pa da, ali znaš, ako si ga jednom koknuo, neće on razmišljati, ovo reći.
Možda neće opet, a?
Aj.
Čak i veliki Rahtazid poginuo od tebe s vrata.
Tu.
Zato što je čuo da se mrdaš, a poslije toga ti nije čuo 3 minute kako se mrdaš.
I šta je reka? Dobijao nekoma?
Mada mislim da je znao da si tu. Nemoguće da ima onakvu reakciju da opali slučajno naišao na ta vrata i opali je instant.
Ali nije ubio.
Pa naravno da nije te stigao u glavu na ciljak.
Jer ima snajper neki?
Nema, ima je Sparks, ali nije stigao na ciljak u glavu. Puka je random u telo.
I ostavio mi na 10 HP, ali ja sam ubio.
Vrlo bitno što se ostaje na 10 HP kad ima.
I čekaj, šta je izjavio? Dobija onaj ko ima više stepena?
Svaki put dobija.
Čekaj, on je znao da se ja tu, ali nije zna gdje.
Ne, čuo te kako tabanaš okolo.
I onda me nije čuo jedno 5 minuta.
Jes.
I govorio na svom streamu, uverali, kao ono, znaš, kao gdje si. I ostalo je samo tu da pogleda, znaš, ili jedino tu.
Ja ne mogu se sjetiti, jel on solo igra taj meč?
Ne, ubio sam i bit, on je stali smo ja i on. Ubio sam unutra dvojicu, on je iskočio napolje.
Ne. Ti si bio na balkonu, a on je ušao unutra.
Ne, ja sam prvo ubio dvojicu. I onda je on iskočio napolje, njega sam promašio, pa je ušao unutra, pa sve je izašao napolje. Tako je bilo.
Ne, pa se nisi mrda.
Nisam se mrda, da.
A da je on izašao, na primjer, okolo, na drugi izlaz, pa da je malo bolje pogleda.
Da, ali da je on izašao okolo, ja bi ušao unutra, tako da bi igrali se mački više drugi.
Možda da ti ne bi čuo.
A znaš šta je neče? Ja ne bi se ni toliko igrao da bi ti nisi, ne znam ko mi reka Rakta. U stvari Drakula je reka, Rakta me ubio, znaš, to je Rakta. Inače, igra bi ja, prašao bi ga ja, da nisam znao da je Rakta. Ali pošto sam znao da je on...
Onda si znao kako će on
ubijati. A
ubijati.
jedino ga mogu tako ubiti. U stvari njega jedino možeš tako da ubiješ. Ja njega...
Na zasjedu.
A ne mogu da ubiješ.
Na pucanje ne možeš.
On
će te prepogoditi u glavu pištolje, no što će njega šutno.
Ne, slušaj, ja sam ubio od svojih 10 puta, ubio sam ga 7-8 puta na zasjedu.
Ili na shotgun.
Ili na point blank. Da nisam ni znao da je.
Pa da.
Jedan put sam gubio u ovome milu, u vodenici sam gubio tako što je čuo sam neko da trči i on je napravio animaciju da skoči kroz to da ga vratio šotkom. A ono kad sam ubio Archija, Delaney i njega, Archija i Horneta.
Gdje je to bilo pitanje?
Sad gdje je to bilo? Desale, ubio se ih svu toricu, njega sam vratio preko prozora nazad, nisam ni znao da je on.
Ima li dokaz za to pitanje? Ima.
Ima, peć igra sam.
Kako nismo vidjeli
taj footage. Da, roknuo sam njega, Raktu sam odmah vratio kroz prozor napolje, ima sam terminus. Iskočio sam kroz taj isti prozor koji je Rakta htio da uđe, iskočio ome dolje Hornetu na glavu, ali nisam sablju izvuka, nego mi je bio terminus u ruke. I odmah, dok sam padao, palio sam jedan od njega i drugi kad sam pao, ubio sam ga. I onda je došao kako se zove, Arči.
Ne bi rekao da Arči.
Ne Arči, nego nešto reka Boris da smrdi. Nije Arči, nego... Delaney jebote. Delaney, Hornet i...
Misliš zove ga smrdljivi Francuzi?
Da. Delaney, Hornet i Rakta. Njih trojica su igrali u timu. Raktu sam prvo vratio, da nisam znao da je Rakta. Ovoga sam Horneta, kažem ti, puka i sa Delaneyem sam on je imao neke pištolje i to i nasavlja sam. Tačnije, tradeo sam s njim. Poginuo sam od njega, sam ubio. Trojicu sam ih, čitav nisam njih.
Pirova pobjeda.
I slušaj, znaš šta je Rakta?
Sjeta što si ti bio zadnji igrač tima, tako?
Nisam, digao me, ne znam svi su igrali. Dobili smo mi tamo. I znaš šta je reka Rakta?
Ne. Not this guy again.
Ne. Posle toga sam ja stavio Z. Posle toga kad si gubio. Reka je is the same guy with a double barrel in Saber.
Pa kako neće zapamtiti?
Ali nisam tad igrao s Double Barrelom, igrao sam sa... Zato što pisaš Spartanaca krstaš.
Nema to veze. Imaš specifičan loadout. Ljudi nose Winchester plus sablju, Vetterli sablju, Sniper sablju.
On je reka, pazi, njega sam ubio sabljom barem 3 puta. I sigurno vidi ono Spartanac sa 2 krstače, teško možda zaboraviš, znaš, ono, još sam ja na stream pisao Spartans here, I kill you again i to kad me blokira, znaš. I vjerovatno je zapamtio. I kad sam gubio, mi smo otišli na njegov stream i on je reka, is the same shitty guy with double barrel sribu. To je rekao.
Znaš kako, ništa njega ne sprečava da igra s double barrelom i sabljom u tvoju odbranu.
Ali čekaj Ilija, on zna ko sam ja. Mislim, Spartanac double barrel i sribu. Ali znaš kako je reka double barrel? Reka je double barrel i sribu.
Doduše da on igra sa double barrelom i sabrom, on bi bio opasan zato što on zna da nišan i on bi gađa slagom ljude u glavu.
Čekaj Ilija, ti bi donekle reka da je opravdan moj loadout da nosim recimo da nosim terminus auto, u stvari terminus levering i slag.
Terminus auto.
Ne, terminus slag i levering, može li to?
A ne znaš ti pogoditi s leveringom, jesi ti lud. Slag ti je jedna kuglica, gdje ćeš ti s leveringom da povodiš ti kuglica.
Znaš što je dobro? Dobro je kad igraš sa terminusom da staviš final repeater na slag.
I?
Pa kad si u zoomu puca...
A ti si to radio, ne?
Pa igrao sam par puta sa slagom na terminus. Ima sam
i
levering...
Misliš, uzeo si od čovjeka koji je bio mrtav?
Ne, bukvalno, imam ja slag municije, znaš koliko, i terminus i double barrel i razumiješ? Zato što sam nekad uzmem auto 5 sa slagom, nekad našno kad pokupim, nekad uzmem terminus sa slagom, izađem pa promijenim slag, znaš, vratim na bakšu. I onda imam 5-6 varijanti slaga. Recimo, nije loše da igraš, znači, naravno...
Terminus.
Naravno, terminus bez leveringa i kurac. Znači, levering obavezno, terminus...
Misliš, nemaš nikakvu prednost u odnosu na bilo koji shotgun.
Tako je. Znači, jedino leveringom, jer levering... Pa mogu da kažem brže od auto 5. Ne znam da li si ti ofilio,
šta god.
Osjetio brzinu, ali recimo auto 5 imaš 5 metakova i na 7.
Ne, da je recall jači.
Na šta, na?
Na poluautomatskom. Na semi-auto.
Pa i recall, mislim, terminus sa leveringom je bolje od auto 5. Ne. A i dosti, ali bez leveringa je cool. I uzmeš Iron Repeater...
Ima si epizode kad si spalio 5 metaka u čovjeka.
Ali brate, ima sam epizode kad sa 7 metaka ubijem 2 tima. 6 ljudi. Doduše tu su mi, znaš, neka pucnjava je, neko je već poginuo, 2 tima se fajte, mi tonemo ka trećim, ja ih pobijem, jebi ga, možda nekome falilo, možda se neko nije stiga healovat, ali nema veze, sve si ih ubio sa pometkom. Znači, levering, terminus i uzmeš 2 pojene Iron Repeater. Onda uzmeš slag.
Da, ti nišaniš inače. Ako te znao po tome što si gađa ljude sa slagom na 30 metara.
A znaš ako slag je dobar, kad ti malo vatiš ljude na otvorenom izvan compounda ili oko compounda, tu 20-25 metara.
Ti možda ocijeniš koliko je to.
Da, ali recimo slag ti ne pije vodu u boss areni. Jer tu se brzo dešava.
Nema potrebe. Nemaš kad da nišaniš i...
A ja kad sam to pričao, meni ljudi ne vjeruju da ja u boss areni na ta 3-4 kvadratna metra da bolje dejstvujem sa sabljicom. Jer tu ne može lak da me zajebe.
Ko ti ne vjeruje? Ja ti ne vjerujem.
Ne, pa sa sabljicom nemaš, on mi ne može uteći.
Toliko igra laguje da imaš vremena da pretrčiš 7-8 metara da ubiješ čovjeka i da umreš.
Sabljicom?
Ne, bilo čime. I da umreš.
Ali ti znaš da je meni lakše da ga ubijem na tako malom prostoru sabljom na šotku?
Jer ti znaš da ima više kilova nožem nego pištoljem. Ili pušem.
Ne znam kako tu statistiku nisu ubačili.
Ne znam, treba ti. Čisto da se pohvalim. Nema potrebe da pucam.
A ima. Znači, ono sam snimaka sam vikao, hey dude, i onaj nesretnik čuje me. I znam da sam iza njega i polako se okreće. Ono je najčešće. Polako se okreće, ja mu pucam u uvo ili...
Provušio si mu praktično uvo.
Znaš gdje još pravim dobru zasedu? Brate, pravim dobru zasedu u drvari.
Drvar?
U drvari.
Dobro, gdje je to?
Kad očekrkaš ona klizna vrata, ona metalna vrata, uđemo u prostoricu. Gdje imaš one stepenice, gdje čučnemo onaj čošak od krova. Pa tu se ih isto potpornica, samo.
A što ti prepostavljaš da neko mora tu da dođe?
A znaš ako ti jako recimo kao ovo Brikovcu, ti si zatvorio skoro, ne skoro, nego zatvorio si sve.
Kad ti znaš da neće ti pustiti da pričaš.
Samo
ovaj event svi nose jebeni bombovi.
Samo malo. Nema veze, ti pazi, nosimo veliku žicu kad igramo. I ja, i Boris, i Kesić, i ja, i...
Boris nosi žicu.
Gardinočki, kad igra samo reka sam ne izigra nakon uzme veliku žicu. Iz početka izbaciva kroz prozore i to nije zna šta će s njom, to je drugo.
Da.
Evo ga si ima. Posle mu kažem, i to mu pingujem gdje ne bači, znaš, inače ne znam.
To šajde mentalno zlostavlja. Molim te, prozmi ga.
Simo, jesi čuo skeletom? Nešto oni šareće da voze, ali nešto mi se noći, Simo. Nešto se... Ne bi ja danas udesno pogledaj, Simo. I baciš kad zatvoriš na koncertinu na 5 mjesta, on tuče, brate, bonspinom čućeš, doćeš tamo. I onda proba i kaže, a vidi.
Pokazao si mu što si betonirao.
Šta?
A njegov čale je nešto prepravlja bio.
Slušaj, sino, betonirali smo dvorište, prvo sam radio kući potkopava, kupatilo, malo počela tome noseći u gredu, nebitno da te ne zamaram. Sve u stvari bilo zbog pukle tamo cijevi, loše pad bio ovdje i tamo se godinama sliva vodu, taj čošak od kuće, manje više.
I nema temelj korektno rađen tamo.
I brate, ja, razbijem Simo 10 kvadrata, brate, betona, da bi to fino izbetonirali, napravili pad, sve živo. To ti moram pokazati, to jednostavno to ne može. Meni je došlo dobro što danas nije bio u kući stari. Kad sam posuo vodu, mislim postavio u pičku materiju, to klapsa nije to... Tada ćeš vidjeti čemu se još. Živo sam razbio, nekoliko šta betonira, pol dvorišta, gledaj. On opet sve ovo. Ali Simo, gledaj ti što sam prvo radio, Znači, gledaj ti, prvo sam morao da potkopam čitavo kupativo, gledaj. Potkopam kupativo, toliko unutra, ukopan 70 cm i sve iz nije nalio betona, ovo sve ispod kupativa, gledaj, viš ovo, sve sam nalio, da ne bi tonuo više kupativo, kupativaću se malo. Znači, moram ostaviti toliko da bi da mi se slije, to je ispod. Viš koliko sam to ispod. Sve iskopa i nalio betonom. Ovoliko, unutra ispod ovoliko. Jer to je bilo moj Simo, zbog ovoga se to radi. Viš koliko je cijet, viš koliko je zimu ovdje, gledaj. Viš, to ne mi tvorište, to ne mi sve. Viš. Viš ovo vazdu upisi, gledaj. Ja sam potkopao kupativo, viš, do ove dubine, sve nalio beton s armaturom. U zgradu lica. I što je najčisto, znači onda prvo sam, viš kako je to bilo izlivano, gledaj Simo koliko je to debljina, sve ispod nalivano. Tu sam usvojio, pojenta priča. Prvo sam s odrakama gledao. Drugo, ovo me koštalo 700 €. Treće, radim ga sad, da ga ne radim dok sam živ. Za toga radim kvalitetno.
Na kraj isto.
I na kraj, dobro, neće to, vidi, ne može to zato što sam ja dolje ovoliko, razumiješ, napravio armaturu, temelj. Nije to problem. Ali da li je moguće?
Da si me zapravila,
da li je moguće da zbog toga pada, da bi tamo išla voda ovoliko, ja sam još razbio čitavu ovu prostoriju betona da bi mogli da napravimo pad na toliku površinu. Pa ništa moga sa jaš četvorokolica završi da ne razbijamo ono iza, kapiraš? Neka ide vodu u taj čošak, napravili smo jak temelj Pali me kurac, razumiješ? Ja sam sve to uradio da to nije. I slušao si me. Jučer smo to betonirali. Ja mu kažem, Sujo, tu ima kontrapad. Nema, kaže, evo ti libela mjerio. Sam rekao, što dobro izmjerio? Kaže, evo ti libela, pogledaj. Ja budala, razumiješ, znaš ono, ka sad tebe pitam, sino.
Ka svaki sin, ono.
Pa ne, no, sino, jesi ljusuo antifrizuku? Ono, jesam, ti ono, dobro, evo. Ti ujutro, ono, zamrza blok od motora. Pa kako ako si usuo? A jebe ga, ja sam usuo, mislio sam usuću, ne usuo. A ne moram te provjeravat, kapiraš? Radimo zajedno. Ono, ja još umoram, vrućina bilo, vidim on tamo vaga, vaser vaga drži, zna toliko, razumijem si, radio neka, nije to problem. I ja kontam sad sebi, znaš ono, sada ja idem da te provjeravam, kapiraš. Ali meni Simo na oko mi djelo ovako, rekao, ajde možda ono kupatilo kako je to nula, pa me vara, znaš, na dvorište, kapiraš, vara me, ne znam kako da te objasnim, ono, znaš, ono nekad ti se čini da je krivo, ali nije, nego te vara nešto. Kad sad ovo, vidiš ova dva monitora ili ne? Ovaj je krivo ovako sigurno, ovaj, razumije? A možda te malo i vara, kapiraš. Ali najvjerojatnije...
Zavisi gdje si išao
to stavio. Ovako malo krivo. Pa vidiš na ovo. I on kaže, ne, sve je to dobro. I ja, on danas otišao, imali sam neku kontrolu, ja, brate, dolazim, moraš poli beton, betonira si, vidim, on vidi bijeli toplo. Ja sin ovako poliram, kad sad završio polivanje, ja vidim da se voda sve. Ja pazi kao. Ja...
Aha, dakle.
I znaš što sam onda mora da radim svi? Ima tu lijep, ali to je ono da ti se mud opane. Gle, pošto je to donekle još svež beton, uče betonirano. Ja sam mora fino da uzmem jednu dobru letvu. Gledaj što se ja mora da gulim s njim. I viš, viš ovo, viš, jesi vidio? Mora sam ovako da gulim, ovako stavio letvu, zakucaj tamo nogom i ovo radio s njom kao s brisačem. Da napravim kanal, da ga zgulim ovoliko, da ono recimo bude na površinu 2 metra, da ono recimo bude malo ovako, kapiraš? Ovako, ali na šire. Jer, da mi ide tamo voda, ali pazi Simo, prvo te košta para, drugo se odeveš. Treće, praviš ga, brate, da ga ne praviš više nikad.
Živaca me košta.
I on te... Čekaj Simo, i ovaj ti ga... Pa ja njemu kaj danas... A si zdrav, on zdere na mene, pa si lud jebote da ne vidiš, ti kažem, no sad budova što ja uzme da provjerim.
A šta on liči?
Znaš gdje se uzeti? On je mjerio pad. Ne od... Sad ti pokažem.
On je mjerio ovamo lupamo.
Ne, gledaj sad. Ajde pizda materiju. Viš ovo. Čekaj još malo.
Yes.
Gledaj ovo. On je mjerio pad. Odavde, od početka ovoga gdje ćemo da betoniramo ovamo. A ne možeš ti od tada da ga mjeriš. Ti, druže, mora da ga mjeriš pad. Mora da mjeriš iz ćoška, odavde, brate. I vidiš ti šta sam mora da radi, sino, dok je svež beton. Vidiš li ovo ovdje? Vidiš ovo? Evo, ovo. Vidiš ovo okolo, ovo što je još kao sveži. Ja sam morao da zamutim pjesak. 1:1, znači to je malter da ubija. Znači i da nalijem kao podoliv i da ga pustim jer uvatit će, jer je ovaj ispod svež. Znaš, nije na tvrdo betonirano da dodaješ. I kad sam to doda, pa, ovamo sam mora da struže, viš će sam pravio, da bi išlo ovamo, jer u suštini treba završiti pad ovamo. Ali Simo, to ti isto kaži kao ovo, daj da se sliva voda na kraj ti prelazi ja. Ili ovo.
I will say, isn't Roblox in hot water for like utilizing child labor, unpaid child labor? I've heard this. I don't want to go and speak out of turn, but this is what I'm aware of. Yes. Okay. So Roblox is like, I mean, it's like every rose has its thorns. Like, I get it, but yeah, the Activision thing sucks too.
Can steal the life out of every single one of their titles for any passion project made by somebody who actually loves their product so that they can make more money. But let's take a look at what's actually going on. The Modern Warzone account summarizes the best when they say Activision is on a cease and desist rampage against community-made Call of Duty projects, and it's probably not over yet.
Yeah.
X-Labs, the only safe way.
They said they saw Nintendo and they said, wait a minute, we can do better than that. Nintendo's getting all the hate for DMCAing people and shutting people down. Well, we can't have somebody else stealing the news cycle.
To play older Call of Duty titles online such as MW2, Ghost, Advanced Warfare, and Black Ops 3 without putting yourself at risk. And now let's listen to what they have to say.
And you may ask yourself, why does this matter? They are using the intellectual property of Activision Blizzard. You have a fair point. This is totally legally within Activision's rights. The problem is that these old Call of Duty games, such as Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, we're not going to try to talk about Plutonium. Hopefully Plutonium stays safe. Plutonium is next on the chopping block if they go for somebody. But all of these old games that Call of Duty fans still love to go play, if you try to play them on console, you are putting yourself at an innate risk because their server security is non-existent. They've actually gone back and
that's the real problem, is that, like, if the server security, like, let's look at, like, a different universe, for example. In a different universe where Blizzard server security was S tier and you were able to play the old games on Blizzard servers with no problems, I would think that Blizzard is completely within their rights to shut down competing versions of the game. Absolutely. But all they did really in shutting these down now is draw attention to the fact that their live servers are fucked up.
Tried to fix it in some of their previous titles, but the hackers that inhabit those servers have figured out ways to circumvent the new fixes. Basically, all of the old Call of Duty games are unplayable online unless you want to have a chance to have a hacker kick you from your game, completely reset your rank and everything you've ever actually unlocked in the game, as well as the ability to get your IP address, inject all types of different files into your PC if you're playing on PC, and basically it's just not safe.
So the Project X...
Yeah, so, like, guess what? People aren't going to want to use that. And I do think, like, at a certain point, like, is it... Because, so this is my perspective with, like, pirating games. Is if the game is not being provided by the official publisher, I think that it's completely morally and ethically okay to pirate it. Because there's no theoretical sale that's lost. And I would argue that if, in order to play the game, you have to put your actual, like, your IP address and, like, your computer files that could have your work on it, you have to put that at risk. I actually think that this would be okay. Like, I wouldn't hold it against anybody for pirating this. Because it's just like, you're asking them, like, you know, are you willing to compromise your entire computer? Get DDoSed off of the internet completely. You have so many people that make a living off of the internet. I think that it's completely fair for somebody to say, fuck you, I'm not going to do this. Because, like, playing the video game puts them actively at risk. It's effectively unplayable. Yeah, it's malpractice. And, like, you could argue that, like, it's even...
Welcome to my channel.
What do you call it?
Yes, Mafia.
Negligence. I would argue that it's straight up fucking negligence to let that happen.
As well as SM2 have both received cease and desist already from Activision Blizzard to stop what they're doing.
Yeah.
But now, the big concern is that Plutonium is next. So the bottom line is 3 of these big studios have gotten cease and desist from Activision Blizzard and now have had to close down operations entirely. So let me get this straight. You, as a company, Activision Blizzard, still charge full price for all of these games.
That's insane.
Can't keep your servers safe for your users, meaning they can get their IP stolen, they can get DDoS.
Yeah, I mean, that's pure negligence. There's no excuse for that.
they can lose their account, all their progress. You as a company...
It's more than that. It's that if a hacker can get into your PC and delete your PC, or delete files off of your PC, that is like an insane level of negligence that they're just ignoring. So yeah, I have like literally no sympathy for them in this circumstance.
Can't make the effort to go make those games secure for your users, but you have enough time as a company to send out cease and desist for the game developers that are doing it for you, and instead of trying to incorporate them into your system like the most successful games in the world, you're more invested into shutting them down to monopolize your product internally for yourself.
Well, I have nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with that. If they want to shut down other competing things because they want to monopolize their product and everybody using their servers, I think that's totally fine. I think the reason why this is bad is because playing it on their official servers can put you massively at risk. That's what the issue is. And like, the servers are simply a symptom of that problem. But that is the problem, not the servers.
Empower your community to give your users an actual quality experience in the games that they love? What kind of despicable, backwards business practices are the executives at Activision Blizzard doing? This, on top of the lies that you continuously spout to manipulate the marketplace, to buy your products, to make new games that are reskins of the old ones and charge enormous and egregious amounts of money on them, just to inevitably end up walking back a lot of those decisions like you ended up doing in Warzone. What is going through your head? And the answer is, they just
Nothing's going through their head, because this is a decision that was made by the legal team. It didn't really have anything to do probably with the developers of the game at all. It probably just had to do with a legal assessment that having the game out there in a way that's not owned by Blizzard puts Blizzard at risk. Like, that's literally it. I mean, the people that are making this decision are probably actually paid well because they're the legal team, and they're probably not even, they're not really even Blizzard. This is like a legal team that's retained by Blizzard. Yes. At risk of what? There's a lot of IP law and things where you have to legally protect your copyright. And I think that's probably where they're coming from. And also, like, again, I think that you would probably, like, I think Bellior Gaming will probably have, like, a very good insight into this, because he had to deal with this exact same problem himself back in, like, Legion. But there is, like, a legal, like, I was going to go to law school, I didn't go, so I don't know the specifics, okay? So I can't tell you. But what I do understand is that there is a reason for it.
Don't care about their community. They don't care about building great games. The only thing that they see is dollar signs, and they don't care about whether or not their community is actually happy and thriving. And this, in my opinion, solidifies them as the single worst, most manipulative...
Somebody said in chat, and I actually wanted to read this, why isn't the legal team foreseen that this opens up Blizzard to gross negligence for failing to patch known cybersecurity risks in their supported products? Probably because there's no precedent that people have used that, like, the legal team has, that, like, for example, is there a legal precedent that shows that allowing somebody to play a peer-to-peer game that, because peer-to-peer games make your IP vulnerable, for example, right? Is allowing somebody to play a game that shows somebody else's IP, is that gross negligence or not? And I bet it's there aren't any cases like that. So, like, Blizzard's legal team is basing their decisions, like, a lot of law is built off of precedent, which means that if it happened before, it can happen again. And it just hasn't happened before. So that's why they're not doing that, is because they don't think that they're liable for it, and they don't think that they'll get in trouble for it. That's what I think. Like, I don't know, I'm just guessing. That's what makes the most sense.
The evil company in the history of gaming. My guess is the reason why they're actually trying to do this is to just force people onto Modern Warfare 2, the new $70 Call of Duty that I made the mistake of pre-ordering, because it is just a downgrade for what MW 2019 was. I think was the last good Call of Duty to come out, but now we're getting into
That was the Warzone one, right? Like Warzone, fucking the first Warzone was so good.
Subjective territory, but the reason why all of these titles are being shut down is because they are trying to force them onto the new product just so they can milk more and more money out of the community. But what's so ironic about that
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I really don't. I think that this is just simply a legal thing and a decision that the legal firm decided needs to be made based off of some fucking legal precedent. Some intellectual property copyright law thing. That's what I bet it is.
So if you look at what the most successful games are doing in terms of Roblox and Fortnite, even Minecraft, these companies have found a way to actually enable their modding communities to make full-time livings out of modding their game and delivering on experiences that an individual studio cannot do. And
I think this is so great. Like, I'm such a huge fan of mods. Like, I think mods keep a lot of games alive. Like, for example, mods keep Dark Souls and From Software communities alive in between the releases. Like, every single time, like, for example, like, I'm now, like, I said this the other day, right? I don't know if I can show it again. But, like, for example, like, I had to open up my fucking thing. I downloaded the Convergence mod recently. For Elden Ring, and I plan on playing that. Right here it is, it's right here, and eventually I will play this game. And I'm excited now about playing Elden Ring again. And the reason why I'm excited about playing Elden Ring again is for a reason that has nothing to do with From Software. And that's why mods are so incredible, is that I came back to Dark Souls 3 like 4 or 5 times, and every single time I didn't play Dark Souls 3. I played a mod of Dark Souls 3, and I had a great time doing it. So I think mods are really great. I'm a huge fan of mods. I love mods.
The most successful games of all time, that's what they've been able to do. They allow modders and individual developers to come in and expand upon the foundation they built that attracted tens, maybe even hundreds of millions of players in the case of a game like Roblox and Minecraft and even
look at Arma, DayZ, right? Wasn't DayZ an Arma 3 mod? Like, I think that there are a lot of examples of mods that, I mean, like, look at fucking Dota. I mean, dude, look at Dota is a whole genre now. It's massive. Was it Arma 2? I don't remember. I didn't play it, but I heard about it. Counter-Strike was a Half-Life mod. I didn't even know that either. Holy fuck, man.
To enjoy
yes, there's a lot of examples of mods being
what the original
huge.
Studio was able to deliver, because those studios have figured out how to empower their community and build off their amazing products in ways that they were never able to do, whilst rewarding these developers in a win-win-win scenario where the players get more content, developers can make a living off of their game. The original studio not only makes more money, but has a higher quality product because of that.
Well, yeah, I do think the mods increase the quality of the game in general. I mean, obviously, you do have problems with, like, you know, for example, World of Warcraft. I think mods in WoW, like add-ons in WoW, actively make the game worse. But that's because of, like, a very complex problem in the game that would take a long time to explain. But overall, I think that having mods in a game does enhance the game experience.
Activision Blizzard are so greedy that they can't even allow the people who made their original games that are still full price, playable, and safe to even launch and play multiplayer.
That's what the problem is right there. The fact that you can't play it unless you want to get your IP stolen or your PC hacked.
They can't even let those people succeed. But don't worry, guys. The new Battle Pass in Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone, the new COD that we're selling every year I'm pretty sure there was a promise that Modern Warfare 2 was going to last a couple years. Maybe that was a leak. If you could let me know down in the comments, I would very much so appreciate that to make sure that I'm staying accurate and honest with you all. But this just goes to show you how despicable this company is. And this really leaves us with only one solution as consumers, and that's to stop buying their product. Listen, I'm all for capitalism. I think capitalism makes the industry more competitive and allows for more titles to come out that don't screw over the player. But what Activision is doing is not capitalism, because they're not supplying...
Well, it is. it is capitalism because you can choose not to play their games. It's a free market. And I think that's one of the greatest things that gaming has provided, is that it's a completely free market. You as a user are able to choose what game you want to play. Like if you want to play New World, you can play New World. If you want to play World of Warcraft, you can play World of Warcraft. Games aren't being banned by the government. There's like things where Steam won't have a game on it or something like that. I'm sure there's like fringe examples, but for the most part, you can play whatever the fuck you want, and you can vote for the games that you love with your wallet in a meaningful way. And I think that is incredibly good. So if people don't like this, what they should do is they should stop consuming content and products from this company.
A new and better product. They're actually downsizing the product, marketing it as a new one. Oh, where would they done that? Oh, Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
And then failing to deliver on their promises to make the game's quality. Like, for example, my biggest gripe with Warzone, why would you ever take Rebirth Island out? That was the best BR experience I've ever played, and yet I can't play that map anywhere less than 2 years after it's come out because they force new maps and new products on everybody constantly.
I feel like every BR does this. I don't think this is like a super strong point, but like it is disappointing whenever, for example, like you know, like Fortnite changes the map in a way that you don't like, or Apex changes the map. Like, yeah, I definitely get this. I mean, I think this is something that like is really between the developer and the player. It's not really that they're greedy. It's just they're trying to like Verdansk. Yeah, that was the original that was the original Warzone map, and I loved that. I thought that map was incredible, by the way. That was such a good map. I wish that there was more, like, woodland area. I think the best ever map for any BR of all time is the original PUBG map. I think it's the best one. Verdansk is number 2. And number 3, if I had to say, probably would be like Season 4, Season 5 Fortnite. That might just be my nostalgia, though. Yeah, I would say somewhere there. The DayZ map? See, I never played DayZ. I can't speak to that.
What's originally built and allowing their community to expand on it. This is why they're the most evil company in modern day gaming, and to be frank with you, they shouldn't be allowed to exist in the way that they are now, because the consumers should start to boycott and look for other options that actually enable and empower their community rather than just continue to stretch.
I would say that, like, in terms of should they be allowed to exist or not, I mean, I think that's up to the market to decide, right? If people are not happy with, like, Blizzard or whatever, well, they can just stop playing their game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's pretty easy.
Angle and chokehold them for money. So that's my Activision Blizzard rant. This is the new Activision Blizzard scandal coming out this week.
New release.
It just shows their true nature. They don't care about you. They never will. They see you for your dollar signs. They don't see you as gamers who love the games that they used to put out, or even sometimes are still putting out now. They just want to enjoy the games for what they are and be a competitive player. So thank you so much for watching. Be sure to click on the screen, check out my aim assist rant where I talk about my opinions on crossplay and whether or not it actually ended up working. So thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys next time. Much love. Peace out and stay away.
I think this guy was really upset, man. Like, he was really fucking pissed. And, like, I can see why. Like, whenever Blizzard says, like, yeah, you can't play the game in a way that doesn't put your IP address at risk, I feel like, fuck, man. Like, I'll watch this. Not today, but I'll definitely watch this. I think this will be interesting to look at. I might watch that. No, it's Dago. This seems like super controversial, get a lot of people mad. Yeah, anyway. By the way, like, fun fact, I don't think aim assist is killing gaming. I think that, you know, crossplay against aim assist versus no aim assist is bad for matchmaking. I don't think that aim assist kills gameplay at all. It's everybody, if everybody has aim assist, nobody does. But anyway, the point is that, like, with Activision Blizzard, if you don't like this kind of stuff, I think that what this really shines a light on is the fact that Blizzard is not able to provide an experience for its users that is safe. And not being able to provide an experience that's safe for users to play their games is like it's a massive fucking L. Like, let's be real, this is absolutely a certified lizard situation. They should, I don't know. Like, I don't know the network architecture of why people are able to get hacked in this game. That's not my fucking job, but I think that if you bought the game, it should be somebody's fucking job to fix that. And apparently they're not doing it. So I think that's what the issue is.
The aim assist drama / debate has been going on since 2018 when Fortnite revolutionized multiplayer games, enabling crossplay and bringing gamers from different platforms.
Interesting. Really interesting. Ow! You didn't have to cut me off. Think I like you now. No, you didn't have to stood so long. And your friends got your record and you changed your number. I said I don't need that girl. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over. I don't even believe it, it was always something that I've done. I don't live that way, believing into every word you say, so that you hung up on somebody that you used to know. But the God be up, was thinking
Yes.
So no, you don't have to stood so long.
Yes. Take care.
Алло? Да? Коли се чуємо?
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
There's always something that I've done. I don't wanna live that way. Leaving it to everyone. You say.
The different inputs from all over the world together into one big melting pot. And ever since that's happened, multiplayer games have really been thrown in the middle of the mess of trying to quote-unquote solve the issue between cross-input play in shooter games. And I don't think anybody's really figured it out right. So today, we're doing the aim assist rant. Let's talk about it. I think my answer and the outcome and the conclusion that I've come to might actually end up surprising you. So let's start out by looking at the clip that started it all from Nui TV, and they said aim assist is fun, fair, and balanced. And let's take a look at this clip, and I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty crazy. No human being is able to track like this. It's an Apex Legends clip, obviously, and it is in the training range, right? So, yeah, it's inhuman tracking. Now, I will admit, I don't play much Apex Legends at all, so if there's anybody that plays the game consistently that has more input or information about this clip and whether or not you can tune up aim assist in the practice range or something, please let me know. I'd love to know. But luckily today, we're going to be talking at a much more broad scale and covering the entire industry rather than just this one clip, which kind of, you know, was the match that set the forest fire when there's just a trail of gasoline leading up to this moment. The cold hard reality of shooter games that people may or may not want to accept is that they fit as a genre better on mouse and keyboard than they do on controller. Does that mean that controllers can't enjoy an FPS experience, or there's no way to have fun playing a shooter game on controller? Absolutely not. Some of my favorite titles growing up as a kid were shooters on my Xbox 360. I'm sorry, PlayStation gang, but if you weren't playing Modern Warfare 2 on your Xbox, you messed up. Jokes aside, aim assist has gotten way out of hand, to the point where Halo, the game that had the most broken aim assist that quite literally was an aimbot, which aim assist is a form of aimbot, it's just approved by the company. That's a debate that I see a lot where people try to say it's not. It is a form of aimbot. It helps you aim just like, it's just a minor form of aimbot, right? Depending on what it is, but it went to the point where Halo, a game that's controller players had an accuracy 15% higher because the aim assist was so broken across the board, they added aim assist on mouse and keyboard, which this game had no chance because its aim assist was so strong. And you can see his hand is not even on his mouse, right?
Hold my click, so this is what simulates when you're
crazy.
Again, right hand's not even moving. All I'm doing is a very slow walk.
So these titles are so set on forcing crossplay that some of them went as far as to give mouse and keyboard aim assist to compete with how strong it was for controller just to enable crossplay. And these companies and people don't understand what makes a shooter game so attractive to a PC audience, where it really is the optimal platform for it, and that it has the highest form of skill expression. That's the difference between controller and mouse and keyboard. It's not that the controller players are worse as players than the mouse and keyboard players, but the better you get on mouse and keyboard, the better like your skill can be expressed with precision and fast flick movements, tracking, right? It's just a better input to actually learn and go up a skill curve when it comes to learning shooter games or BR games, anything that has a shooting mechanic in it. As someone who's played PC shooters for about 10 years now, that's what makes them so much fun. The fact that it's all raw skill expression, similar to a game like basketball, right? When watching somebody like Steph Curry be able to shoot the ball, it's all his raw talent, it's all his raw ability, and that makes it so awesome to watch from a viewer experience when you see someone so talented and so precise and surgical at what they do. And that's what shooters on PC are so good at. So when you bring controllers into it, right, the idea that aim assist somehow makes it fair is wrong. And the reality is, and what people have to accept, is that there is absolutely no way to make controller and mouse and keyboard equal. You cannot do it. It's not possible. And so many games have died on the hill of, instead of just matching players based off their input, they put everybody into this massive melting pot and forced players to play against things like aim assist, which honestly ruins the experience as a PC player. That being said, I totally understand the argument from controller players, where they're right. They say, listen, we don't have as many tools as players to actually play the shooter and track the movement mechanics that have come so apparent in these games, like the Warzone slide canceling with stems, right? Or that movement in Apex, which was crazy, right? And so we need aim assist to make the experience more enjoyable for us. And in mass, I can agree with that statement. So my problem is, all of these companies are trying to force crossplay, especially in ranked modes. Like, if that is in ranked Apex and ranked Warzone, which just came out, those games, like, that doesn't function as a ranked mode. It destroys what makes a ranked mode good, at least for PC players, because the problem with that is, what makes a ranked mode is it's all about skill expression, right? The more skilled you are, the higher up you go, and it's all based on your own player input and decision making. But if there's software that actually helps do it for you, especially to that degree, that's not ranked. I'm not playing against other players. I'm playing against players with extremely strong software to help them aim. And as a PC player, there's no way to make that fair or make that likable, right? And as a controller player, your experience is worse, because I don't think I've ever seen a controller player advocate against aim assist, right? Most people say that they want it, and I understand why you do. So instead of blaming each other and going after each other, we should start talking to these companies who are forcing the melting pot of a player base, because that became the industry standard, at least for ranked modes and things like that, which is why I actually admit I was wrong when I said I thought Overwatch as a game should do crossplay competitive. Crossplay competitive, or cross input specifically competitive, should not exist. If you plug a controller into a PC and play on that, you should get matched against other controller players. Just as if one day they add mouse and keyboard support to a console, you should be able to play against mouse and keyboard players. You shouldn't be matched based off your platform. You should be matched based off your input. And I know that things like Cronus's and Zims were a massive issue for so many people in multiple games, like Overwatch, like Warzone, right, where, you know, even some of those guns get less recoil with the aim assist. If they get matched off their input regardless of the platform that they are on, that will no longer be a problem. So I think the problem really lies with the fact that we have tried to force crossplay so much for all of these years, right? All of these years, we've tried to force crossplay since Fortnite. And the reality is, we've not found a solution, because it's time to accept that there isn't one. There's never going to be a way that is fair. And honestly, I dare say, if they had to be together, I would say that there shouldn't be aim assist if there's an opt-in clause, because at the end of the day, these games become about skill expression, and the reality of shooter games and games with gun mechanics, and please do not take this the wrong way, controller players, is that they are better for mouse and keyboard. Actually, that's the entire premise of the argument for why aim assist should exist. I think it's probably globally accepted that shooter games are better on mouse and keyboard. So the reason why they're better is because of that ability to express your skill in a raw form with your input, and that makes the game have a higher skill ceiling, and games that have lower skills floors and higher skill ceilings have much more longevity to them and are much more intriguing to play because they are fair. They're all about the player's skill, and a software that allows, basically aims for players in many of these games, like Warzone, like Halo, and even like Apex from what I'm seeing, that does not belong in a shooter game, at least that has mouse and keyboard. And I think the crossplay has just been all too forced by too many companies, and we need to start backtracking on this and start acknowledging that there's no way to make crossplay fair. At least in a ranked environment, these player pools should be split, because I can't tell you how many of my mouse and keyboard friends, who I know everybody claims it's the better platform, have had to swap to controller to play ranked games in ranked Call of Duty, in ranked Halo, and I guess it's probably happening in Apex too. These games would be better and have higher quality if the player base was split as they should be. And I understand that crossplay is important, but if it's an opt-in crossplay, I don't think aim assist should be there. So let me know what you guys think, controller players. I am sick of the aim assist debate because I don't think that they should belong, and I was wrong in saying that I think that the crossplay should be forced without aim assist. I think it should be opt-in, but these player bases should be split. This debate has gotten silly because the reality is there is no solution. It's apples to oranges. They're two fundamentally different things. You cannot make an apple and orange or vice versa. Vice versa. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments. That is the aim assist rant.
Yes.
What do you think? Let me know. Thanks for watching, guys. See y'all next time. Peace out.
Take care.
Yamikal. Welcome to my channel.
Did you lose a bet, or is this some kind of protest?
What, being on this show?
No, when are you gonna cut your fucking hair, you hippie?
I don't know. I want to be like Tim Burton.
That's what we're talking about today on this very special episode, not of review.
This is the introduction of a new offshoot of review.
It's a spin-off, as they say in the television business.
Mm-hmm.
It is called Revisit.
Yes.
But
by the way, can we say the word? Can we call the movie Mars Attacks? Can we say that word?
Attacks?
Attacks. Is that too aggressive for you too?
It's too aggressive, and it's going to get age restricted.
Are we going to get age restricted and demonetized and
deplatformed,
sent to the corner table
canceled
at the wedding reception with all the weirdos that no one wants to talk to?
Right.
That's
strung up in the town square, Jay.
All for talking about this Tim Burton classic.
Yes, Jay proposed talking about Mars Attacks, and I said, Mars Attacks? I saw that once in the theater, and then once on home video, just to make sure that something wasn't wrong with me that day, and so that's why we call this Revisit.
There's other movies we've done on review that would have fit this mold.
That's true, but generally review is movies that we love, that we would just want to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've done Ghostbusters and movies like that, where Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, things we've watched 100,000 times as kids.
The movie Tim Burton did right before this, Ed Wood. Yeah.
Those are classic review movies, but this is Revisit, where we...
this is more in the camp with like Event Horizon or Garbage Pail Kids.
Exactly. We go back, take a look at something that we haven't seen in a long time, watch it at where we are in life now, and see how we feel about it decades later.
It's the perfect movie for this too, because yeah, I had a similar...
On this episode of Revisit, no one cares what you're saying. People just want you to get a fucking haircut.
Oh my God, what has happened to you?
I'm Punda Baba.
I'm wanted in 12 systems. I've got a death sentence in 12 systems. And my friend Punda Baba.
Okay, mister, I just want to get a drink. Anyways, we're here today to talk about Mars Attacks because you asked me about it.
Yeah, well, it was one of those, and maybe other people can relate to this. It's one of those movies that, like you, I saw it in the theater. And I think I saw it maybe once after that, on cable or on home video or something, way back when it first kind of was, you know, new. And I always had it in my mind, like, oh yeah, Mars Attacks, I like that movie. But I hadn't revisited it since then. And my memories of it, even after not having seen it for so long, were so vivid Like the aliens are, everybody knows the aliens. They're so visually distinct, and the ack, they make that noise constantly. And I remembered so many great gags. I don't know if a year goes by that I don't think about the part where the Washington Monument, where the Martians are trying to knock it over on a bunch of Boy Scouts. Like, I'm constantly thinking of that. There's so many things that are still so distinct in my mind from that movie.
Yeah.
And it kind of scratched a bit of that Gremlins itch. Little creatures running amok and having fun doing it.
Right.
So that's what I remembered. And now, having revisited the movie, I realized why those things are so vivid is because the movie has absolutely nothing else going on in it. It's completely devoid of plot, and it's the second half especially is just a series of gags. And nothing else,
And
nothing to hold it together.
Yeah, it's a spectacular disaster. And
Tim Burton's first box office flop.
Yeah,
it was a big old flop because before that, yeah, obviously, you know, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Beetlejuice, Batman, just like one hit after the
Edward
other.
Scissorhands was before this, or
yeah,
after?
Before this, yeah.
Now, other than Ed Wood, which was based on a person, was this first foray into, because Pee-wee was original, Edward Scissorhands an original script, and Beetlejuice.
Well, there's Batman too.
Oh, Batman, yeah. Okay, I guess Batman technically would be the first foray into recognizable IPs, although this is not entirely recognizable. Only people of a certain age would remember the Topps trading cards.
Yeah.
From the 60s.
Is that when they were from? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well before our time. But
yeah, Tim Burton was fond of them probably. And this came out in the 90s, so that's only 30 years, which isn't a huge space of time. But if the Topps trading cards were in the 60s, you'd have to be over 30 into your 40s in order to kind of have fond memories of trading cards. No one really knew that.
Yeah, it's a sort of a jumping off point for
it
the
is,
movie.
yeah, and clearly he liked those, I would assume, and
I guess.
was inspired by them.
I don't know.
Because it's such a weird thing to make.
Well, it's a weird movie for him to want to do, too. Like, you think of all the other, like, this feels so much more like a Joe Dante movie than it does a Tim Burton movie. When I think of Tim Burton, I think of, like, gothic, long, scraggly hair, Nightmare Before Christmas, and this feels so much more like Joe Dante loves old B-movie, sci-fi movies.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't run. We are your friends.
It felt like Tim Burton was hired to make this because it felt like there were certain Tim Burton-y things that kind of got shoehorned in there, like the Lisa Marie, like alien,
the obvious alien in disguise.
Alien, yeah, and then there's just a one part where the Danny Elfman score kind of comes up, and it's like dun, 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 and it's when the aliens are kind of getting prepared to attack, and they're going through like Tim Burton loves his factories,
yes,
and his like methodical, like that sort of thing, assembly line, whatever you want to call it. And so there's that scene where like the guns are coming down off the thing, and they're getting their spacesuits put on, and that feels
like a press,
like Tim Burton kind of like style. But yeah, you're right. Not horror, not gothic-y looking, not weird abstract checkered pattern angles and bent trees and all that.
This was the start of his downfall, because after this...
The start of his downfall?
Well, I mean, look at everything after this is mostly, almost completely...
I suppose,
almost completely all shit. Almost completely devoid of what you associate with his style. His new movies have a style, but it's like the ugliest stuff you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And they're all based on existing IPs. I think almost everything, except for Corpse Bride, I think was completely his idea. But yeah, this was like the start of the turn to what Tim Burton has kind of been known for much longer than his early work, which is what everybody still likes and kind of celebrates.
He's no Quentin Tarantino.
No, one hit after the other, no.
All his original scripts, all his original ideas, of course very stylized to his own personal touch, but Tim Burton, yeah, because this was 96, it was the same year Independence Day came out.
I believe it actually got pushed back. The release got pushed back because it's similar to Independence Day. Yeah. So like, we got to put some room between these two movies. I don't think anyone was expecting Independence Day to be as big of a hit as it was.
Right.
But yeah, big casts, going all over the country, seeing different
Yes.
groups of characters. This almost feels like it could be a parody of Independence Day, but it couldn't have been because it would have been in production at the same time.
They came in peace.
But it has the estranged father, the staple of the Roland Emmerich movies.
It has a trope that I hate, the Kansans.
1 minute, 57 seconds. Did I tell you over 2 minutes? You did. You did.
All sound like deep south rednecks.
Right.
Whenever they want to portray poor people in trailer parks in Hollywood, they always have a southern accent.
Did something happen to you, Russ?
Oh, yeah. Seems years back our boy here was kidnapped by aliens, did all kind of experiments on him and such. Tell him about it, Russ.
I'm not a southern redneck, but I find that highly offensive and stereotypical. Even when Kim Basinger's played Eminem's mom in 8 Mile, they lived in a trailer in fucking Detroit.
Yeah.
Hey, Eminem, I'm poor.
Who's gonna want me? Where are we gonna live? We don't have any money.
You live in Detroit.
These are out of touch Hollywood filmmakers.
Tell me about it.
Midwesterner people sound different than Southerner people.
What are you doing with your life that's so great?
We got to do this or people won't get it.
People won't understand that they're poor and stupid.
This is Hollywood, baby.
I'll tell you one thing, any of them Martians come around here, I'm gonna kick their butts.
Anyways, but okay, so since we're on accents and people, let's talk about the cast.
Huge cast. Great cast.
Huge cast. There's so many I couldn't remember.
Oh, okay.
Here we go, everybody.
Strap in.
Ready to watch the talent get wasted before your very eyes. We have Jack Nicholson, who plays 2 roles, and he plays 2 roles terribly.
He's okay as the president. Like, he's fine. It's generic Jack Nicholson performance. The second role is so baffling because he's clearly supposed to be a comedic character. He's like a real estate mogul in Vegas. He's building a casino, but they don't give him a single funny thing to do.
No,
just
he's
his
bad at
presence alone is supposed to be funny, I guess.
Even in a time of so-called intergalactic emergency, the people still want to bowl and move.
It's like, look at Jack Nicholson wearing a wacky costume and
Yeah.
doing a voice.
Yeah.
But he's also terrible as the president.
I think he's fine as the president.
I want the people to know that they still have 2 out of 3 branches of the government working for them, and that ain't bad.
But it's like why have Jack Nicholson be the president? You know what I mean? Like, why not just get anybody? Like, it's such a dry role.
Because they liked working together on Batman so much. That's half this cast. Is like Danny DeVito shows up for 2 seconds for no reason.
Yeah.
You want to conquer the world? You're gonna need lawyers, right?
And then gets vaporized.
I didn't read any of the trivia or anything, but I have a feeling Jack Nicholson said, I'll do the movie, but I don't want to just be the boring president.
Maybe.
I want to have a crazy role. And it could be that, because why the fuck? Other than a talking point, like, Jack Nicholson plays 2 roles.
Well,
like,
they
so
towards the end they go to
distracting.
like the war room and it's very Dr. Strangelove like.
Yes.
We have to strike now, sir. Annihilate. Kill. Kill. Kill.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
I'm not saying we wouldn't get our hair mussed, but I do say no more than 10 to 20 million killed, top, depending on the breaks.
And that movie had Peter Sellers in multiple roles, so I think it might be an homage to that.
Then why didn't you get George C. Scott to play the general and not Rod Steiger? I guess George C. Scott was like pushing retirement at that.
96? He's still around, but
he
yeah.
died like in late 90s or early,
Yeah.
maybe 99,
Something like
2000 he died.
I don't know when he stopped acting, but he read the script.
He read the script, that's it.
And the
Glenn-
script was just a series of like post-it notes of scene ideas that were never fleshed out.
What?
I would like for every limo to be stocked with every kind of alcohol known to man. And top it off with a bottle of Dome on ice.
Shut your mouth!
Take care.
Glenn Close.
Wasted.
Wait, Annette Bening.
Wasted.
Well, you could just, that goes after everybody.
Oh, okay.
Except for Natalie Portman. Pierce Brosnan, Danny DeVito, Martin Short, Michael J. Fox, Rod Steiger, Tom Jones, the musical performer.
As himself.
Lucas Haas. Whatever happened to him?
He still acts. He was a part of the Leo crowd, right?
Oh, was he in
Wasn't
Leo's
he a part
entourage?
of the, yeah, the P-word posse?
Oh, Leo canceled. Leo's become something else, and I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. Speaking of Jack Nicholson, when you look like Jack Nicholson now, and you're dating high schoolers.
Yes, yeah, it used to be cute. Like Leo's dating a girl that is 5 years younger than Leo's dating a girl that is 10 years younger.
Yeah.
Leo's dating a girl that is old enough to be his granddaughter. They don't have any conversations. Leo's 68 and he's dating an 18-year-old. Isn't that cute? Natalie Portman, Jim Brown.
Yeah.
We got two blaxploitation actors, Jim Brown and Pam Grier.
The closest we have to any like kind of real characters in the movie, relatable characters.
Yeah, they have a little arc there. Lisa Marie, aka Vampira. Jack Black, early role, and Christina Applegate is...
I don't even think she has a line of dialogue.
No, she does. She says goodbye to Jack Black as he leaves, but you never even see her face, really. It's
it's so weird.
It's unless she got cut from
That's the only thing I could think of is maybe she had a little... Because that's like, you cast an extra for that part.
Yeah.
With what it is in the final movie.
Right, like a small actor who just doesn't have any name to them, but... Unless he just really wanted that big poster with all these names.
It almost feels like if it was done better, that could be like some sort of subversive joke. You have this giant cast, all these big name stars, and the first 40 minutes of the movie is a lead up to
Fuller smoke a lot.
final first contact
Welcome
with
to
the
my
Martian.
channel.
Hello, Fuller.
And then just
Thanks for
immediately
visiting.
the Martians start vaporizing everybody. And half your cast is killed immediately. I think that's what they were trying to do with Jack Black. Like, obviously, he wasn't a star at the time.
Right.
But his character is like, oh, I'm going off to join the military. He leaves his family, and then the aliens start attacking. And that's like his big moment to be a hero. And he runs across the field and just immediately gets vaporized. Like, I think in concept that's supposed to be a joke.
None of the jokes are executed well.
No.
But I think that was also like the impetus for Lucas Haas' character to go out and, he was like the son that they didn't like that much. The two redneck parents were like, and he was just like a loser that worked at a donut shop, and the son was like the military son that they respected, and he's the one who ends up ironically saving the world. Him and the grandma, the underdogs that nobody liked or respected, the senile grandma and the slacker donut shop employee are ironically the ones that saved the planet Earth.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
But they disappear from most of the movie.
But they're not really central. And then at the end, it's like Natalie Portman and Lucas Haas have a little like cute thing going on.
Yeah, that comes out of nowhere.
And that, like I was watching this and I was like, does he like end up in Washington and him and Natalie Portman run around and have a little meet cute and like have an adventure together? And no, but you kind of get the idea that happened when it's like the first time they ever met.
Yeah.
On the steps of the Capitol, the destroyed Capitol.
Welcome to my
her
channel.
Character too. It feels like the way it's set up initially. She's the president's daughter. She's kind of not. She's not. Her parents don't pay much attention to her. Her bedroom has like black drapes around the bed. I think they're going for like a Winona Ryder and Beetlejuice kind of thing. That's what it's missing is like the Winona Ryder character from Beetlejuice. She's like the glue that holds that whole movie together.
Right.
Everything ties back to her.
It's just characters all over the place, and no central one to focus on other than Jack Nicholson, who looks like bored playing the president. Paul Winfield's there. I didn't mention Paul Winfield, and I wanted to, because this is the second time in movie history that he's been vaporized. And
I bet the effects on that, I haven't watched it in a while, but I bet his vaporization in Star Trek looks better
Yeah, it
People
does.
getting vaporized in this.
It does. And we'll put them side by side here. And that's what I want to talk mainly about today, is the Paul Winfield Vaporization Challenge. Can you find a third or fourth or even fifth film in which Paul Winfield has been vaporized? He has an extensive movie history. He has passed on, so we can't ask him, but one could look through all of his movies and watch every movie he's been in, hoping, even if it's like a period piece or a romantic comedy, just hoping, coincidentally, he may get vaporized.
You never know. Leave your comments below.
I'll accept getting sucked into an airplane engine, too.
Does that happen to him in something?
No.
Oh.
But it's like the only way you could really get, like, almost vaporized, I guess, like on Earth, other than you could get electrocuted, you could get burnt up, you could get set on fire, but really, like, in order, like, instantly, like demolecularize a human.
Yeah.
There's very few ways that could happen on Earth. Maybe falling into a volcano, getting a spontaneous human combustion, getting sucked into an airplane engine.
So if any of these things has happened to Paul Winfield in a movie,
we'll accept it.
We'll accept those.
And if we don't count his cremation after he died. Presumed cremation, I don't know. He might have been buried. But, during that scene, when Jack Nicholson and Glenn Close and others are watching the carnage unfold on TV, there's a wide shot. Natalie Portman's sitting on the ground and she's laughing.
Oh.
Hero Vera.
I think
Welcome
someone off
to my
camera
channel.
was like making a joke, the funny faces at her.
It's like an outtake that ended up in the movie
Yeah,
because
she's
no one
laughing,
cared.
and then she stands up and she's very concerned. Obviously, the movie isn't like silly in that regard, where the characters are laughing at what thousands of people are getting killed, and she's on the ground and she's like giggling. So, very large cast of veteran and quality actors, up-and-coming actors.
Michael J. Fox's last big movie before he was on that TV show Spin City after this, but this was his last big movie. Other than voice work, he did those Stuart Little movies.
Before slowing down?
Before, yeah, kind of stepping back from acting.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
He did this, and I think the Peter Jackson movie, The Frighteners, was the same year. What a role to go out on. That's another one where it's like, there could be an interesting dynamic between him and his girlfriend, Sarah Jessica Parker. He's like straight-laced news reporter guy, and she does like corny tabloid stuff. Puff pieces, fashion, yeah.
Fashion.
So you have those two are at both parts of the media, but they're at odds. What happens with that?
She gets the bigger stories, ha ha ha.
Yeah. And then he just gets vaporized immediately.
Yeah, he works for GNN.
And then the Martians, even though they're just murdering everybody indiscriminately, they take her aboard their ship and graft her head onto a dog for some reason.
Well, there's the interview with Pierce Brosnan, the White House scientist, and they're flirting.
Yeah.
And then Michael J. Fox is jealous of their flirting. And then Michael J. Fox gets vaporized, and then they pick Pierce Brosnan and Sarah Jessica Parker to do experiments on.
Were you flirting with me on the show? I just want you to know that I liked it.
You did? And you're supposed to go, isn't that funny? Because look at the predicament they're in. And they're still flirting.
I was more thinking, what is the purpose of these experiments?
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then
aliens do experiments. The point was that you take these two characters that were flirting before, and now they're still flirting, even though he's a head in a jar and she has a dog body. And that's the joke?
I guess. I mean, a lot of the movie seems to be, pointing
And
out
that's
all these
the
characters.
joke.
All these characters are vapid and stupid, and it's almost like we deserve what we get. That's kind of the tone of the movie.
Yeah.
It's like the anti-Independence Day, which is a movie that everybody likes because it's so like rah-rah and earnest with its its dumb sentimentality.
We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive.
They blew up Congress.
Yeah, it's not cynical. See, you could very like. There were a few hints of that in the dialogue because Jack Nicholson, he's the president, and he's like, "Well, how can I make this look good?" And, you know, and you could really take an alien invasion and like, oh, well, they chose to invade like 2 months before an election. The election season.
Give it an angle.
We've got to we got to workshop this. We got to market test this. We need to. How should I stand with the aliens? Should I wear this color? Will this make me look, you know, and like how do we use this? Because every issue in society, American society, is politicized.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, even if it's like a tragic event or this or that, they say, well, how can we use this to make our political party, left or right, look good? Or how can we make them look bad? And so you could really make a interesting, cynical movie about an alien invasion.
Yeah.
That would be kind of a fun movie, and it would have to be smartly written. And there's little hints of that early on, but then it kind of goes away.
It's very surface level, and like I guess that's kind of what they're going for with the First Lady. She's obsessed with all like the historical artifacts around the White House.
Yeah, yes. And then ultimately she dies when the Nancy Reagan chandelier falls on it.
The Nancy Reagan chandelier.
And she's like gasping that it's the Nancy Reagan chandelier. Oh no, but it's about to fall on her head.
Yeah.
So she gets her comeuppance.
I guess. She's not fleshed out enough to care one way or the other.
But then, yeah, you have the Rod Steiger character, and he's the war.
Annihilate! Kill!
Then you have the general played by Paul Winfield, and he's a little more peaceful. And he's got that, Jack Nicholson chooses him to be the one that the aliens say hello to, because Rod Steiger's just like, no come. And then he's talking to his wife on the giant army phone.
But didn't I always tell you, honey, if I just stayed in place and never spoke up, good things are bound to happen.
He's spineless, and I was like, so what's the approach of the president, Jack Nicholson? What's his approach? Well, he actually plays it very well, as a president should.
Sure.
Like, well, okay, they're landing, let's try diplomacy first, you know? And then it's like, well, that didn't work because the hippie let a bird go, and maybe it spooked them. And then the aliens are just playing us all for suckers.
Yeah.
It takes 2 times before we finally learn. And the second time is like, okay, well, we have the translator, and it says the aliens apologized. There was a misunderstanding. They want to come before Congress and give a speech. But it just lands so awkwardly, and it's so edited so badly. Everything's edited poorly.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's just it's like a, I don't know, like a college student edited it.
Well, it just feels like a rough assembly.
Yeah.
Like it feels like they cut out every other scene that actually fleshes things out, and then what's left in is just very like loose.
There's one part that like really stuck out to me was like, it's your favorite scene when they're tipping the Washington Monument to fall on Boy Scouts.
Right.
And so something's going on in the White House. I can't remember what it was. And then they just like hard cut to a group of the Boy Scouts and the Boy Scout leader, and they're walking towards the monument. And then they cut back to what's going on in there. And it's like, and then a minute later, then they cut to that scene. And it's like, well, we didn't want the scene with the Washington Monument to just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So we've got to set it up. Well, we don't really have a setup other than just one shot of them walk. We'll just put it in a minute earlier.
I guess the idea is that maybe that's just supposed to be like an establishing shot of the city or something. I don't know. Even though we've already seen.
It's not. It's very specific.
Yeah.
It's not just like, it's not a big like sweeping shot where you see the Boy Scouts and then the camera pans over to the White House. It's just like a shot of them, and it's just like they just grabbed it and put it over there. But it's just like dry, like dead ends of takes that just like no energy.
Yeah.
It didn't have
that. I think that's why a lot of scenes that should be funnier than they are don't work. Is everything just falls flat. Like there's a scene conceptually I like early on when they're trying to translate. It's the president and Pierce Brosnan, and they're all in that room listening back to a recording, and they have, I guess, our translator is translating the Martian language.
Yeah.
And it's just like gibberish.
All green of skin. 800 centuries ago, their bodily fluids include the birth, of half-breeds.
But everyone's like listening intently, and they're like trying to make sense of it, even though it's clearly just gibberish that doesn't translate.
What the hell does that mean?
Conceptually, that's funny, but it all just like plays so flat.
Welcome to my channel.
Maybe didn't care about those boring scenes.
I don't know. That's where those are the scenes that have the best opportunity for humor and satire, though.
Right.
But he didn't seem to care about anything. I will say, I was very impressed on rewatch with all the actual like alien invasion sequences.
Yeah.
I noticed he shot the movie in scope. It's like 2:3:9 aspect ratio, which Tim Burton doesn't usually shoot in. So when you have like those wide shots of like Las Vegas and the flying saucers are in the sky shooting down lasers and everyone's running, like it really does capture that feel of like the original War of the Worlds or like an early Godzilla movie. They destroy a hotel in it. I thought that was like this sounds like an oxymoron, but a big miniature, like the Back to the Future 3 train, where it's not a full-size train, but it's big for a miniature. Yep. So I thought that was that, and they were destroying it. I was like, oh, that's an impressive miniature. But then I read that they just filmed an actual demolition of an old hotel casino. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
When the movie came out.
Oh, okay.
That's the Landmark Hotel. That's the famous hotel that was owned by Howard Hughes.
Oh, okay. So where he lived at the top.
He lived at the top. He bought it. It was kind of like a failure its whole existence. It was like, what kind of style was it? It was like futurism. Like, it was designed by the guy who designed the Space Needle.
Okay.
And so, yeah, while they were, I think that was demoed in '95, and around that time was when they were building the Stratosphere. So there's photos of that with the Stratosphere in construction in the background, which is like 10 times as tall as it. But yeah, they demoed that, and then Tim Burton went out with a whole bunch of cameras and filmed it, and then matted in people in the foreground running.
I guess that's the quality that makes it look artificial, is the people in the foreground.
Yeah.
Like all that stuff really works. So I guess that's the stuff he was interested in and just had to put up with the boring human characters. I don't know.
Well, there was a moment too where I thought, wow, this movie would play really well in black and white. Almost like The Mist. Because there are scenes where, I think primarily in the White House, and there's very clear backdrops outside. It's a set, and there's like flat, one-dimensional backdrops that are so obvious, where it almost looks like it's intentional.
Yeah, there's a part like that near the end too, when Jim Brown finally gets home to his family.
Yeah.
You think he's dead, but then he shows up, and we're seeing the apartment building has one wall just completely gone. And so we're seeing all these little apartments, but like realistically, the layout doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it's a joke.
It's like a Tim Burton-y kind of stylized thing.
But the sets with the backdrops out the window, and I'm just like, black and white this, and then it would look like a 1950s movie.
Yeah.
And then definitely that's a War of the Worlds reference, the Washington Monument, because they either shoot that down or knock it over. And then the Pam Grier stuff, she has a house in D.C., and you see outside of her window, and it's real.
Yeah.
And then we have Jim Brown, and he's in Vegas. And instead of working at the fictional casino, but he's working at the Luxor, and he's wearing like a pharaoh costume, and he's an ex-boxer, so he's hired there as a celebrity to like greet people. All the waitresses are dressed like Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Tim Burton probably liked that because they got the goofy costumes on, and it's funny.
Yeah.
But then there's a shot where he's because they're not estranged, they're separated or divorced.
Yeah, somehow he ended up in Vegas because he's just trying to raise money for his family.
He's working to pay for his family.
Yeah.
It's like
with his little bit of celebrity that he has.
Yeah, but they find a spot where he can make a phone call from his apartment, because all you see is like a brick wall and a chair, and out the window you could see the Luxor in the background, and it's real.
Yeah.
It's not a backdrop. And so they found the perfect location to where they can make a phone call and you could see the pyramid in the background. And that felt like real, like a real movie.
Yeah.
And then you have the White House stuff with the fake, and the New York stuff with the fake backdrops that could very well be a 1950s cheap set. And so it's like, which
one or the other. Yeah.
Which way are we going here in terms of production design and set design? So yeah, I'm wondering if he's going for that, like, that flat, campy 50s look, and especially the soldiers look out of place, because this is modern day, and the soldiers are wearing World War II era costumes with the helmets, and the tanks are outdated.
Which obviously that would have been an intentional choice, but it doesn't stand out as being like an intentional style.
Yes.
I mean, it's possible he wanted to shoot it in black and white. I know he had a lot of trouble getting Ed Wood approved to be shot in black and white, so maybe he was trying to do that with this. I don't know. But that would have gone a long way.
And it conflicts with the full color trading cards.
Yeah.
Because he's not parroting a 50s B movie. He's aping off those trading cards, which are more serious. They're horrifying looking. And we had our own generation of those trading cards with dinosaur attacks. Do you remember those?
Wow.
Dinosaurs Attack.
I vaguely remember that.
I loved those.
It's just a series of gruesome images, I'm assuming, right, of dinosaurs killing people?
I think there's a very vague story.
Okay.
Because there was one card where it shows a space station and it shoots down like a time wave, and it says, the experiment begins.
Oh.
And then there's one dinosaur that says, ripped out of time. And it's like head is being ripped off its skull. But basically, yes, generally it's just like dinosaurs horribly murdering people. I always remember Trilobite Terror. They sold these things to children. We're showing these cards on the screen.
Can we show those cards on the screen?
We have to ask YouTube. We'll make it demonetized, deplatformed, censored, exiled, the desert. You have to walk the desert for 40 days and 40 nights.
They send us to the land of misfit YouTubers.
Yes. Yeah. An island where we have to, like, break up rocks with pickaxes in a chain gang.
All because we showed an image from dinosaur attacks.
I'll have to blur out every card that we show. No, we're showing them. What?
I mean, that makes sense. Like a series of trading cards that is just terrific images of.
Oh yeah, I was saying like the trading cards are kind of spooky. The aliens look very similar to the Mars Attacks aliens, but they're not as goofy looking.
Okay.
And they're like there's a part where they card where they vaporize a dog. And it's like the dog gets vaporized, and they show the alien, and that happens in the movie.
Yeah.
So there's clearly they went through the cards and kind of pulled out the more memorable ones.
But they forgot to put it in the context of a story.
Yeah.
That's what this feels like, is like a series of note cards on the cork board when you're trying to come up with the ideas for what will happen in your movie.
They weren't note cards, they were just the trading cards.
They just put the trading cards up on the thing, and then that was it. They never fleshed anything else out.
They actually unfleshed things out.
What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, if you could take, because like I don't think either of us like Independence Day, but from a basic story structure standpoint, it's pretty solid. It's got everything you need for a movie like that. So if you were to take like that structure and put it in the context of like the tone of this movie, and somehow like meld them together, then you'd probably have something.
Yeah, Independence Day is a better film.
Yeah,
I'll say, just from a film perspective. I think I like this more. Because it's
the second half. The first half is a real slog.
Yeah.
When it's setting up all these characters, especially when you know that they're not going to go anywhere or develop anything. But then the second half is almost nothing but Mars Attacks shenanigans.
And that's the only fun stuff.
Yeah.
I like the montage. They're on Easter Island bowling, and they knock down like that sort of like playful. Aliens, because they're not like, it's not like they have an invasion plan. They don't want to just exterminate the human race. They don't want to. They're just having fun.
Yeah,
they're
gremlins.
They're gremlins. Yeah.
There's that part when Tom Jones is singing, he's got the backup dancers. The lights go down, they come back up, and it's all the Martians dancing. It's like a gag right out of something you'd see in a Gremlins movie.
Sure, absolutely. And yeah, they're just having fun being mischievous and destructive. And like when they launch the nuke up there and they blow up the nuke and suck it into like a balloon.
Yeah.
I say I like it better than Independence Day because it at least took a stab at being creative. It didn't really know which way it wanted to go. Like we said, it could have gone satire, like politics. How does the Earth deal with it, with an alien invasion in a kind of a cynical way, or just like, my God, these aliens are coming down, and then instantly we recognize them as being goofy gremlins that are just fucking around. And then we pivot to, how do we deal with this? We've been invaded by clowns from outer space that are being goofy, but at the same time they're extremely dangerous and destructive.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that?
It was made into a movie too, but it's a book called like Martians Go Home. And it was made into a movie, I think Randy Quaid is in it, speaking of Independence Day. But that's similar, where it's like, yeah, all the Martians are just like clowns, basically. And they have to deal, they're more of an annoyance than anything.
Huh, okay.
So that's an angle. Yeah, like, because that is the main joke of the movie is, yeah, the Martians don't want anything. They have no plan. They're just messing with us.
Yeah.
And it's like, if that's the case, if that's the joke, then you have to beef up the human angle.
Yes, the human angle needs to be competent, but at the same time, the human angle is incompetent.
Eh bien, I have some good news for you.
Welcome to my channel.
And we've negotiated a settlement.
Maurice, get out of the room. Get out now.
Yeah, so I like certain elements. I hated the Pierce Brosnan floating head. That stuff was too goofy. But then you had that cool robot that comes down and attacks the trailer park for no reason at all, and then starts chasing the truck. Like, I always remember that.
Yeah.
That visual sticks out to me.
And speaking of Nightmare Before Christmas, I had read originally the Martians in this were supposed to be stop motion, and that would have gone a long way in improving the movie.
Yeah.
All these Martians and stuff, like they kind of go for they have kind of a herky-jerky motion. They're trying to do it sort of stop motion looking, but they have that mid-90s CG gloss to them where everything's just kind of like shiny, and I think that was a budgetary thing.
It would have helped, but the general foundation structure of the movie is just flawed from the get-go.
Yeah.
Or is it the execution? I really don't know.
I think its biggest problem is that it just doesn't have a story. There's no story. Well, there's a story. Aliens invade Earth. There's no plot.
Yeah,
there's no interesting character stuff.
Dramatic arcs. There's
nowhere for anything to go.
There's no. I mean, the stakes are obvious, but like there really is no, like, there's no ticking clock. Like Independence Day, like you said, solid structure.
Yeah.
Like, okay, 3-act structure. We got our aliens. What are they? They're coming. Well, first attack happens, then we recover.
We flesh out all our human characters. They all have something to do related to the plot.
Yes. Then we realize
they're not at the end of this movie just Sarah Jessica Parker and Pierce Brosnan. Their heads are just rolling around on the floor.
Nothing. There's no like attempt to like, oh, we have to get Pierce Brosnan is the only one who knows how to take down the aliens because he knows all about their shield systems because he studied that, and now they have him up in the spaceship. We've got to get Lucas Haas and Natalie Portman and the grandma with space guns and the two sons of Pam Grier.
Yeah, that's kind of a fun part when they start shooting up the White House with the alien space guns.
They're the only ones.
Because they play video games.
All the young kids avoid the aliens' sensors because their brains aren't, their frontal lobes haven't reached the age of 25.
Yeah.
Like Star Trek Picard, season 3. So the aliens can't detect them aboard their spaceship. And Grandma's so old her frontal lobe fell out. So bring Grandma, the two kids, Lucas Haas and Natalie Portman. Finally, I get to do something. All I do is sit around the White House all day, and my parents ignore me.
Well, kid, now you gotta save the country. I'll make you our first ambassador to space.
good, Dad. Now I have something to do. Son, we always thought, Randy, we always thought, what the fuck is his name?
The Lucas Oz character?
No, Jack Black.
Oh, whatever.
We always thought Jack Black was the hero, but his pants were falling down and he saw his butt crack and then he got zapped by aliens because he ran at them like a moron. But now's your chance to be our new favorite son by proving us that you've got the gusto and the smarts because you fool around on that computery thing, right? Let's make him, he's early into the internet.
Sure.
So you and your new girlfriend, Natalie Portman, and the two sons of Pam Grier and Jim Brown, who've got the space alien guns, who are very skilled at video games. That was a small arc. All you guys go, isn't that what happened in Independence Day? Jeff Goldblum and the guy who punched the other guy got in an alien spaceship?
He didn't punch him, he slapped him.
Oh, slapped him, yes.
Welcome to Earth.
Oh, wow.
Jeff Goldblum and the slapper got in an alien spacecraft and flew up to the mothership to fuck around and do something.
Yeah. Because Will Smith is a pilot and Jeff Goldblum is a computer guy.
Yes.
They work together to accomplish a goal.
They have to go get Pierce Brosnan's head because Pierce Brosnan is the only one. They have to bring Pierce Brosnan's head back down to Earth. And then Pierce Brosnan says, "Oh, you've got my head. Let's go." And then, wait a minute. Sarah Jessica Parker and her dog body are still left behind. They're in a different laboratory. Well, fuck her. We gotta go. No, we've got to go back for her because I've realized I'm in love with her. And her and Michael J. Fox were having marital problems, and maybe he was very, 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 instead of just being jealous, he was verbally abusive towards her career. You're just a fashion lady. I'm the GNN reporter.
That's the tone of their relationship.
I know, but it should be more hostile so that you don't like him.
Sure.
So that she has a reason to leave him for Pierce Brosnan, who says, you know, you may just do a fashion show, magazine, video show on TV, but you actually do have very good instincts and interviewing skills.
See, now you're talking about the Grandpa Munster plot in Gremlins 2.
Well, sure.
He hosts the horror show, but he wants to be a real...
movies that work! And then
they don't just accidentally stumble on how to kill the Martians in the last 10 minutes because the movie needs to end.
Yeah.
Even like Jim Brown, yeah, he's a former boxer. So at the end of the movie, we have a scene where he's boxing the aliens.
He self-sacrificed himself to distract the aliens so that the plane could take off.
Yeah.
But that was not a character arc or growth because he was almost like that already because he was self-sacrificing himself by lowering his standards to work in a casino.
Yeah. If he'd started as like a selfish, you know.
That's the Danny DeVito character that needs to go out, and if he didn't die pointlessly, shit.
Well, he's in the movie for like 1 minute for no reason.
But a huckster or the alternate Jack Nicholson character, like a con artist, huckster, someone who's selfish. Now, if Danny DeVito had said, you know, guys, I just want money, and but yeah, I'm gonna go out there and start punching those aliens. I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna die for the cause of you guys escaping.
Yeah.
Because I have lived a whole life. You have a little speech by him in the back of the plane. You know, I've lived a whole life of being a schmuck.
I've only ever thought of myself.
I've only ever thought of myself. And you know what? And they'll say the plane's overweight once he gets on. Or fuck it, you get, what's his face in there? Who's the guy who played Ned Dree?
Wayne Knight.
Wayne Knight.
I'm totally unappreciated in my time.
Get Wayne Knight.
Sure.
Wayne Knight's always eating hot dogs, and the plane's overweight because of Wayne Knight. And he says, you know what, you guys take off without me because I can't even fit on that plane. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna throw hot dogs at the aliens.
What do you want? What do you want? You want food?
Because he opens up his coat and he's got like rows of hot dogs. And he takes out a hot dog and he goes, ooh.
It's like
and
Twinkies and Slim Jims.
Yeah. And the alien goes, and then the alien tastes it. And then he's, I got plenty more. And he starts walking and the aliens are like following him. And he's like, hot dogs, hot dogs, hot dogs. Aliens are eating the hot dogs. And then the plane takes off. And then once he's run out of hot dogs, they look at him and then they do like the 3D scope.
Oh, like
and
Looney Tunes?
Like Looney Tunes, and they see his body, and it looks like a juicy, like Thanksgiving turkey. and then you just see an alien go like this, with its big, like, weird alien tongue, and then go, and then they start eating them.
So there you have a character arc
But
that is
one puts
also
an
still
apple
humorous.
in his mouth. One puts an apple in his mouth, and they rip all his clothes off.
Okay.
Oh, and they use like an alien flamethrower, and they toast him. So then you have a naked Wayne Knight with an apple in his mouth, and he's all juicy and delicious, and they all put bibs on. And
Yeah.
Like just go full comedy.
Still in the tone of the movie.
Still in the tone of the movie. It would work, and you would arc his character, but like I said, it kind of falls flat. And then he doesn't even die. He punched them all to hell.
But how did he get there? He got to DC at the end somehow. It seems like he just wanted to film Martian's shenanigans. Because that's basically the entire second half of the movie until they're like, oh, I guess we got to wrap this up. Music. Slim Whitman music. Makes their heads explode. Which I'd be remiss if I didn't point out is just a direct copy of the conclusion to Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Turn on the record player!
But that's, yeah, they're defeated by bad music and that. It's like the exact same thing. I'm using Attack of the Killer Tomatoes as an example of good story structure in comparison to Mars Attacks.
Again, it's sort of like it is follow the theme that the underdogs are the winners in the end. Let's go to Tahoe in the caves, and then they go. And that's where the movie ends.
I do like, it is funny when, because Tom Jones plays himself, and they need a pilot, and they happen to run into him. And
we better get out of here. You know how to fly a plane? Sure, you got one?
It's like, can you fly a plane? Yeah, sure, why? Just happens to be Tom Jones that can fly the plane.
Well, the way the movie ends is the only actual real funny thing. They leave the cave. The Martians have been defeated, and it's like, you know, rebuilding the world, and there's like animals all around, and then they start playing, you know, it's not unusual, and they cut the footage of like birds dancing,
and they start landing on him,
and Tom Jones is there, and like a deer comes up to him and he's petting it, and then it just cuts the credits.
It just cuts to black.
There's no like big shot of the world or, you know, anything else. It's just Tom Jones petting deer.
Yeah.
And it just cuts from that. He's our final character we see in the film.
Yeah.
Is someone who's been in the movie for like 4 minutes.
And it's like, is that a joke? I mean, it's funny.
Is it like
it made me laugh, but it made me laugh in a way that's almost outside of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like a big fuck you to the audience. Like,
well, I was thinking about
thanks,
that too.
suckers.
Yeah,
like,
I was thinking about that, where like there's the scale of movies that are done just basically as a troll.
Yeah.
Where you have like on one end of the spectrum, you have Freddy Got Fingered.
Yeah.
Which is like that's a joke on the studio that put up money for it and the audience. And then on the other end, you have something like Gremlins 2, which is like the movie's got lots of jokes. It's making fun of sequels. It's making fun of the first movie, but it still functions as a movie.
Yeah.
It has a story and it works. And Mars Attacks is like somewhere in the middle on that scale, but I don't think it's intentionally there.
No.
It just kind of is. It's like that ending. It's like, we're just done.
Over the course of the past year, I have subjected myself to a lot of movies and TV shows that are among the worst audiovisual media ever produced by humanity. And having suffered through all 4 episodes of Netflix's historical distortionist propaganda docudrama, Queen Cleopatra, I can say with confidence that this show is without doubt the most disgusting, disgraceful, evil-intentioned, vicious thing that I have ever seen. It is not just historically inaccurate, it is an all-out assault on history that knowingly lies about Roman, Egyptian, African and European history, distorts it, blackwashes it, then accuses every historian ever to have studied Cleopatra of committing the very crime it has just spent nearly 4 hours engaged in.
She was an African queen, and that's a fact that's been buried, erased, whitewashed.
The shamelessness of this show's hypocrisy is astounding, even by the non-standards of woke Hollywood. The producers of this show push Cleopatra's story through the twisted entrails of the modern political machine, turning it into a monster they believe will be useful to them on the battlefield of the culture war. Netflix's Queen Cleopatra has quickly become the most hated piece of media in recent history. In my lifetime, I have never seen a show, series, documentary, video game, book, or album as universally despised as this clumsy, hateful work of distortionist political propaganda. It has a 2% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes from over 5,000 ratings, 1 out of 10 on IMDb from 64,000 ratings, the lowest possible score, and 0.1 on Metacritic, the lowest score possible on that site. The show is so unpopular that professional critics are staying away from it altogether. Usually, they defend historical distortionist works that serve regime narratives. They did, after all, give 94% to The Woman King, a film which claims the abolition of slavery as a cause that originated in Africa. According to the critics, that brutally mediocre slog is as good as The Dark Knight. But only 13 critics rated Queen Cleopatra on Rotten Tomatoes. They know they can't defend this. However much they might like to, they cannot risk what is left of their credibility by siding with this trash against the entire internet, the country of Egypt, and thousands of years of history. I cannot, in good conscience, refer to this show under the name it has appropriated for itself, Queen Cleopatra, and will instead be referring to it as Afro Queen. Firstly, because a big, bushy afro is the only hairstyle that this reimagining of Cleopatra has throughout the entire show. The purpose of this hairstyle being to constantly remind the audience of her blackness, just in case they forget during the near 4-hour runtime of this utter shite.
I'm a god, queen of kings.
Secondly, because Afro Queen's main purpose is to Africanize a Greek historical figure and use her as a weapon in the modern West's ongoing culture war.
Cleopatra
could be turned.
Cleopatra
would become a powerful ally.
Yes. Cleopatra
would be a great asset.
The controversy surrounding Afro Queen is by now well known to anyone with access to the internet. But just how historically inaccurate is it? And that aside, is it compelling to watch in any way? Spoiler warning, very and no. Netflix have created a huge, brand-damaging public humiliation for themselves with Afro Queen, not only by collaborating with extreme far-left Afrocentrist historical distortionists to make this trite, but also just because of the sheer ferocious incompetence of the production. Netflix have thoroughly disgraced themselves with Afro Queen, and I think I can speak for at least the subscribers to this channel in wishing Egyptian lawyer Mahmoud al-Samari success in his lawsuit against Netflix. I hereby bestow upon Mahmoud the honorary title of Caesar Augustus Mahmoud al-Alpha-Chad Magnus. Now, before I get laid into Afro Queen, I am pleased to announce a new sponsor for this channel. The Despot will be entering into a partnership with Netflix. To inaugurate this collaboration, Netflix have decided to debut the trailer for their upcoming docudrama on this channel in this video. Enjoy.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. And that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
The first tactic Afro Queen deploys to set up the lie that
Cleopatra was black
is obfuscation. They paint a false picture of a highly multiracial Egypt with a vast range of skin color. It is immediately apparent that not just Cleopatra has been race swapped, the entire country of Egypt has been race swapped. In my last video, I portrayed a race swapped Scotland as part of a Disney remake of Braveheart, and yet, already, here we are, Netflix have race swapped an entire country. Woke media is literally beyond parody at this point.
There were three primary populations in Egypt as a whole: Native Egyptians, Native Egyptians, Native Egyptians.
Ancient Egyptians would have had a variety of different complexions.
Skin color ranged from black to pale brown.
Native Egyptians.
This is nonsense. Ancient Egypt was not modern Brazil. By the time Cleopatra was born, the ancient pyramids were already ruins. The Egyptians had lived in that land a very long time and had long since bred themselves into an ethnically homogenous people by the time period Afro Queen is set in. Sub-Saharan Africans did not form part of the native Egyptian population. African kingdoms such as Kush did exist far to the south, but Egypt was not an African kingdom in the way this show wants you to believe. Having created a false and biologically impossible narrative of New York City levels of diversity, they have created the setting in which African blood can enter the Greek Ptolemaic dynasty into which Cleopatra was born. They then further confused the issue by stating,
"We don't know her exact racial heritage. We don't know who Cleopatra's mother was.
It's also uncertain who Cleopatra's grandmother was.
We don't know who all of Cleopatra's parents and grandparents were, so one of them must have been black, despite the fact that she was a Ptolemy and they didn't marry native Egyptians and the Egyptians themselves weren't black. But that's okay, because we changed history to make ancient Egyptians black. That is, at best, a historical fantasy set in a fictional alternative history, and yet it is presented as fact. That is the level of respect Netflix and Jada Pinkett Smith have for their viewers' intelligence. They thought that by lying about the demography of ancient Egypt and deliberately confusing the issue of Cleopatra's descent, they could manipulate people into discarding thousands of years of history and accepting the new Cleopatra, updated for a modern audience.
I am a god. Do not disrespect me.
And this kind of slimy, deliberate obfuscation goes on throughout the show. Here's an example of semantic wordplay to try to confuse the viewer.
She was an African queen.
Well, technically yes, she was born and raised on the continent of Africa, but is that what the talking head means? Or does she mean African in an ethnic sense of the word? The answer is neither. This is an intentional, sleeked conflation of geography and ethnography for political purposes. Also bear in mind that by suggesting the native Egyptian population was black, this show is libeling the Arabs who conquered Egypt, suggesting they committed genocide on a vast scale. The only black population native to Egypt today are the Nubians, who live in the country's deep south. They are a tiny minority. The rest are mostly Arabs and some Copts. So, what happened to all the black people? You know, the
Native Egyptians.
Well, the obvious inference is that they were exterminated by the Arabs. It's estimated that the Egyptian population was around 5 million at the time of the Arab conquest. Today, the black population native to Egypt is considerably less than 1 million. So, according to Afro Queen, the Arab genocide of native African Egyptians was so brutal that it killed nearly 100% of them. The Germans couldn't even do that in the 40s. They only managed to exterminate 2/3 of Europe's Jews, but Afro Queen wants you to believe that the Egyptian Arabs, and presumably their Coptic collaborators, massacred almost all of Egypt's 5 million native black inhabitants. Afro Queen is not just an attack on history, it is a blood libel against Egypt. All hail Caesar Augustus Mahmud al-Alpha Chad Magnus. May the gods march with you on your righteous crusade against Netflix. The show next asserts, quite falsely, that Cleopatra's image is subjective to whoever is depicting her, and thus changeable. In an impressive display of historiographical illiteracy, one of the show's skint intellectuals says the following.
The appeal of Cleopatra is that we imagine her. Everyone can imagine her in their own way.
No. You do not imagine history. You discover history through extensive, careful research. The parts of history you don't have enough information to know about for sure, you fill in with inference and best guess from evidence that surrounds the part you are filling in. And in any case, we don't need to imagine what Cleopatra looked like. We have contemporary images of her, including coins, sculptures, reliefs, frescoes, and a...
Ja brdo devojka lugo. Ja sam planirao da odem u krevet da odspavam jedno sat vremena, sat i po. Radim večeras. Ja.
A ništa, bježim nešto ćeš.
Ništa kum. Hvala što si se vratio i tako to. Ja. Odo.
Pozdrav, čao.
Ćao. Anyway, I should go to sleep, so